are racing. Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Hammer down, it's hammer time.
It's going to be very, very tight.
Side, but they Dutch! Daneben setzen, geht der Flat out daneben, das macht dann vorne, wird das Auto leicht. Kleines Kausel, doch mal reintauchen. Fährt der da an den Diffusor ran? Dann springen die Autos wieder raus, schön zu sehen.
Here's the muscle from Munich. What a drive!
Sehr, sehr spannendes Rennen.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Green Hell as we get set to turn the page to 2023. One final order of business, the NIMEX 3.5-hour race, round 2 of the 2022-2023 Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. Hello everyone, welcome along. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, delighted to be joined once again in the commentary booth by the one, the only Sommel Aurora. And Sommel, we head to a picturesque Nürburgring with almost perfect racing conditions with 3.5 hours of survival ahead of the drivers.
Thank you very much, Arjuna, and it feels so good to be commentating on the race over here. It's just the Nürburgring. The conditions are perfect. The drivers are sort of ready. I mean, you can never really be totally prepared for a challenge like the Nürburgring, but what lies ahead is going to be so much fun because the race length has also been increased from the last time and there are so many different variables. So in all, this is going to be a mega 3.5 hours ahead.
So much to talk about when it comes to things that have changed since the last time that we went racing, most notably, of course, an iRacing update just a week or so ago that has flipped the GT3s, the SP9 class, on their head. A lot of the teams, the drivers have been forced to adapt very, very quickly. Going to be interesting to see how the order has been switched around in the fastest class. Of course, it's not just about the fastest cars, though, here at the Green Hell. 4 classes of competition will roll out in just about 40 minutes' time for the race start. Right now, 3 of those classes on track for qualifying. The Cup 2, the SP10, and the SP3Ts all share the track as they roll around for qualifying. We watched the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC car rise the hill at Flugplatz, gets the front end up into the air as the high-speed double right-hand corner takes you down in towards one of the few opportunities where you can relax. Of course, this 992 Generation Cup car, no traction control, no ABS. It is very much a driver's car, Sommel.
Oh yes, and even though this particular variant of it might have more downforce than the last one, still tests you out so well. I remember what you said in the last broadcast, Arjuna. You said that the downforce is just there to trick you as a driver into believing that you have got more pace in the corners, but really it's a false notion because it still very much is a driver's car, and at one given moment it can catch you out that very badly. So I've been very impressed by this particular version because the drivers, they've just got to nail it every single time. There's no assistance, no electronics to kick in. This, if you can nail it in this car and win in this one, well, everything else just seems just a little bit easier to manage because this is so hard to nail.
This is the car that took the victory in our season opening round over the Phoenix Racing Esport Cup car, and then the Leipert Esports Yellow 210, the rest of the Cup class podium. Only third for the time being. Pole position currently lies in this Cup class with the Urano Esports Data Group machine, Sam Koitert behind the wheel of the 290, but Phoenix Racing Esports up in second, showing that their pace in round 1, no trick there. In terms of Urano Esports, let's talk as well about SP10, but of course we got the GT4 cars fighting in that category. And this time around, it is again Urano that sits on top. Konstantin Scharf did the entirety of round 1 by himself. 3 hours of racing with very little mistakes. This time, fortunately, Sommel, he's got a teammate in the form of Dylan Shrivens.
Oh yeah, thank goodness for Konstantin Scharf. I mean, he's not going to do 3.5 hours by himself. It's pretty amazing what he did in the last race. And I think this time out is going to be very interesting, right? Because Dylan Shrivens has been around for a very, very long time in the world of sim racing. And suddenly, that Urano 390 machine seems a lot more balanced. Not that Konstantin isn't a fast driver, but when you have a teammate to back it up as well, it just feels like a more dual-pronged effort. So I'm curious to see how that Urano team plays out this time out. Because last week, they were pretty good, but I get a feeling that they have a bigger gear to push for.
They're going to be fighting With the Walkenhorst X-Racer machine, Alex Arana second in qualifying for the time being. Simsa Ispuni Renanen is in third provisionally with Team RSO through fourth. The top four in that class by just about a second. It is, of course, one of those classes where the draft will play its factor. It's significant when we talk about Konstantin Scharf and the fact that he's done one race himself, Sommel, because, of course, in this DNLS series, you are required to have two drivers, other than for one race in the championship, where you are allowed to use the Joker, have one driver complete the entire race distance.
Indeed, yep, and we saw the number 390 Urano car do that last week. This time it's going to be the Team 397 RSO machine in the same GT4 or SP10 category that's going to do the same thing. And it's interesting, I mean, I love the fact that you're only allowed to do it once, so then you kind of force into picking that one down. Okay, we don't really have any one driver, so what do you do? But it can also be used tactically, because remember, some teams don't really have a very even driver lineup, so they might just prefer to have one faster driver do the entire thing and just play it out eventually, see how that goes out. So interesting to see what RSO does this time, because Urano, as I mentioned last time, did pretty well with one driver, and RSO now have to do that all over again, and they are very well in the fight for the championship.
Haven't talked about the SP3T class just yet. That the third and final class that is currently out on track for the qualifying session. It is MRC in their Bumblebee colors that currently run at the front of that one. It's Corentin Gunes that, of course, after coming off the victory in the previous round, sees the 476 back on provisional pole position. As we wind down in qualifying, drivers will be allowed to finish the laps that they're on, but we're not expecting new lap times to have begun. Of course, that SP3T class, Sommel, of course, I always pay homage to you when I talk about touring cars. You dubbed it totally chaotic racing as what we expect from those front-wheel drive machines.
And it literally was exactly that in the last week as well. I mean, we saw the entire lead for that race being completely hobbled around in the last couple of seconds, and that's the kind of action that we normally tend to get with SP3Ts. But I was surprised to see all those SP3Ts break out, Arjuna, because normally in endurance races like this one, they just bunch up into this one very cute little train and all follow along each other and then have some sort of drama in the last lap. But it was interesting to see how SimRC and Pure Sims were able to break out from the pack. Can they do something similar? Already, Impulse Racing seems to have changed up the balance a little bit.
It's pretty close of all the time in this SP3T category. We watch as Fabian Siegmann in the Team Hoisingveld 401, currently fourth in class, down the hill, in towards the foxhole he will go, and then up in towards Adnar Forest in that Hyundai ECR machine. Oh, it's tracking too many improvements in qualifying, at least at the very front of our classes. The only one car that I am still keeping my eye on is the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC 275 that we saw a little bit earlier. Marvin Strell will come across the line with a 7:54.824. Does find some improvement on his lap time, but does not improve his starting spot. He is a 1/10 of a second slower than that Phoenix Racing Esport Cup car over the course of over 150 corners, about 22 kilometers of driving perfection.
That is mental. That seriously is mental. You know, you can't really compare the gaps to any other circuit in the world, right? Because let's say a 1/10 on, for instance, randomly, is Silverstone. Yeah, it's all right because Silverstone has, wait, how many corners did they have? 15, 16? Roughly thereabouts. But these many at the Nürburgring, and you're still separated only by that much when you've got so many things like your car setup and then all these corners to separate you apart. It just gets me so crazy, right? And all of a sudden, a 6/10 gap over the entire circuit doesn't really seem a lot. I mean, let's say the top of Cup 2, Phoenix and Urano only 6/10 away. I don't think they're really that far away. Over a race distance, you could see they're becoming even closer. So the gaps, they're just frankly fantastic here at the DNLS.
Absolutely. Here's the Avia 222 across the line with a 57.659. Does not improve, but in a race like this, survival, we always talk about just how important it truly can be. Here's the Walkenhorst X-Racer machine as it flies through the Stefan Beloff S's, the site of much drama in round one of our championship, the 3-hour race that we had about a month ago or so. Arana is only 2/10 off of what Konstantin Schaffer's punched in, and Schaffer's watching on from the paddock as he tracks the BMW's progress out of the mini carousel down in towards Galgenkopf, and this is one of the most frustrating but tricky corners in the world. It sucks you in, invites you to challenge it and throw more speed in, but really you've got to enter slow and exit fast, build down the long Dottinger Hoa.
And after that, it's just a waiting game. You've got to be there for such a long time. Even if you've got one of the fastest cars in the world, the Dottinger Hoa is just a matter of waiting until you get to the Bilstein Bridge. And even after that, Arjuna, if you don't get a good run over here, it can feel like the longest wait in the world, because after a point, right, it's all about how much horsepower your car has and how good of a run you've got from the final corner. And so many drivers, if they get the final corner wrong, that's instantly what, 7/10 at least that's gone in your qualifying lap? That is frustrating, but I hope Arana has nailed it.
Crucially, I think for Arana, he cleared the SimRC SP3T car before he ran into that slippery entry in towards Tiergarten. Not tracking an improvement, he's going to practice a pit entry here, and so we'll see Arana's BMW exit stage right. Here comes Gunes though. Don't think we're going to see an improvement from him either with an 8:51.952, but just getting in those final couple of laps in practice to settle the nerves potentially for this 3-5 hour race. The SP9s are already queued up on the start of pit lane. You can see they are raring to go in qualifying. Handful more cars still running up towards that Bilstein Bridge to finish up this section of qualifying. Qualifying, never the most important at a race at the Nordschleife Sommel. However, if we're being realistic, the further back you are, the more trouble you might find yourself in.
I mean, that's true. In the start of the last race, we saw so many cars in the mid-pack just get absolutely swallowed by that classic midfield muddle. But even then, it could not be the end of your race, because remember, in that very last round, we saw BS competition in the SP10 category literally start dead last. I think they didn't even qualify, right? So they came from that to end up winning the race. So if you're very, very confident about your abilities, sure, go ahead, give it a try. But why intentionally put yourself in a scenario mode, right? If you can just nail a qualifying lap and absolutely get to the top of that field. Imagine, I'm just curious, if someone like BS competition with that much pace and that much confidence in their car does end up nailing a lap, what happens then?
And even if you do have trouble, it's beneficial if it happens in these first 3 rounds of the championship, because teams and drivers are given a drop round, but that can only be used in the first 3 rounds of the championship. So get the nerves out, get those issues out early, and, well, see how things go. Here comes the Nürburgring Esports team across the line, 8:27.562, the best time they'll see onto the board, but it's only going to be 12th for them, with qualifying now officially complete for this particular car. X-Racer Pink in the SP3T class still comes towards the line. 8:52.954 was his previous lap time, pole position in this class, and 8:42. Not necessarily all about the driver, with 3 classes out on track. Getting a clean lap in qualifying, much easier said than done. And sometimes it's about damage limitation than attacking the track with maximum vigor like you would want to. For Aaltonen, though, not going to improve on the second lap around. And I do think, Sommel, it's a good point to bring up that the track is busy for 3 of our classes. When the SP9s go out by themselves, it's still going to be busy, because, boy, there are a lot of them that will roll out for qualifying.
My word, right? This is a big field. 20 cars, 20 GT3s or SP9 cars taking part in that qualifying session. And yes, I know it's a long circuit and there's a lot of space, but so many times we just end up seeing 3 or 4 cars just all by themselves, by each other, and that can make things so chaotic. If you get a draft past the Dottinger Hoa, there's so much time that you can potentially gain as well, and many drivers are actually trying that out too. But it'll be interesting with all these cars wearing down. Qualifying is going to be hectic, and there's never enough space, right?
No, never. Even at a track as long as this, there is never going to be enough space. So just to confirm, 3 classes now done with qualifying. Cup 2, SP10 and SP3T will all stay in the garage for about 30-odd minutes while we get the SP9s out first, and then, of course, get ready for the race. At the top of the hour, the NIMEX 3.5 hours, the second round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. What fun we had in round one. It came down to the wire as well. The mistake on the very final lap by Walkenhorst Motorsports that allowed Door Esports in their Porsche 911 to roll their way to victory. The SB9s, excuse me, have changed very significantly. What will they see in qualifying up next?
Bist du auch bereit für Action?
Möchtest du mal in einem virtuellen Studio arbeiten?
Oder das Live-Programm in der Regie aktiv mitgestalten.
Oder mit der Kamera die schönsten Momente in der Boxengasse und an der Strecke aufnehmen.
Möchtest auch du Interviews bei der NLS mit den Fahrern führen?
Oder im Schnitt kreative Videos erstellen. Dann bewirb dich jetzt bei Nürburgring TV.
Und starte durch mit einer Ausbildung oder einer Festanstellung.
Im Bereich Medienproduktion.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
Auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Well, welcome back to the Green Hell, where GT3 cars are on track for qualifying. You're right on board with the AMG team HRT, powered by the Unicorns of Love, Adam Christodoulou at the wheel right now. And of course, with this SB9 class, one of the big changes compared to all three of our other classes, Sommel, is you are required to have a real-world driver complete at least 8 laps during the 3.5 hours.
Oh yeah, and we've got quite a few really good real-world drivers right now as well. We've got Adam Christodoulou, of course, who's been a Mercedes driver for years now. I mean, he's taken part in so many of these big races, and is kind of like a mainstay in the real world in any GT3 races. And so we're riding on board with him right now, and he is just one of the big names that we've got over here. We've got drivers like Daniel Gregor as well, who's only just 17, probably just getting into the world of esports, and he is trying out a series like this one for the very, very first time. So we've got experience mixed in with younger drivers, you've got drivers like Nobby Kish also taking part, and that I think is going to be very interesting, Arjuna. He's got years of experience in truck racing, but also he's last year's DNLS champion. So amazing how the worlds are colliding, and the real world drivers are also sort of becoming sim drivers of sorts.
And Nobby was pretty quick in that round one as well. We won't talk about how their race ended too much because it ended with a trip to the steward's office. We'll slide past that for the time being. The reason I bring up that real-world requirement, though, is because there is one team in this class that is not going to have a real-world driver in this second round. That is Library Esports in the number 10. They will get a stop-and-hold penalty at the start of this race, so keep that in mind. They are not the only team, by the way, that have got penalties out of qualifying. We'll talk about that when we go through the grid, because I think that's more significant in the other classes right now. On board with the AMG Team Williams Esports car, the number 55, as it follows behind the Team 75 Porsche 911 as they work their way down to maybe the slowest part of the Nordschleife as Marschowitz gets very, very close to the grass. You can just see how the AMG is closing up, though, on the back end of the Porsche. And this is when it can be quite difficult in qualifying to know what to do. The Williams car is trying to get past Team 75, not trying to lose too much time. They work together, they figure it all out without too much drama.
Yeah, that's true. And things like this will always tend to happen. You'll never properly get a fully 100% clean track with your tires 100% ready, with the driver 100% in the right frame of mind. At the Nürburgring in qualifying like this one, you've just got to figure it out, man. Just give it whatever you have and see where that takes you. And so, you're right, qualifying will never be the defining factor because ultimately the race is that much long so that you have time to figure it out on your own race pace. But still, with whatever conditions you've got, you've just got to ace it. And even finding the right slot in qualifying over here is quite the art.
Yeah, qualifying here, I'd say it's not important, but it is very much a skill and something that you learn to do because racing around this track is about driving within yourself, right? Especially with the multi-class traffic that we have. You're never trying to put yourself in uncomfortable situations. Qualifying at the Nordschleife is a distinctly uncomfortable situation at the best of times. Do remember, 21 SP9 cars in our field, 19 full season entries, 2 guest entries today. MJR Esports in the number 69 Mercedes. They're going to have Mark Hellerich as one of their real world drivers. And then SimScene Racing, the number 96, also in a Mercedes AMG GT3. Yves Volta behind the wheel for them. Going to be interesting to see how they get on in our guest starting car from last time, the RC Car Shops Esports car. I just didn't have the best of luck, I think it's fair to say. There is the man that you were talking about slightly earlier, Sonal, on board with Nobby Kish as we run into the fun part of the Green Hell.
You can barely see the track, which is just a matter of the onboard camera. You can mainly see, there we are, there you can see the track at last. But that BMW bank car was looking phenomenal, Arjuna, until the last 45 minutes when all hell just really went loose. And right now for Nobby Kish in qualifying, we know he's got the pace to do that because I remember with the HRT team last year that were the champions, Nobby's qualifying lap times were pretty decent over there. But this will be frustrating, right? When you've got another car in front of you in the section where you need downforce and not dirty air, Nobby will be frustrated. I mean, truck drivers in India would just boot everyone out and move out of the way. Not with Nobby, I'm sure. He's a lot more disciplined than that. But he will be saying a few choice words out there. But again, just got to figure it out.
That is Daniel Gregor at the wheel, that Team 75 Bernard by Simar's car. Compete in the DTM Trophy over the course of 2022. But through the Stefan Beloff S's, Nobby Kish has had enough, and this is not a place where you want to be tangoing side by side, but it gives you the sense of just how much that Porsche was struggling. We've already seen that car that had already passed him clear his way off into the distance. These first lap times, banker lap times, I think it's fair to say it's going to be about that second flying lap where we really see the drivers full of confidence and building up the speed just that little bit more in the second round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tire. As it stands right now, we're still waiting for the lap times to dive their way on in. Here's the car I'm most curious to see how it gets on, though. Door Esports grabbed the victory in dramatic fashion at the end of our first round, with Walkenhorst Motorsports having a bit of a spin on the final lap. However, they'll have a 30-second success penalty to serve in the first cycle of pit stops by virtue of winning the race. the Porsche has also completely changed, as has every other GT3 car. And to add to all the misery, Moritz Lohner not feeling the best for this race here today.
Yeah, just pile it on Door Esports. Just pile it on them. Everything's just gone wrong in terms of the preparation for this, because the new iRacing updates have, of course, come in, and iRacing wants to make the tires feel more realistic, more like real-world GT3 cars, which is great in theory. It's going to be amazing, but when you're prepping for a championship like the DNLS and things just get changed in a 1 week notice, it really wrecks your preparation. And the Porsche, from what I've heard, Arjuna, seems to be the most badly affected. And then you had the point nailed on, the success penalty. I think it's about time we insert the DJ Khaled suffering from success meme, because suddenly Door Esports don't even have a good car. I mean, in terms of the BOP, right? We'll still figure how things are going to play out eventually as the race goes on. But then have to stop in the pit lane for 30 seconds at their first stop, as if things could get worse for them already. This is going to be, well, as uphill as the run-up to Schweden course, or is there one where you actually can hold up?
I'm just saying that Door Esports have given you the excuses so that Moritz Lohner doesn't have to come and do an interview with us to hand those excuses out. So 30 seconds for previous race winners out of the last round, 20 seconds for second, as that's a bit of a spin there for Mark Hellerich in his MJR Esports number 69. Third place, final step on the podium, 10 second success penalty to be served in that first cycle of pits. So we'll talk about that a little bit more as we head into the conclusion of the first hour of the race, and we'll remind you of who are the drivers that are expected to get those penalties. One driver that is expecting a success penalty, a 20-second success penalty, is the driver that stands on top in qualifying right now. Sami Matti Trogan in the Walkenhorst Sports number 34 was a shining light in the first round of the campaign. And despite being the real-life driver in a midst of sim racing professionals, Sami Matti Trogan may very well be one of the fastest drivers in the class.
Yeah, I mean, it's odd, right? Considering how much experience he's got in both categories, you can't really tell if you really want to classify him as a real-world driver or a sim driver. And that's the benefit. You can be super flexible with it. One day, if you have a real-world driver with you, apart from Sami, you can just say, hey, Sami Matti, can you be our sim driver? And sure, he'll do the job. Same as the other case. I mean, let's say if you don't find a real-world driver, he can go ahead and be your sim driver as well. So it works out very, very beautifully in this whole little dynamic that we've got over here. And I love how versatile he is. Pretty quick out there, and here in the sim as well. So with the performances of last week, I'm just intrigued to see, can they double down on it and not make that final error? Because seriously, that was Walkenhorst's race to win, and I just don't even know why they lost it in the first place.
Well, you say it was their race to win, but the gap had come down in the closing 3 or 4 laps to about 2 seconds. Alexia Loma was really feeling the pressure from that Door Esports entry, and so I'm very curious how Lucas Muller will continue to push forward in this next round of the championship in that Door Esports car. 2 minutes left before the checkered flag waves for those who have not started a qualifying lap. Drivers will be allowed to finish the lap that they are on. We are watching down through in towards Wersifen as the Phoenix Racing Esports entry works its way down the hill. Always tricky to avoid locking up the left front brake. But it's not really a big drama since that left front tire also ends up in the air for most of the braking zone, that corner. Then down through the left sweepers that build you up toward the right. Out a curve and then in towards Bergwerk, one of the most important corners on the entire track. Here is one of those other guest entries. It's the Sim Scene Racing No. 96. Say that one 5 times fast, will you? It's Yves Volts behind the wheel right now. 13th in qualifying provisionally, but again, qualifying not the be-all and end-all, and he's already tracking a lot better on this second lap.
Should be interesting, because as a guest driver, you really want to be showing off how good you are, so that maybe if one team drops out, you're the first one to get up there in the whole list. But then again, you don't want to be interfering with everyone else's races as well. So it's a little dynamic that they've got to manage out. And if they find themselves in the middle of the pack, it's going to be so hard for them to avoid, because that's where all the chaos happens. And imagine the guilt. If you're a guest driver, someone's fighting for the championship. I don't know, let's say, for instance, a Walkenhorst. If you end up colliding with them, how much are they going to curse you? Because at the end of the day, you're not even going to be here for all the rounds, and you've wrecked their chances too. So I can't wait to see how the guest teams actually manage that dynamic, because they want to be anonymous, but they still don't want to be anonymous in a way.
Here's one of our previous title challengers. The Mahler Racing team has Marius Zug behind the wheel. This time, and as it was in the last campaign of the DNLS, the Mahler Racing team is powered by BA competition, not by Williams. And we always make sure to bring that up at some point through the course of the race. They've got the Valkyrie Experience team trying to slingshot past them on that run up the hill in towards Bergwerk, in towards Bravery, the Mutkurver. They've already powered out of Bergwerk on this run uphill in towards that brave, committed left-hand sweeper. And with the qualifying clock coming to a close, these are the laps that will count. And there's pressure on the shoulders of Valkyrie Esports with no lap time on the board, but more pressure on the shoulders, I would have to assume, Samuel, on the one, the only, Moritz Lohner, who also failed to set a lap time his first trip around.
This is going to be tough for them. I mean, this last lap for Dirt Esports is going to be very tough. They already have a chip on their back with that last race win. And now that they don't really have any lap time in there, what do? Do you go for a banker one, just, to get some lap times in? Or do you just go all in, risk it all, and maybe start on the back of the grid in that pursuit? But it's going to take a great test of discipline, commitment, and just focus on the track, because one error, straight away in the back. But if you nail it, with the pace that what we know that Moritz Lohner can have, a top 5 or maybe top 7 could not be too far off. So I'm intrigued to see how that last lap goes out for them.
Of course, Moritz bemoaning the changes to the Porsche. Of course, BOP is a controversial topic, whether you talk about it in the real or the virtual world. The Porsche enjoyed the rub of the BOP for the vast majority of 2022 as well. It's looking as though it's not going to enjoy that, at least when it comes to iRacing BOP for 2023. The series does have additional BOP that they place on the cars to try and balance them just that tad bit more. Down in towards the Flats Garden area, we're going to go jumping into the double right-hander before sweeping into the Stefan Beloff S's. What a committed section this is, and whoa, Marius Zug commits to the curb and almost commits to the wall, sliding his way out wide. Maximum commitment, maximum reward. That is the motto for this penultimate sector of the lap before you cruise through the right, stamp onto the brakes, grab a couple of gears, and then work yourself into the mini carousel, which I've got to tell you, at least in my opinion, maybe one of, if not the most frustrating corner on this entire track. Always trying to push you out wide and spit you into the wall. And Marius Zug able to avoid that drama, though, without too much concern. He will work through Galgenkopf, work onto the long Dottinger Hoa, and will then wait for the final times in qualifying to come across the board. Phoenix Racing Esports number 5 up into the 8th position, but really the time that we're waiting for is the one out of Moritz Lohner, race winner a month or so ago. A car that's changed on him completely. Feeling slightly under the weather. What has he been able to do as he powers to the line? Moritz Lohner has failed to set a lap time in qualifying. Door Esports, our previous race winners, are starting at the back of the field.
This is major. This absolutely turns the championship on its head, because all of a sudden your leader has it all to do in this race, and plus, as if it wasn't enough, they've got to contend with that 30-second success pit stop as well. So suddenly the whole order has been changed, and Durr might be wondering, well, iRacing, why did you have to throw that update on us right now? Because surely you don't forget how to drive in just 1 month, right? The car has changed on them, and then there was little errors in qualifying not to get 1 lap in. This is going to hurt badly, Arjuna.
Team BMW back up to 3rd in the closing stages of qualifying, so the track is not slow by any means. Here's Tommaso Mosca in the AMG Team Williams Esports car as he heads into the highest point on the track and then will slingshot his way through the fun part. Tommaso Mosca has been partnered up with Williams Esports over the course of 2022 in some other simulators, in some other racing series where Williams Esports have helped Mosca grab valuable points in the sim that have carried over the real world. It's good to see him at the wheel of this car as well. He'll be sharing this number 53 with Atte Kauppinen, who is coming off a rich vein of form, as are the Williams Esports team. That Sim Racing Expo weekend, one that they will not forget anytime soon. That is for sure. But Moscow is going to be one of the final times that we'll see. His teammate in 55 will be also across the line momentarily. do love the way that you just see the cars leap into the air and squat back down on the suspension sommel as they jump through Flant's Garden.
It's just the best. I mean, when you go past that section and come onto the 7 mil of S's, your heart stops for a second as a viewer. Imagine as a driver who's only put in 1 lap in qualifying and that's not pretty decent, and then you've got to go out there and improve on that. For Tommaso and maybe even Will Traguta for that matter right now, the heartbeat must be pumping. If only we can track it though, right? It'll be amazing through that last section because you've nailed everything at the entire circuit, and then you get the flaps gotten in the bell of S's, and all of a sudden it all changes. I wonder what it must feel like in this pressure moment.
If our production team behind the scenes at Nürburgring TV are listening, I do want more of those slow motion shots that we had at Flugplatz, by the way, because boy, those were pretty shots as well. Will Traguta in the number 15 Williams Esports Razor car. We've got 3 Williams Esports entries here today. They have shown up for a fight. Traguta provisionally second, only half a second off the pace of Sami-Matti Trojan. Now, Trojan still has the potential to one-up what Traguta will do, but as the Brit works his way up in towards Tiergarten, but the news announced that Traguta will be competing in the British GT Championship for 2023 in a Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2. He focuses to close out 2022 in the virtual world, and he will find some improvement, I think. It's a 49.3. It's not good enough for pole because Sami-Matti Trojan is the only man to have dipped down into the 7.48. And he'll come across the line and go even faster. Sami-Matti Trojan with a 7.47 blows the rest of the field away 2 seconds quicker in go fast time.
How? How do you be that good in that one little lap? It seems like nobody on track is that much faster. Go ahead and even get close to that time. Even right now, this HRT machine that you're seeing, I doubt it. I doubt they'll be able to get that much closer, but that lap, Arjuna, is frankly crazy. Urana have gotten closer with 1.3 seconds behind, but still, a 7.47 is just mind-blowing.
It was Alexei Nesov able to grab second in the dying stages. Here's the other Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports entry. It's Daniel Morad at the wheel of the number 90. He's sharing, of course, this machine with Luca Kita as the Canadian powers out of the final corner. And a successful 2022 did Daniel Morad in the real world. Finds about 2.5 seconds to bump his time up to a 7.52 and works his way into the top 10, where he'll start this NIMEX 3.5-hour race. Adam Christodoulou in the AMG Team HRT by Unicorns of Love entry will also come towards the line. He'll find about 2 seconds as well, 7.53. He works his way forward into the 12th spot, will Adam Christodoulou, in that distinctly white, black and red machine. And with that, I do believe that qualifying is officially in the books. And Sami-Matti Trojan, it's not 2 seconds, it's 1.3, but he has blown the field away in the SP9 class. Grab a look at some of our qualifying results. You get set to go racing in about 8 minutes time for the NIMEX 3.5-hour race. Here's a look at the starting grid top to bottom, and we will start not with the SP3Ts, but I do believe we will start by looking our way down through the 21 SP9s that have just finished up an electric qualifying session. No, here we go. It is the SP3Ts that we start with. Team Hoisingveld will start at the front after being able to pip SimRC in the very closing stages. Fabian Siegmann alongside Corentin Gunes to start this race off. Impulse then in third, along with Pure Sims in the 4th position. Pure Sims also, remember, looking to try and bounce back after slightly miscalculating how long their penalty was. Carlar Esports along with Parabit Sim Racing share row 3, while inside of row 4 is the Alemania Akit Esports 488. The Undici Scuderia Esports 411 rounds out the front 4 rows in this class. X-Race Pink, the PPM Racing Team Turtle, and then the Grad Schmidt Motorsports entry round out the 11 cars that make up your SP3T class, all in identical machines, but with the pace slightly differing through the course of the qualifying session. Over then to the SP10s, the GT4 category is an AMG that will lead us to the green in the form of the 390 after Konstantin put it on pole. He'll be alongside Alex Aran and the Wolkenhorst X-Racer BMW. Sim Racer and Team RSO sharing row number 2. It's Core Sim Racing's second car that lines up in 5th position, sharing row 3 with Door Esports' junior BMW M4. The BS Competition 389 that took victory last time out starts slightly higher up in the field, still only 7th position for Josh Anderson and Phil Dinette as they will try and work their way forward. In 8th position, we also, of course, the BCMC Motorsports car, Deutsche Payment and TR Motorsports round out the top 10, with Core Sim Racing, the Nürburgring Esports team, and Downforce Racing rounding out the 13 cars. Of course, we mentioned slightly earlier, the Nürburgring Esports team will have a drive-through penalty to serve in the early stages of this one. 2 more classes, starting with your Cup 2 class, and it's another Urano machine that will line up at the front here. It's this time the qualifying performance from Sam Coitet with a 754 that sees them line up at the front, along with the Phoenix Racing Esports Cup car. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. Race 1 winners, and with a 30-second success penalty to serve in the first hour, will line up third inside of Greik Motorsports with Simsa and IES Sim Racing Schweizer on row number 3. The guest entry of Team 75, then inside of Avia WS East Motorsports triple 2 entry with 3 odd seconds splitting front 8 cars. Peter Bonk Performance hoping not to have some bonk with Leipert Esports Yellow, Kramer Racing Esports, WS Esports DNLS, the 223, IBEX Sim Racing, and then Nest Academy by WMS and the WS Racing Esports 221, rounding out a big 15-car class for these Cup 2s with no driver aids, no traction control, no ABS to help them. A game of survival for 3.5 hours. One final class then, it's the one that we just watched, and it was the performance from Sami Matti Trogan that blew us away. For One Horse Motorsports, it's pole position once again in the BMW M4 GT3 with 7:47.147, over a second faster than the AMG Team Urano Esports entry. Williams Esports Razor sees Wiltshire Gerther power their way forward to third inside of Norby Kish for Team BMW Bank. AMG Team Williams Esports and AMG Team HRT by UOL share row 3. Adrenaline Motorsports and the AMG Team Williams Esports, number 53, round out the front 4 rows. 3 of those Williams machines inside of the top 8. They will be delighted with that job in qualifying. And as we roll down through the rest of the grid, starting then down in the 9th position, we will see Daniel Morad in the Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports entry. Phoenix Racing Esports rounds out the top 10 with Leipert the best of the Lamborghinis, AMG Team HRT by UOL in 12th, G-Tech Competition and Deutsche Payment Cobra in their Porsches lock row 7 out, with SimScene Racing the guest entry in 15th, along with a Mahler Racing Team car that starts down in 16th position. Just a handful more names to work our way through, but Sommel, a monster field ready to go. What are you feeling like as we get set for this NIMEX 3.5-hour race?
Good that you asked. It's a mixture, actually. It's a mixture of scariness and a bit of fear, because you know how good the grid is, but chaos can still happen. But there's a great degree of excitement as well, because when you see someone like Dur Esports, our winners in the last round, starting at P18, and a great team like SimRC Team 75 also in P17, you're wondering, well, what can these two teams do? Also, someone like Valkyrie, can they climb their way up? So there are so many stories at the top and the bottom of the grid that you're so keen to watch. But then there's a perpetual element of fear on the first lap. These are experienced drivers. They've got years of sim racing experience. They've got so many laps under the belt at the Nordschleife and so many starts done. But still, chaos can happen. And again, you never win a race on the first lap, but you can so very well lose it on the first one. And so that, Arjuna, I'm very interested to see which drivers nail it and which drivers just end up making that critical error, because nobody wants to see their race over in turn 1, right? I mean, there's so many good teams that we want to see this fighting go on till the end, but it's a possibility nonetheless.
Look at the weather conditions, basically perfect conditions for racing. Not much humidity, not much wind, very cool track conditions, and not much cloud cover to mix things up as we get set to go racing. Of course, 4 classes will start separately. And so we'll talk about 4 different race starts, different moments of chaos. And of course, because your SP3T class starts so far behind the SP9s in terms of time, once the traffic starts, Sommel, it's almost a constant inevitability.
Oh yeah, you only get the first couple of laps, and then after that, it's bam, 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 car, and there's no space at all. And literally, by the time we get to the third lap, you will see couple of two wides, or not really three wides, right? That barely ever happens, barring the main straight. But at tight corners, you'll see the SP9 cars go with some sense of urgency, and then at that moment you'll be like, "Are you sure you want to go down there?" And the crashes will come, and the incidents will pound on. And that just changes the whole race because there are so many good teams from the last round as well, Arjuna, who could have, should have, and would have gotten a good result had it not been for some contact with some traffic. And that can completely topple over your race. So it's the Nürburgring at the end of the day. What can we say?
One thing that I don't think we mentioned when it comes to this GT3 update that we've alluded to a handful of times, it's not just the characteristics of the car that's changed quite significantly. For the very first time, drivers have to contend with something that real-world drivers are intimately familiar with. What is that? Front ride height restrictions of 70 millimeters. How does that impact the handling of the car? Well, we're about to find out. We throw 3.5 hours onto the board, and for the final time in 2022, we are ready to go racing at the Green Hell. Sommel, who comes out on top in this SP9 category?
Oh, that's a tricky one. You know what? I think finally the HRT team is going to get their win back at the end of the day. They are starting lower down the grid, you can see, in that yellow and blue car. But still, I get a small feeling that it could be them. But I'm very open to see anyone winning. This is going to be a crazy good race, Arjuna.
Johan Hart did tell me before round one in that number one machine that he wasn't so sure what to expect. And just getting on the podium was going to be a success. With the new BOP, the new changes to the car, is it time for the defending champions to come out swinging, or will Walk and Horse Motorsports be able to put aside the ghosts of round number one? Will they grab the victory here in round number two? Of course, it's not just about this SP9 class, Sommel. I'm going to go over to the SP10s. Who comes out on top in that class, which may be the most fascinating of them all? We'll get that prediction maybe in a handful of moments' time from Sommel Aurora, because he is so excited for this race to get going. Here at the Green Hell with one fantastic round already in the books. Plenty more cars stacked up and ready to go. It is going to be a tense final race for many of these drivers in 2022 as they head into the holidays, hoping for a nice present under the Christmas tree. It is time to go then for the second round of the 2022-2023 Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. We're ready to go for the NIMEX 3.5-hour race. The field waits for the command from the starting line, and we are racing at the Green Hell. A great start from Sami-Matti Trojan, immediately covering off any sort of a move from behind. Alexei Nesov gets the sense to work his way to the inside, but has to defend from Will Tregurther as side by side down the hill they go. A bit of three-wide with the HRT machine as they all figure this one out, but into the arena they single file it out. Trojan from Nesov, from Tregurther, and then Marchowitz. A tidy start for your SP9s.
Indeed it is, but it's the HRT team that's facing a ton of trouble right there in the midfield. That just makes your job so much trickier because there are cars up ahead that you want to fight with, and suddenly you've got to contend with somebody else going down your inside, and they've lost the position now at last.
Yeah, through the shortcut, you don't really want to fight too hard, and Elias Sepinen will allow Sindre Setsource in that Adrenaline Motorsports number 19 to slide his way on through, side by side for Door Esports as they try and fight their way forward. Moritz Lohner's already gained 2 positions, now sets his sight on the SimC 96 up the road. Further up the road, Alexei Nesov's made a bit of a mess out of the run onto the back straightaway here in the GP section, has lost out to not just Tregurther and the Williams Esports Razor entry, but to the AMG Team Williams Esports number 55. Marcel Markovic charges his way forward into third. Trojan will lead them on the dance down in towards the opening sector on the Nordschleife. Meanwhile, we wait. Cup 2 cars to storm their way down in towards the opening corner and get the second of 4 races underway. This is, of course, where for the SP9 they settle into their rhythm, because for once they do not have to deal with the lap traffic. As we mentioned earlier, once it starts, it will be frequent, it will be inevitable. Urano Esports, along with Phoenix Racing Esports on the front row of your Cup 2 class, once again waiting from the message from the race starter to go racing for the NIMEX 3.5-hour race. It's a slow start once again, a long hold, and Sam Koiter is going to be swarmed. Marvin Strel will fire it down the inside. Renhofer looking around the outside. They fan out on the run down into the braking zone. Gravity working against them. Somehow, they all avoid locking any sort of the wheels. Bumper cars being played, but they figure it out. It's Phoenix Racing Esports that holds the point. Strel trying to defend from Sam Koiter, who leans on the Team 75 car. Urano now at the inside line, and Strel will give them just enough room for Sam Koiter to grab back second, but it's Phoenix Racing Esports that leads as we start off the Cup 2s.
Koiter and Urano really made a hash of it at the very beginning over there. This could have been worse than P2, but that's some decent comeback to go back down from P4 and eventually gain those couple of places. But nevertheless, Urano should have been leading that one. They know that deep down, but it's not race over. There's a long while yet to go. And what's important is that all of them somehow, Arjuna, are clean so far. We're still yet to get the last chicane coming up now.
Yeah, we still have 2 more starts to work our way through as well, so don't think the drama is completely done and dusted, at least just yet. The Cup 2s will work into the far chicane before they peel off to the left to sweep their way onto the Nordschleife. That Team 75 car maybe struggling to fire up the tires a little bit further back. That's the 276, of course, the second of our Team 75 Cup 2 cars. Not confusing at all as they dive their way through the left and onto the Nordschleife, down into the Hadsenberg, and already starting to separate themselves out very slightly. Here come the SP10s though. Mercedes, BMW ready to do battle, with Urano getting another pole position, this time in the form of Konstantin Scharf, who's alongside with Alex Arana, as once again, field paces at what feels like a pedestrian walking speed, waiting for the command from the starter. Can Konstantin Scharf avoid being swarmed like his teammate Sam Koiter? GT4s stack up and continue to wait. Now the signal comes, and while Konstantin Scharf has been able to hold off the charge from behind, Alex Arana is already outside of the top 5. 4 wide for second, down the hill. Can they survive this, or will there be drama? Simsa Esports goes around. 4 wide was never going to work itself out, but the man with the biggest smile on his face will be Konstantin Scharf as he slides his way into the race lead. Door Esports have gone up 4 positions to second in the SP10 category.
Well, that is a mad one. Door Esports in SP9 lost a few, and over here they've gained so many. And BS Competition now trying to make a move, going 3 wide, Arjuna. This is crazy.
They've got the inside as they dive down onto the shortcut, but they've got to be very careful. Sideways there for a moment was the BS Competition entry. Joshua Anderson behind the wheel right now. Ooh, nervy moments indeed. Bit of an update, by the way, in the SP9s. Tomasa Mosca, the number 53 AMG Williams Esports car, might very well have had a major shunt. He is slow on track. Last of your running SP9s will require a trip to pit lane based on the information that we are seeing. SP10s in towards the chicane as they get ready to dive left towards the Nordschleife, but of course, it means we still have 1 final start to work our way through.
Indeed we do, and that is going to be the SP3Ts, and that's coming up very, very shortly. There they are, and this one, totally chaotic racing as it always is, Arjuna.
It's going to be Hoisingveld and SimRC alongside as we get ready to do battle. Bit of drama in SP10s, we'll get to that in a moment. We'll see if Fabian Siegmann, if Corentin Gunes can avoid being swarmed. They pick up the throttle, they punch it down into turn number 1. It's a bit more coordinated this time around, but Corentin Gunes already has Jan Bol down the inside, and with a nose in front, it'll be last of the late breakers. 3 wide with Pure Sims Esports trying to go down the middle. They have a drive-through penalty to serve in the opening stages of this race. They're not letting that hold them back though, already looking forward to slide their way into the top 4, but meanwhile, for the race lead, Impulse tries to look the long way around. It compromises them. Corentin Gunes will now have the opportunity to slam the door shut as they work through the final section of the arena. They are able to figure it out in time. No changes through the course of this SP3 class.
Only for now though, because a few outtakes could be on the way when we get back the back straight, and that could change things up already. But so far, it's absurd. The DCRs have gone back to their simple, effective straight line policy where they are all in a train. but I expect that to change. Track position is not vital, so you probably won't see Corentin Gunes go for the lead right now, but maybe somebody would want to go for the track position. Maybe Pure Sims from P4 would want to attack Impulse in P3, because the higher up you are, of course, the better chance you have of winning this one.
Oh boy, now, has there been drama for the Walkenhorst X-Racer car? I did mention there was something that had happened in the SP10s. What had happened in the SP10s is that Konstantin Scharf, who had been leading in the category, has now dropped down to about the 10th position and is going around the Nordschleife with a very significantly damaged Mercedes-AMG GT4 machine. He is definitely not going to be fighting for the lead of this race. He's going to be fighting for a top 5. SP9s are ready to finish their lap off, and, well, they're juking and fighting like it's the very final lap. 3 wide, down in towards Tiergarten, and what a move from Moritz Lohner around the outside, not taking no for an answer.
You can tell that Moritz Lohner absolutely wants to gun for it. Qualifying was terrible. He wants to fix this and make this right. That was 3 wide at the absolute limit. Did he just get one wheel on the grass as well, Arjuna? Because I think he did.
We'll have to see if we can grab some replays of this opening 10 minutes, because there's so much to try and keep you all abreast of. This is the BMW bank car, now in 4th position and about 4 odd seconds off of your race leader. Sami-Matti Trojan trying to break away, but not being allowed to do so by the 2 Williams Esports cars behind. It's the Williams Esports Razor number 15 and the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports number 55. Wilter Goether and Marcel Moshkovich trying to hunt down Sami-Matti Trojan. Here is that bright green distinct car that you would never miss if you were picking it out of a blind lot. And the gap that they built behind to Norby Kish as well. And remember, the real-world drivers start the car in SP9 Sommel, and they must complete 8 laps the course of the race.
Indeed, yep, and that completely changes the way you plan out your race. You've got to make sure that a real-world driver gets some. And many teams and drivers have different approaches, which I shall explain later, because the battling in the Cup 2 category is just frantic already. There's a move almost going down the inside. That is crazy.
Was that the Leipzig Esports yellow car that was trying to work its way through as they ride out of Galgenkopf and back onto the Dottinger Ho as the the Cup 2 class gets ready to finish off its opening lap? Oh, it has been a lot of hard fighting on this opening lap, we can tell you that one for sure, but got to settle into a rhythm, at least as they work their way forward through the course of this one. Big toe coming as they work their way down towards Tiergarten. Almost some bump draft being played here as the 222 Arvo WS E-Motorsports car tries to look a long way around on Alexander Walton in the Simsa Esports entry. Walton just able to slide across the track in the nick of time to be able to hang on to what is 9th position in this Cup 2 category. You can already see the extent of damage there on a handful of these cars. The first lap has definitely claimed a number of victims already. And remember, we had 59 starters in this race, Samuel. It's about the most that iRacing can even support.
The more the merrier at the Nürburgring, for us as spectators, that is. For the drivers, they'll be going absolutely mental, because you can already see how short the space is at this very circuit in the Cup 2s itself. In a couple of laps, the Cup 2s will come across slower traffic here and there, and that will just make life that much more hectic. And there we are, look, SP9's battling it out. Is this one for the lead again? No, not really.
No. This would be the second Urano Esports car, I do believe. Daniel Moran at the wheel of the 91, excuse me. So no, this is Alexei Nesov, who remember started up in 2nd, but is now down in 7th position. He has been bleeding positions and just really unable to work his way forward. And it's not like you can say in the case of the Mercedes being slow, like Johan Harth was trying to claim to me during the course of round 1, because let's not forget, as it runs right now, BMW, Mercedes, Mercedes, BMW, Mercedes, the top 5.
Indeed, yeah. So the Mercedes is looking far, far stronger than that last last round that we had here a month ago. Of course, iRacing updates do play a major role in that, and you have to give some credit to it, but nevertheless, you've got to ask, right, what just happened to Alexei Neizhov at the start? Was it just a terrible getaway, much like his other Urano teammate Sam Coyton in the Cup 2 category? Because suddenly, Arjuna, from P2 to P7, that is absurd, that is not normal. And what that does is put Alexei in that little uncomfortable slot, because now he's got to chase and pass one of the better sim racing drivers out there in sim race set source. And if anything, it kills away so many chances of a win because you're stuck in there. You just have to see the back end of that M4 until maybe you get to the dotting area, and that's so much of time lost. So, I don't know, Alexei, I wonder what he's thinking right now. Is he cursing himself for not really getting that start nailed, or is he just saying, man, whatever happened, happened. I've just got to focus on what I've got in my hand right now.
I think for Neizhov, it's just the realization that he's now 14 seconds back from the race leader. He will be brought back into the mix, of course, because we have those success penalties that will be handed out. Let's run down through them in the SP9. So Door Esports will get a 30-second penalty in the first cycle of stuff, 20 seconds to your race leader, the Walker Norse Motorsports car, and then a 10-second penalty to the AMG Team HRT by UOL number 1. Alexei Neizhov does not want to hang around. He looks to the inside of Sindre Setsource and slides his way on through on the Adrenaline Motorsports car. Not much of a fight put up there, but that's the veteran Sindre Setsource, both in the real world and the simulator, has plenty of experience at the Green Hell.
Yeah, that's smart, right? I mean, 3 hours, 17 minutes to go, the entire race is still right above you. Why bother fighting so hard? If the man wants to go past, let him go. But you might be wondering, well, that just kills the whole purpose of racing, right? We're all here to fight against each other, all here to do something. But I shall come back with that on a second, because we've got a penalty already, Arjuna, even in this moment of the race.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot that I think has to be sorted out of the first handful of laps, and I think we're going to see plenty of penalties before the race even started. We'll try and get some updates on that as we work our way through. On board with the Parabit sim racing car and riding basically in virtual reality, which is always an interesting experience, no matter what sort of discipline that you're in. But this Chris Bartel viewpoint that we have right now, you can see a draft train that's formed because, well, we've got 8 touring cars basically all funneled up in this SP3T class as they work their way down onto the Dottinger. Another word from race control. This time it's the 251, the IBAC sim racing car that's going to get a drive-through penalty. I think not the last of them that we're going to see.
Oh yes, and for a second I want to talk about the whole GT4 category, because in that last message we saw, we got to know that the Team RSO 397 car is currently, of course, second in the SP10 category. They're the ones who were to blame for that whole SP10 starting melee, and so they've got a drive-through penalty to serve, and that just completely changes up the entire order, because suddenly your car in number 2 is effectively knocked out of P2. You've got Door Esports in P1, and effectively now after that penalty, BCMC Motorsports in second, and already BS Competition in third, who started off 7th. So this is looking very, very likely to see another BS Competition dominant drive again, because they started 7th, already up to 3rd, their pace is already looking great. I'm just curious, right? 3.5 hours, not 3.5 hours, 3 hours and 15 minutes left to go. Where does this SP10 category go now from here?
Well, you say that BS Competition still have a chance, but they are, let's not forget, about 4.5 seconds off the back of your race leader. Nicholas Nolde in the Door Esports Junior car was able to break through amongst all the carnage that occurred in this SP10 class, with both of our runners on the front row needing to make their way down towards pit lane. And BS Competition, of course, will have that 30-second penalty in that first round of pit stops as part of the success penalty for winning the first round of the championships. In effect, it is a 34-second gap that they are going to be looking to try and close on down. GT3 is working again down the Dottinger, and it's the Lamborghini for Lipit Esports that will slide its way through in front of GTEC Competition, with Daniel Morad trying to find a way through as well. Yves Volta in the SimScene racing car at the back end of this 4-car tango as they work their way through Tiergarten with 15 minutes off the clock. Daniela Hoffman a little bit wide through the final corner, and, well, these drivers already find themselves about 2.5 seconds separated from the duo in front that will the battle. And the thing we always talk about, Sol, it's great to watch fighting, but it ends up costing you a lot of time. 2 wide, 2 rows deep into the first corner.
There we go, once again, coming back into the arena. There is another chance potentially around the outside, but now the Porsche is just a little bit too far away. And you're right about that, Arjuna. Oh, there we go. Speaking of too far away, I was completely wrong. The number 11 with some move over there.
Bit of a send.
Coming back to the point.
Well executed there.
Yeah, well executed by Grosser in the GTEC competition car. That was smart and late. But again, it's good to get your fighting clear out at this particular section because you don't want to be heading to the Nordschleife with a car behind you and just getting stuck in the dirty air trying to fight. No, that just makes you lose time badly. And in context, right, the GTEC competition car is 18 seconds away from the leader. If you just get stuck up in a fight, that just could really add the time up over there. So the best they could get at the end maybe could be P7, P8, P9. That's not what you want. You really want to be gunning for more. So no fighting really is the way to go right now, which is absurd to say, but that's just the way endurance races work, no?
On board with Sami Matti Trojan. Picture of calmness. I would definitely not be that calm if I was behind the wheel. In towards and through the Hadson back slide. Reached for a gear there for a moment before deciding better of it. He is definitely being pushed by Will Tregurther behind. 7/10 the margin between them. Then 1.6 further back to the second Williams Esports AMG number 55. So Will Tregurther doing a great job at the start of this race. And it might be the job of Tregurther's teammate to put the pressure onto Alexia Loma in the same way that we saw Door Esports do through the course of round number 1. Here we look, though, at some Cup 2 battling as they work their way through. Oh! And Leipzig Esports maybe just misjudging the braking, a little bit too sensitive there. And, well, the 992 snaps around. And I tell you what, they did a good job of minimizing the damage. Not such a good job of the rejoin.
Oh yeah, this could have been far, far worse. More on that in a second because it seems like Urano could be under pressure for that P2 right now by Team 75, and that could be a big story to watch for in the Cup 2. On that crash, Arjuna, that's a weird little place to go for, especially if it's done on your own. I mean, it seemed like they made a mistake by themselves, but wowee, that suddenly is a big, big dent in their challenges. If anything, there's a good thing that we've got 3 hours and 11 minutes to go, but nevertheless, that completely topples away a race.
So much intriguing racing still left to come, and so many storylines that we'll try and carve our way through. We are going to try and get some words from the drivers over the course of the race. Hopefully they will grace us with a few moments of their time, either before or after they've finished a stint in the car, and we can get some direct reports of how the race is playing out, how the track conditions are as well. We talk about it being pretty ideal racing conditions, but what's it actually feel like behind the wheel? What do the GT3 drivers have to say when it comes to the changes that were thrust onto them just a week or so ago? This was that Cup 2 battle, but we switch back over to the SP10s now with Team RSO at the front of the gaggle. It's now 4.7 seconds, though, the margin to Door Esports as Nicholas Nolder truly tries to turn the afterburners to maximum. The BCMC Motorsports 377 puts on the pressure with BS Competition, I think, content, at least for the time being, Sommel, to ride around and save a little bit of fuel. A 3.5-hour race is a little bit awkward when it comes to fuel strategy.
Yeah, that just makes it a little bit odd, right? Because in a 3-hour race, you can go for 2 proper stops here and there and then maybe see how things go up. But in the SP10s, this one is just going to be a little bit in the off for them. I mean, I wonder how they tackle it and when they make their shorter stops eventually, because I get a feeling that there might be a small splash and dash in there somewhere. But for BS Competition right now, Arjuna, nice and stable. You've got that success penalty to contend with, yes. Team RSO have got a drive-through penalty to contend with, so that effectively puts them up into P3. But where they are right now is good. There's no need to fight, there's no need to push too hard. Be where you are, clock in decent lap times, and who knows, things might just fall into your hands.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, Josh Anderson pulls out the toe as they get to the end of the Dottinger, and he's going to go to the grass as well. Joshua Anderson, another driver not taking no for an answer. We saw it from Moritz Loh earlier. We saw it now from Josh Anderson. Niels Carstensen not impressed on the flashes, as though to say, what are you thinking, as Ara will come down for their penalty.
Wow, that got scary for a second over there. I think they will have a word with BS Competition about that whole little incident, but that was ridiculously close for a second. That basically puts up everything that I said in the last 10 seconds into the bin because BS don't want to wait at all.
Oh, Joshua Anderson has left Vendaval Sim Racing earlier this year and decides, well, I'm not waiting around to show everyone why I've joined VS Competition. That was emphatic. Back at the front of the Cup 2 class, it is a train that is building right now. No one content to really force the issue just yet, and realistically, it's not a 5-car choo-choo train. It's a 9-car choo-choo train that goes all the way back to the 222 with the Arvia WS e-Motorsports car that has Thomas Asmussen behind the wheel. Also in this Sims Esports, the IES Sim Racing Schweitzer 269 and Greik Motorsports in the 288. They're 6th through 9th positions right now. Of course, Sommel, we talk about how much of a driver car this is, but this is the car that represents the best of what iRacing has. This is where the drivers go to compete in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. And that is why the competition in this car is so close, it's so tense, that these drivers can be separated by hundreds, if not thousands.
Indeed, and I love the versatility of this car as well. You can take it sprint racing and it will be one of the best cars on the service. You can take it endurance racing and it still will be that much fun. And I love the fact, right, because the teams have such a limited set of things to work with in this particular machine. It's kind of course, like a cup category, right? So you just kind of box it in there. And it also makes you wonder, how can you optimize the entire package? I mean, this is essentially all about what can you get from the limited resources that you have, and that makes it so much fun to watch because there's this added element. Who's being more resourceful? Who's getting the best out of the same resources that's been given to everyone? And that just adds up to the whole fun of endurance racing and the whole thing. But now, it seems like a bit of an inter-team fight over there.
This is the first vestiges of traffic. The Williams Esports duo trying to work their way through and close back the gap up to Sami Matti Trogan. At the end of Tiergarten, they will be able to clear the entirety of the field. That will be a big sigh of relief for those two drivers, knowing that they can bring the gap down about a second and look forward in the time that they have in this stint. Elias Seppänen has gotten past, by the way, the BMW bank car. He's only 2.5 seconds off of those race-leading trio contenders. Meanwhile, Phoenix Racing Esports gets on past Adam Christodoulou in the AMG Team HRT by Boel number 4. Drivers, of course, still yet to come out off of the back of the traffic. Lights flashing as the SP9s just try and make the SP3Ts aware of their presence. But this might be an opportunity for Christodoulou to get the move back if he's feeling brave, but he may be feeling smart rather than brave. Doesn't force the issue, and in fact, Phoenix Racing Esports is the one that maybe overcommits to that one and will have a little bit of contact with the SP3T car. Will have a little bit more contact with the SP3T car. This is the opportunity for Christodoulou to get on pass, but Phoenix Racing Esports with the elbows out shoves its way to hold on to the position.
What can I say barring absolutely unnecessary? I mean, the DCR car really over there outbraked itself and Phoenix Racing nowhere to go, but then you didn't really have to do that eventually. That was a little awkward. Christodoulou, I think, doing the smart thing and not pouncing on it because this could have been a worse situation. So they focused on the long game, but that got really wild really quickly. And the best part is, it's only going to get wilder because the Nordschleife is almost here for most of them.
That is Moritz Lohner, by the way. Your eyes do not deceive you. He is plus 10 positions up into 8th and only 11 seconds back from your race leader. Do factor in that, of course, he's got the 30-second success penalty, so it's a little bit longer than that. But, of course, what a charge it's been in this opening stint from a driver that we look forward to seeing a lot more from in the virtual world. Unfortunately, 2023. And, of course, the reason we say that, Sommel, is with the DTM somewhat disbanding in ways, with, you know, it coming under the ADAC umbrella and rebranding a lot of it. Some of the DTM trophy drivers, for example, including Moritz Lohner, including some of the others, as that's Moritz Lohner around in front of the SP3T leaders. Carl Tengunes will not try and take advantage of it, but Moritz Lohner was pushing hard, maybe pushing a little bit too hard.
Ah, my word. You've got the success penalty, you've got a bad qualifying, a great run, and that is knocked out and over and done with. Suddenly the momentum seems to have gone, and what just happened over there? Because Moritz Lohner in such great pace, I think it's just might be him pushing too hard, getting a wheel on the grass and getting the car turned around over there. And he's got no time to lose. Instantly, he's got the car back up and he's chasing positions. But I wonder, is he in the right frame of mind? He's just had a crash. He needs to calm that a little bit down, but I don't think he will. He just has to go for it and get all the positions back in. But there's the momentum sucked out in 1 second or two, you know? There it's gone. Oh, hello.
Well, here's a bit of an reactive block from, I think, the Leipert Esports car, as the 223 will dive a little bit too deep into the corner, but then regains the inside for turn 2 in the arena. Close side-by-side battling here in the Cup 2 class, and a little bit down the Cup 2 class as well. This is for 10th and 11th positions. Dennis Berman's fighting with David Wasserman, but around the outside, Berman's not going to be able, Wasserman, excuse me, not going to be able to get the drive off the corner. 210 will hold on for the time being. I think we got the brief glimpse at Lohner's car. Did not look like he had damage there, as we had a warning coming down, by the way, for the 488. That's the Alemannia Aachen Esports SB3T car. Milos Pavlovic at the wheel right now, but I think the fact that we saw Lohner's car with any damage does indicate that it was earlier in the Hadzenbach where he had the issues, and that eventually we did have a little bit of drama. We're going to step aside here for a couple of moments with this NIMEX 3.5-hour race, the second round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. But don't go anywhere. It's been a crazy 30 minutes. We've still got 3 hours left to go.
Bist du auch bereit für Action?
Möchtest du mal in einem virtuellen Studio arbeiten?
Oder das Live-Programm in der Regie aktiv mitgestalten.
Oder mit der Kamera die schönsten Momente in der Boxengasse und an der Strecke aufnehmen.
Möchtest auch du Interviews bei der NLS mit den Fahrern führen?
Oder im Schnitt kreative Videos erstellen? Dann bewirb dich jetzt bei Nürburgring TV.
Und starte durch mit einer Ausbildung oder einer Festanstellung
Im Bereich Medienproduktion.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
Von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Welcome back to the Green Hell in round 2 of the 2022-2023 Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. We're here for the NIMEX 3.5-hour race, and what a crazy opening 30 minutes it has been. You can see by the damage on the front end of these Cup 2 cars. There's been plenty of banging, there's been plenty of shoving. The reality is, with 3 hours still to go, survival must be paramount for the drivers. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, alongside with Sommel Aurora, as we work our way into the meat of this race. And Sommel, I mean, my word, take a breath, will you?
It doesn't even feel like half an hour has gone past already. This has just been one of the most intense starts that I can remember, with chaos in every single category. Big drivers in so many different categories have had issues, and none bigger than Moritz Lohner in the Digital esports car. The same car, by the way, that won the last round. So they've got to deal with a success penalty, and they've had a spin on their own. So it seems like what happened to Walkenhorst at the end of the last race has suddenly happened to them at the start of this one.
I think we can actually take a look at what happened to Moritz Lohner with his at some point. So hopefully we'll get that up on your screen as well, just to show how easy it is to make a mistake when you're pushing 11 tenths around this fantastic racing facility. So much history, so many things to talk about. Let's look at the Goodyear replay, though, as we see it's just the initial cloud to the curb. You could see the car was already unsettled. Now, this was the nervy moments for the SB3 leaders, but I think Moritz Lohner, in hindsight, probably did the wisest thing in gunning up the throttle and getting out of dodge.
Yeah, that's a hard one. I mean, he personally might be thinking, oh, come on, man, how can we make that little mistake? But again, the fact that it's a 3-hour race makes you wonder that he will have time to think, but not really at the Nordschleife. This essentially kind of becomes a 3.5-hour sprint, doesn't it, Arjuna? Because the way you're racing right now, it's not really much of endurance to do. Only so much for the driver if you're racing with one driver, but it's so much of sprinting, so much of fast lap times all the way through. The time to think never really exists. So for Moritz, in a way, that could be a boon. You've had the crash, okay, no worries, get back on track, get into action, and see what you can salvage out of this one. Because I still feel that Digital have the potential to get something big out of this one.
Absolutely. I think you can never count them out, that is for sure. And they still lead in SP10, don't forget. So at least in one class, going quite swimmingly for the Digital esports team. This is the battle for the Cup lead. It is still the Phoenix Racing Esports number 205 that leads from Sam Coitert, with the front row having swapped around on the race start. But I think this is exactly what Sam Coitert would have wanted to do. Hang back, save a little bit of fuel, and then in the first cycle of pit stops, I think we are going to see a little bit of a swap around in terms of how long drivers stay in pit lane and exactly what the gaps are going to seem like after we funnel our way out of the pit exit and down the hill in towards turn number 1. You can see behind, they are starting to drop Simsa Esports, Greik Motorsports, and the Avia WS eMotorsports 222. But for the race lead, Sam Coitert maybe heard my words and says, you know what, I don't need to save some fuel. He'll find his way to the race lead. Renhofer able to hold off Marvin Strell, who did look to try and get his way forward to second. Sam Coitert, though, now at the points in the 992 cars.
Indeed he is. So getting back to that pole position where he absolutely started off the race from, until he made that slight error. So good to see the Urano esports car complete that small little circle right here in the last half an hour. But I wonder, right, is half an hour enough to save all your fuel? I'm curious, because at the end of the day, the more fuel you save, of course, during your stint, the better it is, right? Because you have to stop for lesser time when you're in the box. So I wonder, are Urano done with their fuel saving? Or are they just going to lift and coast from the top as well? Because that could be the one thing that defines the entire Cup 2 strategy as this race goes on. So I'm keen to see. Normally, drivers won't be that aggressive, but it's going to be fun, actually.
This is now a look at some of your SP10s. The Mercedes AMG GT4s as they work their way through. Of course, they've got that BS competition car of Joshua Anderson behind after he was willing to head his way into the grass to make a pass around the outside down in towards Tiergarten. Did not impress Team RSO and Niels Carstensen, that is for sure. But you will note that the gap between first and second here up to 7 seconds. Nicholas Lolde doing a fantastic job for Digital Esports in their BMW. in an outgoing BMW M4 GT4 as well, Sommel, because in 2023 there is going to be a brand new M4 GT4 to join the party for BMW Motorsports.
I don't know. I don't want that to happen in a way, because this car has been along for so long and you've got so many memories tied down to this one that it will kind of feel odd. But again, time will of course pass by and you will see new cars coming in though. But it's amazing how many new cars BMW are having on iRacing suddenly, because they launched the M4 GT3 again. Was it last year or last year and a half ago? You get the entire idea. And then there's the, of course, new LMD H car that's come on the service as well. It's like BMW are really embracing iRacing in general. And I love to see that, right? When manufacturers really realize the potential of sim racing, makes you feel like they do respect it quite a fair bit. And that, I think, is lovely to see from BMW. So, can't wait in a way, but also I can wait, because I want to see this M4 GT4 on the track for longer. Just love this car.
I think we may have our first retirement, by the way, and it's the Lamborghini of Leipert Esports. Danilo Hopkins had a pretty big crash up at Arnaud Forest, and that Lamborghini Huracan is very much looking worse for the wear. It's not just BMW, to be fair, who are committed in terms of supporting sim racing. Of course, they have been around for a handful of years, along with the likes of Porsche, of course, you know, support iRacing's top-level World Championship, the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Mercedes, multiple customer teams here today. They have joined the fight in 2022, and we've got a handful of their cars out on track right now. And we see the swap around in towards Tiergarten. No major fighting for second in this class. It's Luke Schneider that now runs in the 357 for TR Motorsports, second in category. But yes, to the point, BMW big supporters with their cars that have been joining up, and often before they've gone racing in the real world. Porsche's got a new GT3 car coming next year. Maybe we can see that join iRacing relatively quickly, but it is good to see that we have this swath of manufacturer support. And even though we don't have too many Lamborghinis in this particular field, Sommel, Lamborghini is very much embracing esports to the point where they run their own competitions and have their own Works esports team.
Yup, exactly. And I love it. It's like every single manufacturer realizes now that, hey, we've got to be a part of this little circle that's going on in there. Otherwise, we'll just be left behind. And so there's BMW, there's Lamborghini, Porsche to a decent degree have also been pretty good. And also Hyundai, because they've had, what, in a span of 1 year, we had 2 Hyundai TCR cars in iRacing all of a sudden. And I remember a couple of years ago, we were all crying that, oh my goodness, we need more TCRs. And then Hyundai was like, yeah, sure, we're going to come on in there. So every single manufacturer knows. And it feels amazing because you've been a part of sim racing for so long. And you suddenly get a feeling that, hey, these manufacturers recognize this little hobby and passion of yours and are also giving you more of what you need. I mean, essentially, who's ever going to say no to new cars, right?
Absolutely. BMW Bank, by the way, are now dropped to 7. Not sure what's going on for Norby Kish, but he's elected to let Alexei Nesov and Sindre Setsos pass on the Dottinger Hoa. Still the choo-choo train for the SP3. He's rolling down in towards Flansgarden, though. This great shot from behind. I have the privilege of being good friends with Tyler Maxson, who has competed in both of the Hyundai touring cars that we have available here on iRacing. And he was actually part of the development and then the release for the Hyundai Veloster, which arrived after the Elantra, was the car that he took to win some championships in the real world. He is nothing but complimentary about how these touring cars drive now, and what a change of pace it was. We had the Audi by itself for so long, and this touring car category has been revitalized by not 1, not 2, but 3 new cars that have joined the fun. And Mr. Dulu in front of SimScene Racing's number 96 as they work through the Mercedes-Benz arena. They've got Sindre Setsos, not Sindre Setsos, Moritz Lohner in front of them after his little spinneroonie around, trying to recover, of course. So running inside of the top 10 provisionally, but we're going to get a very different sort of a sense of how this race is going to play from here, Sommel, after 20 minutes when we see these SP9s down onto pit lane. Because what we're going to see is likely a lot of the real-world drivers stepping out and sim racing's professionals stepping in.
That's true, but one sec, before I talk about the serious stuff, did you manage to sneak a spinneroonie in there and you're just going to slide it off like that, Arjuna?
Oh, I did. Of course I did.
That's more like it. That's the last word I expected in this little broadcast. But that's amazing, right? You're so true about this because the real world racing drivers, yes, they bring a ton of experience. Yes, they bring a great perspective, but not all of them are that much faster on the sim than the sim racing drivers. So sometimes you would prefer to have your faster, more experienced sim drivers on. And so once you're done with that 8-lap quota, might as well get a real world drivers in there, and I expect lots of teams to be doing that. But then again, you can't always get that done, right? Because when you've got teams like Team BMW Bank, when you've got two drivers like Norby Kish and Bruno Spengler, who are both essentially partly real world and partly sim drivers, it doesn't really make a difference. But for other teams, it will matter. So yes, we will see some dynamic changes and consequently potentially some performance changes as well, as some sim drivers potentially get better.
So Team RSO in the SB10 category might be retired from this race. They had a little bit of a moment and then got collected by some oncoming SB9 cars, so we'll try and get an update from them. On board, by the way, with this Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports entry, and I've got to say, one of the coolest looking rigs that I maybe have ever seen. This looks amazing.
Does it? I don't know. I just don't like the shape of it really, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind having something like that, but the fact that it's got the vision all covered up, 3 monitor, that is amazing, right?
I think it looks like he's in a race car right now, which is always what you want to be in, no?
Yeah, I mean, the color shade could have been a little bit better, but hey, it's at least better than this little chair that I use, right? This definitely gives you more of the feel. So, wow, this is some place to be. And 3 monitor, that's amazing, because when you've got lap traffic in there, this is exactly what you need.
Yeah, no, the peripheral vision, very, very important when it comes to this sort of racing, especially in those close moments with traffic that you are bound to have. This, of course, the car that runs in third. The top 3 cars split by just 1.5 seconds. And this will worry, I think, Sami Matti Trogan a little bit, but it's not going to worry him too much at this point, Summer, because, of course, he will have that 30-second penalty that's going to drop him back through the field. But with the race... last race winner, Adore Esports, in a little bit of struggles here today. Sami Matti Trogan will only be thinking about accumulating some championship points, as that looked like a penalty for the sim scene number 96 for some sort of contact.
Wait, I'll just get back to you on that, about what exactly it was. I'll just quickly check the penalty sheet. Yeah, there's been a lot of incidents so far. 22 already, to be precise. So there's lots of stuff happening, but it seems to be a drive-through penalty for the 251 IBAC sim racing team. And I was wondering, right, what happened to them in the Cup 2 category, because they seem to be in the midst of a very, very good battle. Well, as it turns out, they had an issue with the 211 Kramer racing car, and the Kramer racing team have simply said they caused a collision, they hit us, and that is exactly why that IBAC car firstly is in the back of the grid, and then has a DTP to serve as well. So it's going from bad to worse.
Sometimes when it rains, it pours, as it were, down through the penultimate sort of part of the Nordschleife. We're working closer and closer towards Glansgarden for this trio that battles still for second in the SBN category, with the gap having grown to Nicholas Nolde now to 9.5 seconds. That Door Esports driver, we haven't seen much of him, Sommel. I think he'll be wanting to keep it that way.
Boring is better. Seriously, boring is better in an endurance race. Boring is effective, and doing the boring stuff, Door Esports Junior have managed to pull out a 10-second gap already. Now that is humongous. You can do all the fuel saving in the world right now with that 10-second gap and still potentially end up ahead in the pit lane, and then gain some time because you've got to put less fuel in your car. So take it easy, Door Esports Junior. They're not teetering like juniors right now. They really are driving like they're the senior line.
We were just checking in with that battle for second in SB10. Not sure what's happened to the TR Motorsports entry, but they've now dropped out of the fight. BS Competition have inherited third position, but overall that is a group that has splintered up somewhat. Now very much split by about 4.5 seconds across the 3 cars. We look up above, though, at this Cup 2 battle. Still now Sam Koitet leads after taking over at turn 1 a couple of laps ago from Raphael Renhofer. Now just Marvin Strell in the tire tracks, because what at one point was an 8-car train has been whittled down to just 3 at the front. Peter Bonk performance in 4th with Marcus Deck at the wheel with Team 75 by SimRC's 276 entry, the guest entry here today running in 5th, but it's the class of the field at the front, and right now I think these are 3 teams, these are 3 drivers recognizing that we'll get to the final stint of the race and then we'll likely figure out who the fastest of the 3 of us is.
And I love the fact that they can't really communicate with each other. Maybe their managers can, but not so much the drivers. So it's just conscious driving, and then they sort of have this telepathy where like, yeah, it doesn't make sense to fight. And at any given moment, anyone can spoil the party by accelerating and maybe causing a fight and absolutely ruining the other person's race and the entire plan. But they don't do that. This is the sign of a seasoned veteran, someone who's done a lot of endurance racing and someone who recognizes the need to build at this stage, not to destroy. And that's what the endurance race is all about. Until you're at the last 30-45 minutes, you don't need to destroy and wreck someone else's race or maybe fight with them. Just keep on building and let's see what happens over there. If anything, if you're that second car in the background right now, if you're Phoenix Racing, better for you because you can sit in the draft, fuel save a little bit and not be too far off.
The team over at Urano has very much had a pretty good year. Started off with a championship in the Porsche 911 GT3R and carried that forward with some impressive performances in the likes of VCO Infinity and most recently VCO Pro Sim Infinity, where they were once again second behind Team Redline. Sam Coyte, by the way, to talk about his credential, joined up with the Urano earlier this year as he got set for his very first Porsche Tag Core Esports Super Cup season. It's not the easiest of seasons, I think it was fair to say, and it was not also an easy ride in the Contender Series. Unfortunately, I think Sam Coyte had just missed out on re-qualifying for the World Championship, but allows him to focus in on these sort of competitions as well, given the demand sometimes of the top level series. Early pit stop, by the way. We're watching one of the AMG Team HRT by UOL entries. That's the number 1 with Elias Seppänen behind the wheel and closing on your race leaders as well. As we've got a swap around for the race lead. Sami Matti Trojan has allowed Will Tregurther to inherit the point of the field. And for the first time today, Saul, it's not a BMW that leads at the Green Hell.
Indeed, it's the Williams Esports Racer car that now is the leader of your field. I think you could see a brief glimpse of them for a second over there, but yes, they have gone past the Walkenhorst Esports car. And this now should be interesting because in general, we have been seeing the Williams Esports car catch up a little bit, make a lot of time. I don't know if it was Sami Matti Trojan making error or just Williams letting them go past, but whatever it is, Williams now are at the lead and they can control it. And if Sami Matti is not too far off, this can essentially give Walkenhorst a chance to fuel save. So might not be that bad if they just stay within that 1 second window, which currently seems to be happening to them right now. They're just half a second away.
But it is now a 4-car choo-choo train for the lead, so keep that in mind. Tregurther will try and break away, I would assume, through this traffic as we head into a pit stop cycle, working lap 7 of this race. Remember, pro drivers in SP9 are required to do 8 laps, so I think 1 more before we expect them to dive down onto pit lane, all things being equal. On board with Jan Bol in the Impulse Racing 422. Hasn't really separated out this touring car field in the way that we would have maybe thought with traffic. Still 6 of them locked almost bumper to bumper, not as close as Fabian Siegmann and Karin Spunez are at the very front of this field. In towards Tiergarten, Bol releases a throttle, saves a little bit of fuel, of course, in these touring car machines that can go for up to a 90-minute stint at a full capacity of fuel. But all in identical machines with slightly different setups. Exactly are you going to play some fuel strategy games? I mean, Sommel, you say this is totally chaotic racing, but it's only really totally chaotic at times.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of depends. It's totally chaotic at the very end when the TCR cars or the SP3T cars just lose all semblance of stability and then they just go bonkers. But this is the stage where they build up their whole race. They'll quietly follow along. I'm trying to think of what animal it is like. Maybe like a pack of elephants because they're all just so happy, so docile, so cheerful to be around until they get angry and the entire forest is ransacked. And that is what happens in the last 30 minutes, or for instance, at the very beginning. So at this stage, they're just chilling along, walking through the forest with their little cubs, having fun, eating some fruits and vegetables. But at the last bit, when track position is on the line, they could literally be bum drafting and pushing each other off, and maybe even making moves literally on the line at the end of a 3.5-hour race. So it's all waiting up till that stage. But still, strategy games can also be played, right? This is going to be interesting to see how things cycle out of the pits. But it's weird, Arjuna, isn't it? Nobody ever wants to be the leader of an SP3T class at the end.
No, it's the game of positioning and managing the race a little bit better, I think, than you have to do in some of the other classes. Going back to the front of SP9, by the way, Tregurtha now 1.2 seconds clear, taking advantage of this traffic in the best way possible. Door banging on the run to the chicane, as Simsa Esports says, well, there you go to the IES Sim Racing Schweizer car, as Simon Amoser will hold off Alexander Walton for the time being. This is the fight for 6th position, with 4th and 5th directly in front of them as well, as they dive down the hairpin and in towards the Hudson back to kick off the opening run down through the Nordschleife. They've got Pure Sim's SP3T car for company as well, and he's basically just going to run his line. And at the speed that these touring cars carry, there's not much that the Cup cars can do, Sommel. Just because you're front-wheel drive does not mean you're slow.
Oh yeah, these SP3T cars are fast. They might be deadly understeery, yes, and that's frustrating if you're driving them, but they can change direction really, really quickly. And so, in context, these are pretty good machines, but not on a straight, and that's exactly where you want to get past. So, great smart driving by all the Cup 2 cars, and they get airtime! That would be fun to watch on slow-mo, wouldn't it?
Yes, no, if Ricardo Edelman is listening, those were the slow-mos that we got last time. We want them again. 4-way fight for 4th, though, and it's getting a little bit sketchier as they head in towards Arenberg. Who's to think about a lunge in towards the braking zone through Shroud and Krauts? No major drama. Alexander Walton, the one shaping up, but not going to be given the opportunity to slide his way on through. It's Marcus Deck that continues to run at the front of this gaggle of cars. 5.5 seconds separated from their class leader, Sam Coitet for Urano Esports, along with Phoenix Race Esports and Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. The 992 generation Cup cars are mini GT3 cars. They are rocket ships around this Nürburgring Nordschleife, to the point where the fastest of our SP9 runners are consistently doing in the high 740, so just under 750. Fastest lap in these cars, Sommel, are right around dead on 8 minutes exactly.
I am baffled. I really am baffled. How have Porsche managed to create a machine that is so close to a GT3 car, but still fun enough without all the driver aids, and it's just that little driver's machine. This is such a good balance, because I remember the old Cup car ride. It was way slower. Again, I think it was that much more fun, but then again, that's not the whole point. But even this one, it maintains great elements of the fun, but it's also that much quicker. How surprised were you, Arjuna, when you initially saw the results of all the testing that Porsche did with this car, and then you heard how much closer it was to the GT3s, and for a fraction of the cost, basically? In real life, that is, of course, but still.
Yes. No, absolutely. I know what you mean. It is, of course, that final proving ground for young Porsche drivers looking to become factory Porsche drivers, a role that will take on increased significance as we head into the next golden era of sports car racing, of course, with that Porsche 963 looking spectacular. Nicholas Nolde has come down in towards the lane in the GT4 class, the SP10 class, excuse me, to give it its proper name. Kicking off a cycle of pit stops here, Sommel. The only driver that's been able to extend the stint one lap further, as you see craziness for the Cup 2 cars past the SP3T cars. Joshua Anderson in that BS competition machine.
Very smart. I mean, we saw that happening all the way through. We saw Anderson getting down in there, saving a lot of fuel, just sitting down in the draft. So I think this is just a part of their entire plan. So we can't really tell how that'll cycle out right now. Obviously, we've got to wait and watch until a couple of laps later when the cars do get in there. But it's interesting. Now, this means that essentially BS competition can have a shorter stop. But how much shorter, Arjuna, we should find out in a lap. But yeah, that'll take it on how much time? 8.5 minutes? It's going to be pretty good to sit and wait until then.
Yeah, we'll be here for a while, and then of course we'll have that 30-second penalty that that the BS competition car will serve by virtue of grabbing the victory in round number 1. Out of the carousel, this battle continues to intrigue. It's 4 cars running a little bit closer than I think anyone really would have wanted to. Here's Alexander Walton's on board, and the view from behind as they run themselves through the highest point of the Nordschleife as SB9 pit stops continue to roll their way through, and there's going to be some big drama that we can talk about here, Sommel, because there are teams swapping drivers but not swapping tires, something they can do with confidence for the first time in nigh on 2 full years.
Oh yes, things have changed, the car has changed, the way you drive it has changed completely, and that means that drivers can really go out there and try to figure it out. And this race will be more about exploring after the pit stops as well, because the drivers and teams have only gotten 1 week to prepare with this new update of iRacing, so they're still pretty much just getting used to more track time as the race goes on. So I am intrigued to see how things go on, and the drivers are right now in the pit lane, and we are seeing some variations in their stop times as well. Adrenaline Motorsports have gone for a 37-second pit stop, whereas others are going for, 41 seconds, 38 seconds? So there is a bit of a mixture here and there.
Of course, we have seen the Walkenhorst Motorsports car drop back through the field by virtue of its success penalty. Alexia Loma does take over in the Walkenhorst number 34, down in 8th position. And would you guess it, 31 seconds off of your race leader. Team Hoisingveld have had an issue in the SP3T class. Not sure what's happening to them, because they are now dropping out of the race lead when run for the majority of this first almost hour of the race. They're down in 4th, still within the draft train. I just wonder if there was maybe a slowdown penalty or some drama potentially for Fabian Siegmann in that 401. We watch though on board, still with Alexander Walton. This Cup 2 battle has been fascinating.
It has, and they'll be drafting their way past the Dottinger Her and getting some great overtakes in there. That is what we want to see. Nobody leaving it especially late under Tiergarten, which is, again, smart. You don't want to be crashing out at this stage, but can the 266 come back now? Not really, no. Smart, again. Very, very smart driving all the way through. I'm saying that word many times because that's exactly what it is. So many drivers would make that immature error of fighting for position right now, but in the Cup 2 category, that's not what you're playing for at this moment in time. You've got to look at the longer game, you've got to look at the bigger picture, and then decide which fight do I want to fight and which ones I don't. But that reminds me of something else, Arjuna. This first set of pit stops for the GT3s or the SP9s is going on right now. And 3 teams over there, again, as you mentioned early on, have to serve their success penalties. Door Esports winning, of course, so they have a 30-second extra. They've got Walkenhorst with 20 and AMG team UOL HRT, the number 1 car, with 10 seconds. And the way that's played out, the number 1 HRT car has dropped down to P8 right now. So things are changing. And I want to see how the layout happens for everyone in the end.
Well, with about an hour done in this race, let's give you a quick hourly update as they run. We'll give you the SP9 class very quickly. Still waiting for Daniel Morad in the Mercedes AMG Team Urano number 90 to roll his way down on towards the pit lane, but it's the Williams Esports Razor car that's seen Wiltra Gerther hand on over to Vasilius Belitiotis that now leads from the sister car, the number 55 Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports car, now with Alessandro Bico behind the wheel. Alexei Nesov still behind the wheel, the Mercedes AMG Urano number 91. In front of Adrenaline Motorsports with Sinjay Setsor still driving. Norby Kish still behind the wheel of the BMW Bank car with Elias Sepinen doing a full service, we believe, in the AMG Team HRT by UOL number 1. Walkenhorst in 9th, and then Phoenix Racing Esports 10th. Of course, those all will be +1 once we see some drivers down on towards the pit lane. Let's bring in, though, the teammate of Elias Sepinen in that Mercedes AMG HRT by UOL car. It's Johan Hart that joins us in the commentary booth. Johan, first off, I think you're a little bit under the weather today, so how are you feeling?
A bit better than yesterday, but definitely not 100%. We'll see how it goes.
3 races in 2 days can't help your state of mind, I guess, as well.
Definitely not. Especially with such short notice for the other 2 races, the VRS Championship. We've got just about a day to prepare for them, so it's less than ideal.
Johan, you and I had talked before round one, and basically you had told me that all you were looking to do was be the best of the Mercedes, which you were able to do, getting that car onto the podium. With a big change to the GT3s just a week or so ago, what's the sense that you have now for how the balance of performance has changed in the class?
It's looking pretty good so far for us. And looking at qualifying and even how the race is playing out, feel like the front engine cars are definitely stronger, at least compared to the Porsche and Lambo. So it's definitely got a shot at the overall win if we put it together.
It wasn't just the speeds of the cars that somewhat changed, but the tires have been significantly overhauled as well. What have you guys found in your testing? Because I think we have a full service stop out of you, but then I think we got a slightly shorter stop out of some of the other drivers doing just fuel.
It just fuel takes longer, so it's probably just taking less fuel compared to others, I guess. But yeah, tires, you can basically use them a lot more to save them, because you're taking tires every stop. It's almost impossible to save them enough to do a level stint. So yeah, you might as well just set up the car to use the tires as much as you can.
Interesting, so I find that quite curious. Johan, I do want to ask before we let you go to get ready to maybe go off and drive for the final 90 minutes of this race. The partnership that the Apex Racing team has developed with the Unicorns of Love is something that's maybe one of my favorite storylines out of 2022. How are you enjoying being paired up with Elias Seppinen and representing the Haupt Racing team?
It's been good fun practicing with Elias. He's a good guy, really funny. He's quick as well as he's proving on track, so yeah, it's been amazing to work with the other guys all year long, and hopefully we can keep this partnership for a long time coming.
One final question, I slightly lied there. What are we looking forward to out of Johan Harth in 2023? Because I think the word that I got is going to be spending a lot more time over in England.
Yep, definitely. So probably going to be going back mid-January for PESC, and going to spend at least a good 5 months there. That's going to be a good one, and then yeah, going to be racing on multiple platforms, multiple championships, and I'm sure they're going to have a busy year.
Thanks for the time, Johan. Best of luck for your stint, and hopefully you feel a little bit better to wind out the year.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Always great to have a bit of a chat with Johan Harth, and well, his teammate Elias Seppinen is to slide his way past on Norby Kish. That Mercedes is looking a little bit more strong than it was in round number one, and you could tell Johan is one that is not always the most enthusiastic, but even under the weather, Sommel, he sounded very up for the fight here today.
Indeed, and why wouldn't he be? Finally the Mercedes suiting the entire condition. I mean, we saw last time out, they weren't quite having a good job with the entire car because the balance of performance, again, that just happens, right? Sometimes it suits your car, sometimes it doesn't, but when it does go in your favor, automatically it can really reinvigorate you all of a sudden, and that's what we're getting to see with Johan and the HRT team right now, because even with that success penalty, Arjuna, they effectively are still in P5, and they were, by the way, only P3 when that pit stop happened. So with that 10-second stop, even then, things are looking bright, and they've got 2.5 hours to cover it up, so there's every reason to feel positive, barring the internet. I hope that really doesn't come in the way, because that could be critical for them.
Yes, these are the things that you worry about in sim racing. We're on board with that BMW bank car as he tries to fight his way back forward. Let's check in, though, very quickly with the sister BS competition car, because Joshua Anderson is now on pit lane. He had to serve his 30-second success penalty. Of course, he is going to be dropped likely well outside of the top 5, maybe into 7th, and we'll see where he can fight back from this point, because, of course, those success penalties are designed to put teams onto the back foot and to see how they respond, how they come out swinging, if you were. I do enjoy a good success penalty, if I'm being totally honest. It does very much change up a championship that runs for as long as this one as well. We talked quickly about touring cars in this SP3T class. Sommel, you want to chat a little bit about Pure Sims in the 416?
Yeah, I mean, at the very start, Pure Sims were looking great, right? In that white and, what is it, mint, blue, green color? It's hard to describe it, but the toothpaste color, it looks beautiful though, by the way. I know, Arjun, you've got a little bit of problem with the color because so many teams use a similar one, but it's still pretty simplistic and still pretty beautiful. But the color is not the whole point. The point is that it's a fast car. It's a car that was doing very well at the start, around P3, P4, fighting and jockeying for positions like that. But suddenly, if you have a word at the timing screen, not a word, if you have a look at the timing screen, you will find pure sims a little bit on the way back down. They are precisely in sixth. Wait, one second. I have to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th place. And the reason why that's happened suddenly, even though they were looking very good, is because they had a drive-through penalty in the middle of a race. And can you believe why that's happened? It's a qualifying infringement because they took the wrong short lap. They used right-hand drive quali short lap. So I'm wondering exactly what they did over there to make that mistake. But hey, drive-through penalty, and there they are, back down in P6. Even though we saw last time out that they really should be up there fighting for wins.
To clarify what someone was talking about, of course, it's a long outlap here at the Nordschleife if you were to go around the entirety of the 22-odd kilometers. So what the organizers do, much like they do in the real world, is that you're allowed to, once you've worked your way around the GP section, turn right instead of left to follow the regular hairpin at the end of the GP circuit. They do ask that all teams and drivers stay to the right-hand side of the track to accommodate those that are powering out of the final corner of the Nordschleife to finish a timed run. And there were a handful of drivers that maybe pushed just a little bit too much to the left and were dinged as a result. Team Heusingfeld back up into the mix though, and looking to the inside of the Impulse 422 as they roll in towards Tiergarten, single file once again. And what was an 8-car fight in this SP3T class is struggling to hold on to a 4-car fight. Dominic Steffens in the 460 Carlar Esports tree is the one just trying to hang on to the very last vestiges of the draft. We started with 59 cars, but maybe it's not a surprise given a tumultuous opening couple of 15 minutes that we had to this race that already had 5 retirements as Team Heusingfeld asserts its place back at the front of the field, although it's fair to say no one wants to live there.
Exactly. It's only a psychological win if you're in P1 of the SP3T class for a very, very long time. But you're right, Arjuna. So many retirements already. There's been chaos all the way through. In SP10s, that's where we've seen the most bit of chaos because the Team RSO 397 car and the Walkenhorst X-Racer car, both of them are gone. And these are 2 cars generally I thought would be fighting for race wins all the way through. But we saw the drama that happened in the opening lap and that has completely wrecked their race. And it leaves me a little bit deprived because I really wanted to see them fight at the very top. But then again, that's just racing. You can't win the race on the first lap, but they very well have lost it. So the Nürburgring claiming races already, but I get a feeling that the worst is not over yet. We are going to see more chaos at the very end as the races start to get deeper in. But I hope this battle ends cleanly. I really am very intrigued to see what happens between Sindre Setsos and Alexei Nezov. Who would have thought we'd be getting to see both of them fight against each other head-to-head, door-to-door?
These are 2 pro drivers still behind the wheel. Behind them, Elias Seppinen and Norby Kish, also 2 pro drivers continuing to ride around. Sindre Setsos had a busy weekend 7 days ago. Friday he did, what was it? I think it was 6 races in the span of 11 hours as part of VCO Pro Sim Infinity, jumped on a plane and then went racing that weekend in a real car, but needs must as you were. Of course, had a good year in 2022 here at the Green Hell in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, where he was competing in a BMW Cup Series machine. Trades it up for its bigger brother, the M4 GT3. So we ride aboard with that Adrenaline Motorsports car. These 2 machines, about 12 seconds adrift from your leader. Vasilius Belitsiotis has very much settled into the rhythm pretty quickly. He's built up a 2.6 second gap to his teammate Alessandro Bico in the second of the Williams Esports entries. It's that fight for the final step of the podium. Currently a 2-way fight with the potential to extend into a 4-way fight with Seppinen and Norby Kish not too far behind by any means. I am quite curious what we are going to see though in terms of Alexia Loma, because to make a mistake on the final lap of the race is one thing. To make a mistake on the final lap of the race that loses you a race victory is another thing. And it's been a long month for Alexia Loma. I'm sure it's been settled and just nestled in the back of his mind, lurking there whenever he's trying to relax. Oh, I made that mistake. Now he gets the opportunity to put the wrong right.
No, that's true. And now, from all the racing drivers that I've spoken to, they never really go back to a particular corner and think, oh, well, I made a mistake over there. So if they're strong enough mentally, which we know that Alexei is, it's not going to impact him that much. But again, at the back of your head, if your car goes over there and slides back off, then those memories can start to come back. So I hope that doesn't really impact the driving, because seriously, that is a major mistake to make. Sure, in the grand scheme of things, you might just say, oh, well, yes, they were about to be passed by dirt anyway because they were looking faster, and so it doesn't really count much. But still, you could have had a shot of defending it. That was robbed away by a mistake of your own. So I wonder how that plays into the whole psyche. But again, we've got more time to find that out. And I love the fact, right, we get to see these human stories translated out on the racetrack so that you can track them out and figure out, okay, what must be going in the driver's head. That, I think, makes sim racing so special. It's just the cars that are virtual. The stories, the racing, the grit, the determination, all of that very much is real here.
Going to see a couple more pit stops, I think, in a handful of moments. We've seen the SP9s finish up their cycles. The SP10s have done so as well for the most part. Now just wait for these 992 generation Porsche Cup cars, as well as our SP3Ts, the front-wheel drive touring cars, to finish off their tank of fuel and to work their way on in. Already have had a handful of the 992s onto pit lane the last time by. Those that have been able to save a little bit more fuel were able to go one lap longer. How important is that going to be in terms of minimizing time in pit lane? Because I'll bring it up again, 3.5 hours is an awkward race length at any racetrack. It's especially awkward at a track as long as the Nordschleife.
It just topples up your entire strategy planning, because normally you have a race like 3 hours or 4 hours. 3.5 just puts it slap bang in the middle. And especially for the TCRs, I mean, when you've got, what, 1.5 hour stints sort of in that car, and then you come back in, you've got to make a quick splash and dash, and then you've got to wonder, well, when do I make my splash and dash? Do I make it at the start? Do I make it in the middle, at the end? You've got so many elements which you normally don't get in any NLS race. So I love this, that the timings are changing and the drivers can never really settle, can they?
No, absolutely not, I think, in terms of settling. That is not something that you will expect these drivers to be doing. But we'll see, I think, these 3 cars as they work through Galgenkopf onto the Dottinger Hohe, down onto pit lane this time by Marvin Strell in the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC car that they expect to have that 30-second success penalty to serve during the cycle of pit stop. The car in front of him, the Phoenix Racing Esport 205, that will have 20 seconds to serve. It is going to mean that out of this run down pit lane, Sam Kuipik is going to enjoy some clean air, but he's not going to enjoy a trouble-free run into the pit lane, because with the overspeed and the double toe, Marvin Strell takes 2 in 1. They'll be side by side on the run down in towards Tiergarten, but you get the sense of how powerful the draft is and how important timing your run for the very final lap of the race may end up being to grab the checkered flag. Should see these cars work their way to the right and dive down onto the pit lane, and here they come towards the pit stops.
Pro gamer move, that one. Just makes you feel so much better about yourself heading into the pit lane, that I was the one leading the pack in there. But yes, of course, they've got to serve their success penalties, and I think that's the first time I've seen anyone serve their success penalties together, like sharing the little box over there side by side. But yes, the lengths are going to differ for the two of them, because of course the results were different. So that is another thing to account for, and that might be frustrating. And eventually you've got to keep that into account, because these things keep on happening in the DNLS and you've got to deal with it essentially in a way. So Strell gets, what, 30 seconds, and the Phoenix Esports car gets 20 seconds. So that is going to be interesting to see where they cycle out to.
Waiting now to see the rest of the Cup 2 cars finish up their cycle of pit stops at this point in time. I did mention that it was struggling to be a 4-car train at the front of this SP3T car. The Carlar Esports 460 struggling to hold on. That's the bright green Hyundai that's just at the front of our shot with 8th and 9th in the Cup class trying to work their way on through. Dominic Steffens is going to try and get into the toe of those Cup cars to get any sort of a benefit he can to close the 1.5 second deficit that he has to the leading trio at the front. But Corentin Gunez is content to play bumper cars with Fabian Siegmann and just push him down this long Dottinger. It's not what Steffens will need to see, because you don't often see leaders working together.
Interesting. This is the sort of stuff that really happens at the DNLS. They've got to do that eventually, right? They've got to deal with it and get past, because this is not the stage to fight. And in the SP3Ts as well, they'll be doing exactly the same thing. The Hörsingbøl car might be leading, but they might have this unspoken pact of sorts of not fighting each other. And the one who does that, oh my word, they'll be looked down upon so much, because that'll essentially ruin everyone's race in one shot. Don't want to be fighting right now, do you?
I think we have another retirement to add to the list, by the way. So 5 will become 6 as G-Tech Competition and Florian Diescher in their number 11 will become the latest victim of the green hell. We do have cars in the SP3T class, by the way, down on towards the pit lane. So I do believe that maybe a bit earlier than we were expecting, Sommel, these cars are filing their way on in.
They are indeed, and that is intriguing, to say the least. I thought they'd go for a little bit longer, and now it's also just a matter of how long they stop for, what really happens. Normally you can't do much of variation, per se, in this little category, but let's see. We shall track it, and as soon as they're back out, maybe we can give more answers about what's changed and what's different here.
So Ross McFarlane in that Pure Sims esports car, by the way, will stop into the box, and I think we'll grab a potential driver change at this juncture. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, not exactly sure what we are expecting in terms of SP3 tire calls here today with the way that things are playing out. In an issue through the carousel, I can also tell you for the second AMG Team Urano car, that's the number 90 that has Luca Kita behind the wheel. He's running by himself, and so not major drama for the Urano Esports entry. But while the sister car runs up in 3rd position, Luca Kita, someone that we usually see partnered with Alexei Nesov, having a little bit more of a struggle here at the Green Hell.
Of course, it is a tricky circuit. Even though you've got years of experience in your bank, this can potentially catch you out. But yeah, this is going to be fun now to watch the Urano car. How can they sustain that constant pressure from Sundre Setsos back there in the Adrenaline Motorsport car? Well, if I'm not mistaken, Urano had a bit of a crazy one the last time, didn't they? I'll just maybe get back.
A lot of teams had crazy rounds last time, to be completely fair. The 91 finished in 5th. Definitely not as easy as that sounds. The 90 was in 9th position. And they were in a fun little fight with Valkyrie Experience, number 77, all the way to the very end. That was something that we were working our way through. Sindre Setsos just a quarter of a second off the back, but you can see it's 4 cars very much involved in this fight for 3rd. Elias Seppinen and the defending champions AMG Team HRT by UOL car running in the middle of that with Norby Kish at the very back. Sindre Setsos going to look for a move here as he playing the bumper cars game that we saw Corentin Gunez doing in the SP3T class. Now, I don't think bump drafting is something that anyone would recommend outside of a Daytona 500, but I guess in the sim world, if you can get away with it, go for it.
Yeah, sort of. I've still been very, very curious. Just how do they actually nail bump drafting in a GT3 car? I mean, I've never been good enough to maybe be a part of a race like this to actually figure that out, but it must be scary, right, if you're a car in the background, you're just bump drafting, and if the slightest thing goes wrong, maybe you get a bit too much of draft here and there, and then poof, that's the entire race gone. It's not like a TCR that is built like a tank, right? So you know for sure that the bump drafting can really happen over there, but you've got to do what you've got to do right now, right? Because this little pack is stuck in the middle of nowhere. They've got decent pace, but they're 10 seconds back from the Williams esports car up in P2, so they've got to be working together at this stage. And even then, even though they're bump drafting each other, they're consistently around a second off Alessandro Bico in second place for the Williams esports team. So whatever they're doing, they've got to do more of it just to make sure that it even works decently well for them.
It's not fuel in terms of the load of the car, because these two actually went slightly shorter in tank capacity, tank fill rather, than what we saw from the two Williams eSports cars. It's just been a very strong drive out of Vasilius Belitiotis in that Williams eSports Razor car after taking over from Will Tregurtha. Now, we've been talking about Pure Sims. I'm not sure what's happened to Ross McFarlane. What I can tell you is he's lost about 20 seconds on his outlap. I'm not sure if this was self-inflicted or caused by fighting with another machine, but it's just not been Pure Sims' day. You mentioned the penalty that they had for a qualifying infringement, but after that it's been blow after blow after blow. Pure Sims cannot buy any sort of luck right now.
This is just absurd. This is not what Pure Sims usually is like. I mean, whenever they're competing in the SP3T or the TCR category, you know for the fact that they're going to be up there, right? That's just the kind of feeling you get. But this one, well, stuff just happens, I suppose. But stuff's been constantly happening for them. I mean, even that last race wasn't quite perfect all the way through. They finished in P3, but they'll be saying, well, if only it could have been more. So it helps. It helps that it's a 5-race championship. It helps that they've got a little bit more time to catch this up. But then again, just when do you properly start your championship challenge? Round 3? Isn't that too far off?
Well, don't forget that you can drop some of your bad scores in the first 3 rounds. You can't do that in the final rounds of the championship. So
yep,
better to have the bad luck or the misfortune now than it would be at the very last round. Just remember how much drama we had for the championship at the end of our last season of this Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by our good friends at Goodyear. Looking rearwards from Fabian Siegmann and race lead Team Hoisingfeld, still running at the point in front of the Bumblebee of SimRC. Behind them, trying to hold on his impulse in the 422. Parallel Esports have well and truly dropped off courtesy of the traffic. It has not been their friend. Fabian Siegmann's teammate is Stefan Schleller, a German duo in defending champion number 401. For SimRC, Corentin Gunes has a familiar friend alongside in the form of Kieran Harrison. I keep saying this over and over, but I maintain that Corentin Gunes is likely one of the best, if not the second best, behind Kieran Harrison. But when you pair two drivers of that caliber together, Dongle, it's just unbelievable what success they managed to find here in 2022.
Indeed, SimRC, just one of the best in touring cars. And then, if either of these two drivers is not really doing very well, you can suddenly go in and draft someone like Jürgen Frank too. And that's quite a name to have in the backups as well for someone like SimRC. So, all things considered, this is a very, very, very well-balanced lineup. And even though there may be driver swaps, it doesn't really matter, right? When all of your drivers are so competitive, you really have got a superb chance to go out there and win a championship. And it shows because they won the last round big time. And sure, they got a bit tricky with the penalties involved and everything. And so SimRC were kind of not fully handed the win, but they were the only remaining challenger of that pace. But they earned that right. So I'm expecting more. And they've got their penalty also sorted out. So I think that's going to be fun to see how now they can focus on the entire race. Actually, they haven't, because they haven't boxed yet. So that 30-second penalty is going to come on their way too. So there's that.
Yeah. It's going to likely happen, I would think, this lap, based on the fact that the rest of their class has already pitted. Going to go advantage, of course, the way of Team Hoisingfeld in this race. But, of course, the championship is a very different picture. 992 battle, 205, second in round number 1, 20 seconds, therefore longer in the pit lane through the course of the first cycle of pit stops. Raphael Renhofer at one point fighting for the lead, now fighting for 5th position. Alexander Walton handed over his car to Christopher Koshenek. I do apologize if I butchered some of these names, by the way. We're trying our best in the commentary booth, but 205 car still looking strong, all things considered. The long way in this race still left to go. Those touring car machines are indeed heading down this time around, and so we will see Corentin Gunes give up a whole bunch of time. We'll see Team Hoisingfeld take advantage of this, along with Impulse potentially, who only have a 10-second success penalty to worry about. Side by side as they run up the way towards the Moot curver. And that, I'm pretty sure, was Fabio Basucci with one wheel off into the grass. Not sure how much braver you need to be than that, but he gets it done before they reach bravery.
That is more like it. That is more like it. And the mood curve, normally when people think about it, they're like, come on, this is too hard a place to pass. But in this season of the DNLS, we've already seen at least 6 or 7 overtakes made over here. And that's only on screen. There must have been so many off the screen that have happened as well. So this is amazing. All the drivers are full of confidence, and you can't believe that this is an overtake just for P10, right? The competition is so amazing. The drivers are willing to give it all for whatever place it is. So great move by Fabio Basucci. That is like a Valkyrie properly, that they are on the up here.
I do love a good asymmetric livery as well. Fabio Basucci now finding a home in that 77 car, getting in front of Tim Golden. Here we go, back to the battle for third. Alexei Nesov in front of Sindre Setsource. Elias Sepinen and Norby Kish still unable to really close the gap on down. These SB9 cars are about halfway through their fuel tank. See them down to the pit lane in about 25, maybe 30 minutes time, as we get set to get to the end of hour number 2. It was actually very close between SimRC and Impulse as they rolled off of pit lane. SimRC taking a much shorter stop to minimize the impact of that success penalty. And this is what those penalties do, Sommel. They change the game.
Indeed, and throughout the season, you just can't expect to be winning all the time, because if you win one round, you've got the penalty in the other one. So always got to deal with something like that.
It's been a fascinating 90 minutes to open up this second round, the 2022-2023 Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tire. All 4 of our classes are through the first cycle of pit stop. We're reaching the crucial 2-hour mark to go, where it's only going to get more exciting from here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the 3.5 hour NIMEX race.
Bist du auch bereit für Action?
Möchtest du mal in einem virtuellen Studio arbeiten?
Oder das Live-Programm in der Regie aktiv mitgestalten.
Oder mit der Kamera die schönsten Momente in der Boxengasse und an der Strecke aufnehmen.
Möchtest auch du Interviews bei der NLS mit den Fahrern führen?
Oder im Schnitt kreative Videos erstellen? Dann bewirb dich jetzt bei Nürburgring TV.
Und starte durch mit einer Ausbildung oder einer Festanstellung
Im Bereich Medienproduktion.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Two hours to go in round two of the 2022-2023 Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series powered by Goodyear tire. We're here for the 3.5-hour NIMEX race in what has been a barn burner so far, with only more drama still to talk about. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, alongside with Somal Aurora, as we wind our way into the frantic part of the race where strategy heats up and the drivers push harder than they have pushed so far. Some are starting to break, not here in this battle for third in the SP9 category, where the AMG Team Urano Esports car of Alexei Nesov rides in front of Sindre Setsos, but just up the road, 12 seconds up the road to be fair, Alessandro Bico and the Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports car had a slight moment about a minute ago. Sommel pushing a little bit too hard on the run down into Worsiphon, sliding wide and into the barrier. Bico was able to minimize the damage, but there's visible damage on his car.
That'll be tough to contend with, and that just does not get sorted out all the way through. If you want to sort out your damage, you've got to stop for a little bit extra, and when you're P2, you don't really want to do that at the end of the day. And sure, you can go for a fast repair, but that will come only if you agree to serve a drive-through penalty in the next lap. So Williams Esports, number 55, are in this little bit of a tricky time, and I just want to wait and see how it impacts their overall times all the way through, because if they are carrying damage, are they going to be that much slower that it forces them to make a stop and then go for changes like that? So far it doesn't quite seem like it, but let's wait and see. They are losing time to the Esports Racer team all the way through.
They've already lost about 1 second since they had the moment. We'll see if we can have a look at that damage at some point over the course of this. Third and fourth work past Peterson's each. Elias Seppinen and Norby Kish also behind them as well. We have gotten word there is potential for drama for Elias Seppinen in that Mercedes AMG Alps racing team powered by the Unicorns of Love #1 machine. He may or may not have had a bit of contact with one of SP3T car, Sommel.
Oh, if that's the case, well, it is going to be a little bit tricky for them to manage it out, because if it's their fault, there could be a penalty coming all the way through for the HRT #1 car. There's the replay right on cue. Oh, hello. That's a biggie.
Yeah, it is, and whoa, BMW get mixed up in that one as well, so that was a chain reaction that almost ended up a lot bigger, and well, race control will definitely be taking a look at that one, I would assume.
Do you know what? They actually have started to take a look at that, so things are going to be slightly tricky for them coming into this one. And already, right, they've been through a slightly tricky race. Sure, they had a great start. Sure, they were up to P3 for a little while. And after the little success penalty, they're still in P5, which is very, very good. But if another penalty gets slapped onto them, this could be tricky, because the next car behind them is BMW back, only 3 seconds behind. And then 10 seconds behind, there's the Walkenhorst car. Of course, they had a 20-second success penalty, so that's why they're so far back. But they've been showing incredible pace with Alexei Loma back in the car. So if HRT are getting a penalty, they're going down, and they're going down big time. Oh, hello, look at this. Bump drafting is scary.
There's the bump drafting. It's scary for us. It's normal, unfortunately, for these drivers. I say unfortunately, they've just gotten used to it. It's been about 12 months of this being the norm rather than the exception, and well, you're either used to it at this point or you're not. Sindre Setsos, I think, trying to ensure that if Seppinen doesn't get any sort of a penalty, well, he's not going to be close enough to be able to latch on draft, as you see them bounce through all the undulations, the ups and downs through Tiergarten, using the curbs to their advantage as well. Of course, Sommel, these are drivers that we would expect to come down to the pit lane in about, not any sort of short time. They've just had their pit stop cycles as well, so
yep.
a lot of these drivers have double-stinted tires. Johan Haas said that they basically set the car up to use the tires to the best of their ability. I'm curious how much they're going to be struggling when we get to the end of the stints.
The lap times already have, well, been pretty decent, right, so far. I mean, if a team's clocking in the best lap time at, say, 7 minute 48, they are somewhere around the 7:51s, 52s, 53s, there or thereabouts. So, yes, there is a time loss as we see Dirt Esports move past into P11. And Moritz Lohner continues his comeback after that little spin that he had early on. But nevertheless, I'm intrigued because after the new iRacing update and after the fact that the cars now have to ride at 70mm, which is of course enforced by the new update anyway, it was said that the cars will be harsher on their tires and they can't double stint really. So I'm actually curious, what are the drivers doing to make sure that the cars are lasting that much longer? And how wrecked will the tires be at the end of the stint? Because so far the timings are looking pretty decent, Arjuna.
The cooler track conditions that we have here today will definitely be helping the life of the tires. The drivers also have now had a week to figure out the various tricks they want to play to be able to get most out of those tires as well. They would have been doing the testing using that week 13 period as a crucial testing ground. And meanwhile, check back in with this 992 battle, which is now for the podium. It's René Osterkamp behind the wheel of the guest entry for Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, the 276. They got Peter Bonk Performance in front of them with Marcus Deck at the wheel of that entry, and as they walk toward the carousel, you can see there's no real damage on 276. Osterkamp's had a steady race so far. In comparison, Marcus a little bit more contact and drama at the front end of this car. We watch as the Door Esports car that leads in SP10 works with some SP3T traffic, but again, again, you never want to have a race where the commentators don't talk about you unless you're leading.
That's right. And then you can come on at the end, give an interview, thank all your sponsors in person, instead of just hoping that they potentially get shot on video. But that's amazing. So many racing drivers that I've spoken to, they're always like, yeah, we don't care if we're on the screen, so long as we're dominating. Only the few drivers who don't win often tend to say, oh yeah, I'd like to fight from the back and then do it. But if you're a racing driver worth your salt, you're most likely going to say, I would much rather dominate. Because at the end, you want to seal the win. You want to seal the title. And right now, at Dirt Esports, the junior team, mind you, in the SP10 class, very much getting the job done. And the gap that they've built up, Arjuna, is remarkable. They've got such a big gap all the way to the BCMC Motorsport car in P2. I can't say that name with a straight face because BCMC just is one of the most creative abusers you can use here in India. And so it's amazing. I love that name. I've got a personal connection, so I've got to support them all the way through. But they're fast too.
I'm just saying, there's this football game happening tomorrow. I don't care about it because England's not in it. But the thing that I always admired when it came to German footballers in particular, I know this is not the thing that you probably should admire as a youngster growing up in a sporting environment, but I always admired how the Germans were the ones that learnt how to swear in multiple different languages, so they'd never get in trouble with the referees until I think the story of Jürgen Klinsmann, who was in England during his spell there and tried swearing in one of the many languages, didn't realize that the referee knew what he was saying, and so there was a rather fun back and forth that they then had after that one. Yeah, we're just talking about various stories, and of course, it's been an interesting month for many different countries. Argentina and France will be very, very happy. A lot of other countries a little more sad about how their teams have done in that sports ball games that have been going on. Still 3 cars embroiled in this fight for third in SP9, and curiously, I mean, we're still waiting for race control to work through a potential penalty for the AMG team HRT by UOL. You talk about long team names, that's maybe the longest team name that you could really have. But despite the fact that he got involved in the drama, Elias Seppänen's not been dropped by these two in the same way that Norby Kish was. Yes, I recognize that Norby Kish had to took to the grass and lost a lot more time than that bright yellow Mercedes.
Yeah, that's true. But I love it. Elias Seppänen very much in the fight, even though you have an incident like that one. But Norbik, unfortunately, facing a little bit of a more tricky time in that BMW bank car. But it's good. It's good in a way because we get to see the HRT team in the fight. That's amazing, right? Whenever you think of a DNLS race or an NLS race for that matter, or even for that matter, the N24, you just want to see Team HRT up there because they've been the stalwarts at this for such a long time. And they're one of the few teams that have replicated this in the sim world as well, because there are so many teams, real world teams, that come up in the esports game and be like, yeah, sure, we are great at real world racing, so we probably might be good at this too. But I think HRT really have integrated and tied up with the right teams to get sure that they have a really good and well-balanced lineup, because even last year they were winners of this DNLS. This year they're very, very competitive. Now with the BOP swinging back in their favor, it looks like they can do a little bit more. So I love that they're one of the teams that have tackled the esports game very well. Might be a boring approach, but they're getting the results, and that's all that matters right now.
Elias Seppänen representing the Mercedes Formula One team with the shirt he was wearing there. Don't forget that if you enjoy bouncing, there is a Formula One car for you now on iRacing with the Mercedes AMG W13 now available. And I can confirm, if you play with the setup, yes, it will porpoise. Don't you worry. You can make it bounce anywhere you want around the world. Elias Seppänen still having a few of those internet drops here and there that have concerned us, but hasn't affected his confidence, at least behind the car, just yet. Through the mini carousel, like I mentioned, I think during qualifying, maybe the most frustrating corner on the entirety of the track, but it is also the one that you've got to get right, because at the very final stage of the lap, you mess up there, you either hit the wall, or you B, will compromise yourself all the way down through Augenkopf and this run up the hill through the Dottinger Hohe, because it inclined up and you reach terminal velocity a lot earlier down the straight than you'd think. Sindre Setsos yet again shoves the back of that Alexei Nessov Mercedes as they continue to just lock horns, but Elias Seppänen has closed and is now well and truly within that drafting range. As much as Setsos and Nessov were trying to work together, it just shows the power of the draft at this track, Sommel, because while we talk about 170 corners, the reality is as well, there are lots of long runs between the corners that break them up. Not just the Dottinger, and not just the run out of the Hudson, for example, as Seppänen's going to dive off pit lane. But you even think the run out of Berger all the way to the Mutkurve.
Yeah, and that's true. Wait, I'll get to that in a second, but I'm curious why Seppänen's dive down so early, because he's only 6 laps into the stint. Normally you can do 7 or 8, and ideally by that logic, the Mahler Racing team, who are currently, almost dead last, they should be the ones coming in, but are they trying something different? What's going on over here?
What's happened to Sam Koitert in the Urano Esports Data Group 992? Sorry, Sommel, but a car that was on pole position and then running but the front. Not sure exactly what's happened. All I know is they are in pit lane after taking a tow around from Adnar Forest. Big drama for one Urano Esports car as the other tries to hold on. I think what we're seeing from Elias Seppänen and the AMG HRT by UOL team, though, is just a recognition that this is an awkward race length. Elias Seppänen has done basically half the race distance, and now Johan Harth is going to do the rest of the race distance. Curiously, though, no tires taken for Johan Harth as he rolls back onto track.
Okay, that's going to be a challenging first stint, to say the least. I think they did have a full service in the first time, right? So this is going to be a tougher one to manage out. But luckily, the track conditions are still pretty cool. 30.6 degrees on the track, 18 degrees in the air, manageable of sorts. I think Johan is going to have a bit of a challenge by the very end, but then the fact that he gets fresher tires in the middle of his driving stint will make it pretty interesting. But I'm wondering, right? So after this, they'll have to come up and do another splash and dash per se after another full service. So it's a really awkward lens, yeah?
No. They'll have one more full service stop to make.
One full service, yeah.
With about 50 minutes to go, and that'll be it. That'll be them good to the end of the race.
You're right. Yeah. And for the others, it'll be 40 minutes till the end, because then they'll have a full service after that, right? Because I suspect most people will be coming in the end of this lap. So this.
Well, you say this lap, I think we may see a lap or two more if they want to try and extend it just that little bit more. Now, car number 1, drive-through penalty. We did expect this to come down after Elias Sepinen bulldozed his way past the SP3T car, but it's going to now peg back the AMG team HRT by UOL number 1 machine just that little bit more. Johan Harthwell, he'll do an outlap and immediately dive back down to pit lane to trundle down and serve that drive-through penalty. We ride on board with Belitiotis and signed up with BS Competition about this time last year, but a couple of months ago left the Zebras and now represents this famous name in Williams Esports. And of course that Williams Esports team well and truly folded under the umbrella of Williams Racing right now. If you are in the area around the factory, you can go ahead and book some sim racing fun at the Williams Esports Center within the Williams factory, which I think is a really cool way to go and celebrate a Formula One race weekend, potentially, Samuel.
Indeed. I would love to do that. Go to the new Williams factory, go out there, maybe get a factory tour as well if they do offer something like that. But on a broader scale, I love how Williams have always been advanced in everything outside the track. They were the first ones to come up with, say, something like Williams Advanced Technologies, and then they are developing stuff outside of Formula One, new technologies, serving things like batteries here and there and everything. So I love how they're advanced in everything outside Formula One. When it comes to that, though, things just sort of go haywire. But let's not go down there, shall we? In the world of sim racing, at least, they are pretty up there.
Cup class update, by the way, because with Sam Coitert's issue, whatever it was, and with the success penalties mixing things up as well, we have a new leader in class. It's the IES Sim Racing Schweitzer 269. I think it's about 14 seconds from Peter Bonk Performance, which still has Marcus Deck, the driver that's been in that car since the start. He's being hunted down by René Osterkamp in the guest entry. 276 Team 7 Bernard by SimRC. Camp's going to pull out of the draft and use the overspeed that he's got as they climb towards the Bilstein Bridge. And Marcus Deck doesn't fight that one too hard, tucks back into line and knows that the fight will come later potentially. Maybe even an opportunity into Tiergaard. He squeezes Osterkamp, who releases the throttle and allows Peter Bonk Performance to hold on to the position for the time being. All they really did, though, was cost each other about a second of time there.
Precisely. And if you're the IES Sim Racing Schweitzer car, good for you at the end of the day. You get a slightly bigger gap to play with, and that's exactly what they needed. But at the same time, they didn't really have the best of laps, so it's sort of nullified eventually. But they should have been gaining. Peter Bonk Performance and Team 75 should have been slightly further up. But I'm intrigued. Team 75, guest team, they're still doing so well. I mean, it might be such an odd thing for all the permanent teams, right? That a guest team is coming up there and doing such a good job. Makes you wonder, well, what have we got to do to beat them? And they really have to introspect because their performance so far has been great for a guest team.
And let's not forget that they are representing Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. It would be a disservice if they were not quick in any sort of a Porsche, of course. Osterkamp sharing that car with Stefan Hermann, so do expect plenty of pace once we see the driver swap happen as well. Here's Simsa Esports in their 992 Cup car in front of the other Team 75 entry. Marvin Strell still behind the wheel of the 275 as they work their way through the shortcut, working towards the final sector of the GP section of the track. And do, of course, remember this 275 is the one that had the 30-second success penalty handed down to it after its victory in round number 1. And what a turnaround it's facing. Fighting for the victory in round number 1, now trying to hold on to a spot inside of the top 5. Don't really want to be to the outside of that fast sweeping chicane, and, well, as expected, Strell has to back out of it.
Smart racing all the way through, and Marvin Strell will now just have to settle in and enjoy the journey at the Nordschleife. At some point, it's going to be very, very hard for them to pass the Simsa car, but in this Cup 2 machine, you don't really want to take the chances in these tricky corner sections, right? Because sure, you've got the downforce, but the car can snap at you at any time if you maybe get a bit too much of the curbs here and there. So he's got to wait. He's got to wait until the Dottinger Her, or if he's bold enough, The moot curve, brave enough. I think that's the word I should have been using. We have seen a couple of cars try, but I don't think we've seen any Cup 2 car make a move over there, have we, Arjuna, so far? In what is it? Yeah, the last couple of rounds, no.
No, and there's a very good reason for that. It wouldn't be bravery to get a move done through there in a 992 generation Cup car. There are a lot other words that would describe those sort of moves better. It just doesn't have enough downforce. Yes, it's a fast corner, but even in a GT3 car, you're down, you dab the brake, you go down a gear, and you power onto the throttle to work your way through the corner, strip off some downforce, and it's a much more terrifying and treacherous of a proposition, and so you don't tend to really see that as too much of a concern. We will have to, of course, wait and see what it does in terms of strategy for these 992 Cup cars, especially when the likes of Strel will be able to leave a lot of fuel running behind. The Simsa Esports 260 has a great view from up above as they work through Ardnar Forest, cambered in through the first part of it, and then ramp out of the second part of it. SB9 pit stops underway now this lap around, by the way, for the Williams Esports duo. Vasilius Bellatiotis again drops without having taken tires over the course of this race. His teammate Alessandro Pico does not take any damage repair, Sommel. I did mention, of course, the brush against the wall that the number 55 car had just about 20 odd minutes ago, but it's not holding Pico back. The gap for the lead down to 2.5 seconds.
Indeed it is, and for Biko so far, I've been tracking his pace. It's been all right, actually. I thought after an accident like that one, car would have been too damaged to, let's say, keep on doing consistently decent lap times, but they have done that for the Williams racing team, so nothing major to worry about. Surely it's going to impact their ability to go out there for the win, but for Williams Racing Esports right now, if they've got a racer car in the, just in front of them as well, I think they're going to prioritize that one all the way through. So let's wait and see, but the pace has been pretty decent. They have cycled out second, but I suppose there are other pit stops to come as well. So we can't give a short update of what's happening, but I think in 20-30 odd seconds we should have a better idea.
SB10 has a battle for third. BS competition on the back of the guest entry, BCMC Motorsports. It's Maximilian Kugler up against Joshua Anderson. I'll make sure you don't have to say that team name, Sommel, so I could be the one that has to bite the bullet for you. Josh Anderson, again, another one of those cars with that 30-second penalty that he had by virtue of the victory in round number 1. But he's not the story that I think I'm most intrigued by. Neither is the story of Door Esports out front, if I'm being honest, even though Ben Kitts and Nicholas Nolde have been doing a spectacular job. I want to give a bit of a call out to the recovery that we are seeing out of Urano Esports in the 390. Konstantin Scharf, of course, was the one that starts that car off, but it didn't start off well. Lap number 1, they were immediately on pit lane. Scharf and Dylan Shrivens have worked together well to only be 6 seconds off the back of the BS competition entry.
Spirit of endurance racing, that's exactly what it is. They kind of recognize that it's a 3.5-hour race.
There we go.
Whoa.
Ricardo Edelman is listening to us. Slow motion up through Flugplatz. Such a treacherous place in those 992 cars where it's going to try and step away from you. Fantastic slow-mo shots as the front ends of those cars gets a bit of airtime. I told you those shots were spectacular, didn't I, Sommel?
You did. I missed them in the first round, but when watching it back, I was like, wow, we need to see them in the race. And I love that the Porsches are able to do that. And hopefully we can get more for the SP3Ts as well, because it doesn't seem like they'd fly as much, but in the last round they were flying, and that was fun to see. But on the point that we were discussing, what were we discussing? I've forgotten about it, actually.
That's what happens in races like this sometimes, if we're being totally honest. I'll ask you what your thoughts on this. Lewis and myself had a bit of an argument in round number 1. How long does a race have to be an endurance race?
You know what? I prepared for this one. 4 rounds, at least. This is... I mean, actually, it also depends on what you are like as a driver, because if someone like me, or maybe for that matter even Lewis, goes out there to drive, it may not seem like a sprint race at all, because we're only used to doing, say, 30-40 minute sprint stints here and there. So anything above that feels like a lot. But say for the more experienced drivers, say for someone like you, Arjun, I suppose we can classify this as an endurance one. But I know exactly how to pit this one in. This 3.5 hour race, as we see the Team 75 car get a little bit closer on that move for P2, we can describe this as an 800 meter race. It's long enough to be more than a sprint, but it's short enough not to be an endurance. Can you put that right? Is it?
I get what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I still think 3 hours is a sprint race, in my opinion. Even 4 hours is short enough where you're just pushing the entire time. Even at a track like the Nordschleife, it is pretty crazy to think about that. Even though the Team 75 entry had a look, it wasn't enough to work his way on through. And meanwhile, SP10 pit stops, the penultimate round of pit stops as well, are underway as BS competition is in. Urano Esports is in as well, and I do think we are going to see in that BS competition car, Josh Anderson out, Phil Denez into the car for the first time today. Up and under attempted here potentially as they work out of turn number 1. Will he try the cutback as he switches through turn 2? Osterkamp looking everywhere for a door, but Marcus Deck is being uber defensive right now, and it's great to watch. The question will be, how much time are they potentially costing each other? Because the Phoenix Racing Esports 205, last lap alone, Sommel, gained 2 full seconds.
Very good, and that is exactly what they need to do. Important part is that the Phoenix Racing Cup car has clean air, and right now these two just don't. I mean, they're just squabbling along with each other, and that just tends to happen. For the Team 75 Sim-RC car, for any Osterkamp, yeah, not much to lose, right? Because they're not going to be in the series for the long run. They're just here for this one. But for someone like Peter Bone Performance, they've got to consider the bigger picture. And what can they do about it? They're just being frustrated. If anything, maybe just let René Osterkamp go. If he's being that much of a nuisance, let him go past and then you trail. And maybe try and gain time here and there to potentially challenge the IS Schweiss Sim Racing car. But again, easier said than done. Still a lot of time left to go. And eventually, the bigger picture is that they are gaining up to the IES car because they, Arjuna, are consistently dropping a second a lap. Something's really not working for them.
I wonder if this is about tires potentially as well at this point, how much they're using them. On board with Bruno Spengler has taken over from Norby Kish at the wheel of the Team BMW Bank car, and well, Bruno Spengler is very much a hybrid racer. Someone we saw racing and competing in the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship earlier this year as well. He was paired with Ryan Barneveld in this BS competition entry, and the one thing that every time you see Bruno now in 2022, you have to remember is you're not allowed to give Bruno Spengler any trophies anymore, Sommel.
Wait, why's that?
Oh, have you not seen the skiff?
No, wait,
oh, you are missing out as Bruno Spengler closes on Sebastian Schmalenbach in the 91, who's taken over from Alexei Nesov.
Okay. I remember.
Do you remember now? Yes, Bruno Spengler was off to present the second place trophy in one of the DTM races, and well, suddenly there was no trophy to present anymore.
I really forgot for a second that was Bruno Spengler because I was so involved in the whole trophy dropping aspect of it that I forgot who it was. But yeah, good that it's virtual. You can't...
Yes.
Wait.
Good that the trophies are virtual here in this competition. I do agree. To be fair, I think Bruno has embraced it. His Team BS competition embraced it as well. And he's going to blast past the Urano team manager as Sebastian Schmalenbach does not put up too much of a fight. And this is something that I really enjoy about this DNLS Sommel, is the fact that Sebastian Schmalenbach is usually someone that we see behind the scenes working with the rest of the Urano team to deliver the great results that we've seen from them. But he's someone that we've seen compete at the top levels as recently as 2021, if I remember correctly. It's good to see him racing once again in a series as serious and as competitive as this.
It is true, and Sebastian has been decent actually. I mean, the last race that we had over here, the last round, his stint timings were not too bad actually when you consider that his last competitive race was that far off. So I've been very, very impressed by it. And sure, what Urano tried was to try and, of course, give their normal just a normal real driver more time, and that's okay, totally understandable. But when you're called upon and you're still able to deliver something like that, it's not bad actually. He's doing a great job considering the circumstances.
And I think this is the type of track as well, a series as well, where you don't have to learn different tracks, so it does help as well. I'm pretty sure Seb is someone that I've seen compete in the Nürburgring Endurance Series that's available on iRacing over the years as well, so I'm probably a track that he knows somewhat well as well. Less than 90 minutes to go though in this one. We are inching closer and closer to the final cycle of pit stops for all of our classes. It will be SP3T that we'll see in probably the first for the final time here today. And to update you on that SP3T, because we haven't really talked about them after they last dived down onto pit lane, Sommel, it's because Team Wissingveld and Fabian Siegmann have taken full advantage of SimRC and Impulse Racing needing to serve success penalties that they have run away to a 25-second lead.
That is exactly what you need to do. Keep on doing the boring stuff. Keep on putting in consistent lap times. And the race will eventually come to you all the way through. And the interesting part for me personally is that Wissingveld are clocking in great lap times. Sure, they've got clean air for them. They've got absolutely no one to draft off. But even then, they are the fastest team in their entire category. And after the success penalties, normally you probably go like, hey, okay, the team that's got the success penalty, they got it for a reason because they are good. They may be faster than the team that haven't really got it. But at this moment in time, they are not actually. They are losing a second and a half to Team Wissingveld. So if anything, this could be that stint that completely hands the race into Wissingveld's hand. Boring, yes, but again, works. It works very well.
Well, don't forget that it's not like we saw a great deal of luck go the way of Team Wissingveld in that previous round. Yes, they were able to finish in fourth, but it was very much a race of attrition rather than the race that they would have wanted to enjoy. This is very much a return to form, if we're being honest, when it comes to the camp of Team Wissingveld. Quick, no matter what car they compete in. We've seen the likes of Jan Sentikowski be very, very quick in a Corvette GTE machine in the past. One of the few drivers that has enjoyed running in the Corvette GTE machine. Seems to have found something interesting about it. SP10 update as well, by the way. BS Competition and Urano Esports have made their pit stops. Vildenez did take over from Josh Anderson. Konstantin Schaaf takes back over from Dylan Shrivens. Those two cars separated by 0.6 of a second as they now start to battle for 7th and 8th positions in class. Who would have thought those two teams would be down the field at this point in the race?
Certainly not me. But that's what happens. Lap 1 chaos, you get stuck up in the melee and suddenly you've got to fight your way back. But they've done a very respectable job at that. I thought they'd be further off. Circumstances have surely played in their way, and it's good for them at least that the likes of Corsim Racing, well, one, have had a tricky race, and also that Simza have had it a little bit tricky. But again, you've got to make it work for you, right? And they have done a pretty decent job of that.
Have a quick chat with someone who was flying in the opening stages of the race. Will Tregurtha qualified the Williams Esports Razor car, started the Williams Esports Razor car, and then took it to the lead of the race. Will, how was that first stint from your perspective?
Really, really fun. I really enjoyed it. It's you know what? I've not been right at the sharp end of a race. I've not practiced properly for a really long time, so it's really nice to be back and fast, having fun. It's just really good. I'm loving it.
It must be quite a unique experience for you here at the Green Hell. I do have to ask, have you ever had the privilege of racing here in the real world?
A lot, yeah. I've done a lot of laps. I've probably done maybe 500 race laps around here in real life now. So last race I did was, I think, the big 12-hour at the end of last year. I did that in a Ferrari GT3. So I know it well. I could know it better, but I know it well. I love it. It's just good fun.
The thing I always ask a real-world driver between the real and the virtual world is that sense of danger and trepidation. Because this is one of those tracks where in the sim you can build a level of comfortability by doing enough laps so you get the sense of what the corners are. How does that compare in the real world when you've got so many more cars around you with traffic?
Yeah, the real world we got a lot of cars. But what I'd probably say is I do reach the same comfort level in the real car. It's just you've got to be you can't be complacent. So I get to the same comfort level, but you still have to be alert and know what you're doing. Because I was just saying on another broadcast that if somebody in front of you chucks up a bit of dirt on, to be honest, any of these corners around here, and you're in a GT3, you're off and you're in the wall. So it's quite nice not to have that on iRacing just yet, but it's still tough. It's still really tough, and the fact that we are going flat out, and the fact that we're not having to save any fuel because of the race length is tough. It's really tough. And the new update's brilliant because the tyres are a lot more realistic. There's a bit of aero push. The draft is more realistic, so it feels a lot more natural to me. And I'm loving it. It's just brilliant.
That's great to hear. I think this GT3 update was something a lot of drivers were hoping for. It's great to hear from the real-world perspective that you're enjoying how it feels on track. Let's talk about the race a little bit as well. You had a flying first stint. Your teammate has been flying after that as well. What do you do when you sit in the sim and you watch your teammates drive for a couple of hours on end?
Fingers crossed, arms crossed, legs crossed, praying, watching him going round. He's so fast. He's really, really fast. He's I think we might have the fastest lap. I don't know, but it looks like we're sort of. It looks like our teammate actually had a bit of trouble this lap, so we're in the lead by 15 seconds-ish. So my job right now is just make sure our strategy's on point. Get ready for the final stint, to be honest. Get ready,
You're going to jump back into the car to close the race out?
Yes, yeah. I've still got one lap on my minimum drive time to do, so Silios is finishing off sort of this double in the middle of the race, and then I'll finish off the actual race. I think he'll be 6, maybe 7 laps, depending on how quick we go. It's actually quite a nice position that we're first on track. It makes all the strategy a bit easier.
You're actually in control of how long this race might end up going.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about 2023, because your plans have just been announced. You're returning to the British GT and you're heading there in a brand new Lamborghini Huracan Evo for 2023.
Yeah, lovely Lambo. So back in British GT with one of, if not the best team, Barwell. The maddest stat about them is that they've come first or second in British GT every year since 2014. So fingers crossed that we're going to carry on that tradition. Don't know so much about European racing yet, just trying to finalise that up, but looks exciting. And whatever happens, we're going to have a super cool British GT programme to go play in.
And maybe a little bit more esports as well next year, because of course this collaboration with Williams is something that's seeing a lot of the real world drivers get benefits in the virtual world.
Yeah, it's great. So I joined Williams at the end of last year as a driver performance coach. So instead of the traditional hop in as a real driver and just do a bit of driving, we've sort of built up the team. We've got a really good structure now. Team is brilliant, and yeah, part of my role at that is driver performance coach. So looking after the performance data, etc., of the drivers. Which is going well, working well. I really enjoy that, and it means that I can still stay sort of attached to sim racing and the performance side of it whilst racing myself, so I don't necessarily have to... Oh, that is a very strange lap car that we've just gone past. That was very close. But sorry, I got a bit distracted there, but it just means that I can still stay attached and close to sim racing, so when I do get opportunities to do DNLS and anything else that comes around, I'm still fast and come and have a play. Things like VCO Infinity and this are sort of my specialties at the minute.
Well, we'll let you go off and get set to drive and to hopefully calm your nerves a little bit more, because I think traffic is going to be the most of your concerns for the next hour and 20 odd minutes. Thanks for the chat, Will, and best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Really appreciate the insight from another driver. We had Johan Hart earlier, and now we get the word from Will Tregerther Sommel that these new GT3 tires are fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, in the long run, I expect people to love them a lot, because that's the whole point of sim racing, right? You try to simulate the world of motorsport as deeply as you can. And iRacing, from most people I've spoken to, they said that they've done a very, very good job at that. But the only reason of frustration is the fact that it's impacted their preparations. But at this stage, when you've got so many laps in, I think it really starts to settle in. And now that it's settling in, people are loving it even more. But it's not settling in for Williams Esports, the number 55 though, because they just lost more time and had a terrible, terrible lap. So it's catching up with them. All that damage is catching up to them, it seems.
Here's a look at your SB10 standings, by the way, and your race leaders, Door Esports Junior, are dominating right now. 40 seconds clear of the guest entries. BCMC Motorsports, Deutsche Payment Dolphin round out the podium spot, with TR Motorsport in 4th, Core Sim Racing's 350 in 5th, the Nürburgring Esports team in 6th, and then Urano Esports and BS Competition, a fight that we are now tracking, fighting for 7th and 8th positions. Two of the finest drivers in this field, if we're being honest, in the form of Konstantin Scharf and Bildenez in that 389 for BS Competition. We'll see where they cycle out once we get a couple more pit stops under our belts as well. We did note it. Will Tregurtha did mention it as well, but the second Williams Esports car, the one that's running second on track, the 55, has had another moment, Sommel. This time it was coming out of Galgenkopf as Alessandro Bico just pushed the car a little bit too much. This time there was a little bit more damage that was incurred, and I would be a little bit more worried about the gaggle closing from behind.
Yep, exactly. And the losing time, the pace, well, it's not really been great all the way through. The gap is also getting closer with Adrenaline Motorsport round about 9 seconds behind them right now. And so I'm worried. I'm worried to see how things are going to go out for them. Because if they don't kind of settle down and maybe get some good laps in, that podium for them could be gone. And for the team, for sure, it still helps to have one Williams car up there. But it's just always better to have two, right? And this is not ideal. But again, there's still a while left to go. Hopefully the damage is not too bad. But yeah, I think that second one really seals the deal for them.
992 class leader is now the 276, although they immediately now come down on pit lane, followed in by Peter Bonk Performance. Expect these 992 cars, of course, to require a splash and dash as a result. Once we get to the final moments of the race, Osterkamp hits his mark, so does Deck. Raphael Renhofer in the Phoenix Racing Esports 205, able to extend the stint one lap longer, exactly what he would have wanted to see. Urano and BS Competition have closed on the back of the Nürburgring Esports team, and they've got some traffic in the form of the Life Esports 992 Cup car trying to work its way on through. It's only two different classes intermingled here together, Sommel. The beauty of this race, though, of course, is there's going to be those times when you get all four classes at the same point on track, and you get to see just how different they truly are.
And I love them for exactly that. What would endurance racing be if it weren't for multi-class racing? I think that's the most beautiful part about it. That apart from just running in your own race, there's a world around it. It's kind of symbolic, right? That's what life essentially is. You're all in your own little bubble, but then there's other people in your own little bubbles, and then you come together for a short period of time, and you just got to make sure that you let them go past and don't really collide with them, because if you do, it's bad for you, bad for them. Have I just made it too philosophical? But the point is, the point is you have to keep on doing your own stuff, and that sometimes gets so hard, especially at this part of the circuit, right? If you encounter traffic over here, just bail, do something, whatever, brake hard, and even if it means perhaps losing 2 seconds of time, that's certainly better than just having a crash and losing 20 or 30 seconds and maybe even getting a penalty, right?
Speaking of penalties, we haven't really talked too much about them recently. It's quietened down relatively since we had the penalty come down to Elias Sepinen for his part in spinning out the Alemannia Aachen Esports 488 car. Another drive-through penalty did come down to the Core Sim Racing 340, but since then, not been much for them to work their way through, and I think quite fortunately as well, the team behind the scenes have been extremely busy over the last handful of months, and well, hopefully after this weekend they can grab a couple of weeks off and recharge the batteries before we go again at the start of January for round 3 of the championship. Now under 75 minutes to go, by the way. Still waiting for the SP3T car, Sommel, to come in for the second time today.
They're just tanks. Tanks or turtles, actually, because I mean, it's like that turtle and rabbit hare thing, right? Where they just keep on walking, and they are fast cars, but when you compare them with the SP9s, The SP9s will just dash it on, go for so many pit stops, and the SP380s slowly chugging along with their longer stints. But that's the beautiful part. And the fact that we just have one more stop left for them means that by the end, we're getting closer to the time where they go wild. And that's when the SP10s become, sorry, the SP3Ts become the totally chaotic racing cars. The only catch for that is that the gaps have unfortunately opened up, and it'll be tricky to find racing like that. But hey, I'm just hopeful. I'm just hoping we get some chaos, because this last stint has been all about building a race. Now, what about the end? I really want to see something happen over here.
Sebastian Schmalenbach doing a great job in terms of fuel saving behind Bruno Spengler in the BMW Bank machine as they work to win towards turn number 1. Two drivers in the 753s. About the same time as Fabian Hari in the Adrenaline Motorsports number 19. They are starting potentially to close on Alessandro Bico, although the damage that we thought Bico may have is not slowing him down. It's the second time that he's had some sort of a brush with the wall, this time a little bit more forceful and impactful. However, Alessandro Bico very much putting fire on display here today, and I think much in the same way that we expect Will Tregurtha to take back over from Vasilios Veletiotis once we get into the final cycle of pit stops. I think we should assume that Alessandro Bico is also likely to get out of that car, and we'll see Marcin Lachovic jump back in to bring it to the end of the race. Close between 4th and 5th still as they work back onto the Nordschleife. And all this fuel saving that Schmalenbach is doing, Rommel, is going to come in crucial as we work only 12 minutes away from the opening of the pit stop window for the final time today.
That's right, it just keeps on counting in. So naturally, right, the more fuel you save right now, the shorter stop you need, and eventually you gain more time because you've got to put less fuel back in your car. But I get a feeling that most people will be doing the same thing right now. So where do you stand out? How desperately do you fuel save to gain that little advantage? And it's always that fine balance, because we can come out here and say, oh hey, fuel saving's the way to go. And sure, it might be, but if you fuel save too desperately, you end up losing so much of time when you're on the track as well. And do you sort of compensate that up in a small pit lane like the Nürburgring? Because it really isn't a really big one, right? So it's that fine tightrope that you've always got to walk, that too much can potentially happen with anything over here. And that's the part I love the most about endurance racing. You can't just blindly sit down and do one thing, whether that is push extremely hard or fuel save extremely much. It's so much a mental game, more than just a game of your skills and abilities, and a game of planning. And especially with the new update coming in only a week ago, I wonder how deeply they must have planned in just this 1 week, with so many other drivers, by the way, having real-world commitments, or for that matter, even other esports races coming along. So their dedication towards this is just immense.
It's coming to the point of the year, though, where drivers can finally wrap things up and take a bit of a break to recharge. We have, I know for a handful of the drivers, this is definitely their last competitive race. The question will, of course, be they do elect to do any fun races over the course of the rest of the year. Someone like Johan Arth, maybe you'll see him on Twitch grinding some iRating, for example, over the next couple of weeks. Don't forget, it's, like I said, a short turnaround before we go again, Sommel. We're racing for another 3 hours on the 7th of January.
And that's not too far off if you come to think about it. That's going to be fun. And straight off the week after New Year's, lots of drivers will be, not fully hungover, but I don't know if they'll have a lot of time to prepare, because it always tends to go in a bit of a light way, and then after that, you've just got to get things going. But in the meantime, the drivers will also be preparing for Daytona as well. So those sort of preparations might end up clashing too. So I wonder how ready everyone is going to be when we come back on the 7th. But again, same thing. Shorter race this time. We're going to have 3 hours, and that will revert people back onto the old strategy, and that might benefit some cars and might not benefit the others. So I love this. The DNLS always changing things up, and I think we missed that element last year when we had similar race times all the way through.
It's 3.5 hours then for the 4th round of the championship. That's on the 11th of February, and then exactly a month later, 11th of March, the season comes to a close with a 4-hour race. Ended out a little bit longer. Well, attrition play its part a little bit as well. We did mention, the spin that we had, number 55, AMG Williams Esports car, Alessandro Bico knocking left side of the car into the wall. We'll get a good look at it on our Goodyear replay in a couple of moments' time. We'll get an indication of just how significant the contact was as well, because quite curiously, the lap times have not really dropped off from Alessandro Bico. Has been maintaining 7:51s, and as we grab a look here, you can see he was committed diving past Simsa, but in committing was on the grass, and from there was never going to recover it. Backs the car into the other side of the wall as well, and by some miracle has not lost the rear wing of his car.
Are you sure he's driving an SP9 car and not an SP3T? Because only an SP3T could survive after an impact like that and continue to boast lap times that are that good. I wonder, what's it? Is it some sort of damage protecting potion that he's filled his car up with or something like that? Because the impact on the rear, sure, it wasn't the fastest in the world, but it was still quite a decent one. But nevertheless, space for the Williams Esports car is not a problem. They, in fact, were faster than the leading Williams Esports racer car by a second. Huh.
Side by side. Now, is this finally the opportunity for Team 75 Bernard by Simarti to get past the Peter Bong performance car? Marcus Deck yet again will slam the door shut. And a reminder as well that even though we're still waiting for the final cycle of pit stops to get underway, with a 14-second advantage right now, it's Phoenix Racing Esport that lead in this class. Seth Herman has taken over in the 276. It's still Marcus Deck behind the wheel of the 266, and Deck is not going to give this position up without a fight.
There we are. That's exactly what we want to see. That kind of racing at the DNLS. They've got their own races to contend with. They've got to fight for the bigger picture. But right now, they are just going hard at it for P4. And this is the amazing part, right? Sure, Peter Bong Performance, they are a while back to the ISM Racing Schweizer car, but they don't care at this stage. They really need to work hard and maybe not get involved with that burnout car again in the background. But that's the annoying part. The guest driver car is just nagging them consistently, forcing them, asking them questions, forcing them to defend, and they're losing time eventually. But for us, it's better. We get to see some racing action all the way through.
It's the thing about the Green Hell. It's the thing about iRacing as well. You'll get fighting up and down through the field. Number 340 is now going to get a drive through the penalty. It's not been the easiest of days for Core Sim Racing or Ronald Grossman. Another trip required to the safety of pit lane. Still Sebastian Schmalenbach not forcing the issue with Bruno Spengler as they fight for the 4th position in SP9. Not really catching Fabian Hari in front of them, which I think is going to be the crucial thing that they'll be looking at. It's about 3.7 seconds as they build out of Tiergarten coming to the line. Fabian Hari did a 7:51.7 last time around. Bruno Spengler with a 7:52.0. About 2.5 odd tenths the difference between them. 3.5 seconds, the gap at the line, Sommel. I don't think these drivers are really looking forward to Alessandro Bico anymore. He did a 7:50 last time around. He is flying. The question is, who stands on the final step of the podium alongside Williams Esports?
Well, interesting. Well, things could really change though, remember. We had the dramatic end to the last round, Volcano spinning out. I'm not hoping that something like that happens to both the Williams cars, but it is not a certainty yet. They've got another stop to make. They've got an hour of racing yet to happen. So could be interesting to see who ends up getting that slot, but still pretty comfortable for them. I'm intrigued because Adrenaline Motorsport are only 4 seconds up ahead of BMW Bank, and then the Urano team also look pretty strong with Schmalenbach right now, and I suppose they're also going to get a driver swap at the end. So this little pack, this little battle that we're going to get to see, that is going to be the one that defines the final hour of this race. And what happens over there defines whether this race is going to be super entertaining or not, because essentially it's the biggest position that we've got fighting for all the way through, and that I can't wait to see.
Sam Koiter gets in front of the WNSE Motorsports 223 as he tries to recover from his issue that he had earlier on in the day. I did get word it was not a self-inflicted mistake. Sam Koiter had a bit of drama with some traffic coming through Unnau Forest. Didn't get the full story there, but a car that was up at the front of the field has been able to do what it has been able to, but one lap down, 10th position, likely the best that Urano Esports in the 992 class and that Cup 2 class can really be looking for. They'll be thinking that hopefully Konstantin Scharf can recover the struggles in the SP10 category for the Urano Esports team. Remember, pole position for this car, lap 1, straight down to pit lane after a bit of drama on track. They fight for 6 with Phil Dinez, the Monterey, California native, right on the back.
Who would have thought you'd get to see these two drivers fight for a position like P6 in the SP10 category? I really was hoping that they'd be able to get something better in. And for all we know, they might still do that because they've got some time up ahead. The Cosm Racing 2 car, unfortunately, has not really been looking like the best. So maybe they could find their way up in the top 5 as things go on. But fighting against each other is really not going to help out. What I'm actually curious to talk about, Arjuna, is the FIA Motorsport Games, because Konstantin Scharf was actually taking part in that earlier last year. And it was a weird little competition, right? It's not like the peak of sim racing, but Scharf was still pretty competitive up there. We had some pretty good names like Tommy Erskar Racing, and Scharf was 11th in the world, so not bad.
Yeah, it was an interesting event as well, that's for sure. An interesting celebration of motorsports in so many ways. We're coming towards, though, that final hour. The pit stop window is about to open, and we did talk with Will Tregurtha. When it comes to planning out the strategy here at the end, one thing that's good to do is be at the front, be in control of your destiny, and be able to decide and figure out if you're going to do an extra lap or not, given how long the lap is around here. In a SP9 car, you're looking at upwards of 15 liters of fuel required to make it to the end of a full lap, and so very much that will stand at the front of drivers' minds. Don't go anywhere, though. We're going to step aside for a few moments. We'll be right back with coverage of round 2, the NIMEX 3.5 hours race, the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, presented by Goodyear.
Bist du auch bereit für Action?
Möchtest du mal in einem virtuellen Studio arbeiten?
Oder das Live-Programm in der Regie aktiv mitgestalten.
Oder mit der Kamera die schönsten Momente in der Boxengasse und an der Strecke aufnehmen.
Möchtest auch du Interviews bei der NLS mit den Fahrern führen?
Oder im Schnitt kreative Videos erstellen? Dann bewirb dich jetzt bei Nürburgring TV.
Und starte durch mit einer Ausbildung oder einer Festanstellung
Im Bereich Medienproduktion.
Fans.
Besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
.59 of chaos left here for the NIMEX 3.5-hour race. Round 2 of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series Digital, presented by Goodyear. There's been more chaos in the last handful of minutes, as now a change on the podium for SP9. Adrenaline Motorsport and Fabian Hari looks locked in for the final step on the podium for a brief moment, until a small mistake at the very top of the Nordschleife, at the highest point of the track, has seen them drop 7 seconds back from Bruno Spengler, who has picked up the pieces to grab third position in class for the time being. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, alongside with Samuel Aurora. We've still got our voices, just about, but with 58 minutes to go, Samuel, 4 classes of plenty of action to still try and work our way through. We're looking as though, for now though, 4 winners almost all but locked in.
Sort of, yeah. It's just going to be a bit of a procession for them, just to bring the car home. But again, it's that point of the race where, as a commentator, I've got to say the whole thing that every single driver will hate me to say, but that's like, oh, things can go wrong, and a lap car can come in the middle, or your internet can switch off, or something or the other might just end up happening. But that's for real. Something like that could end up happening, and they've got to make sure that nothing like that happens. Again, let's take a quick look at the SP3T category right now, because over there, Hursingle have got things sealed up and delivered, right? 43 seconds a gap to Impulse Racing. And Impulse have also had a very similarly well-paced race. That's not good enough for them. But when you go to the back of this side, you see a team like Pure Sims, who struggle with a drive-through penalty, who struggle to maybe just get some momentum built up. For them, this might be the frustrating part, that there's really not much you can do, and your course is somewhat set up already. It's just like you're hoping for some sort of issues with another team or another car could potentially change your race. But again, that can happen. Remember, the last round, the last 1 hour, it was the craziest 1 hour I remember in any endurance race. So much of madness and mayhem.
Yeah, even the last 5 minutes were crazy. That's all you need to look at. Leader spinning, that's all you need to hear. Fabian Hari has lost another position, by the way. Johan Harth and the AMG team HRT by UOL entry, the number 1, slid its way forward into the top 5, trying to close on the BMW back and the AMG Urano Esports car that runs 3rd and 4th. We'll track them. But right now we jump board with the SP3T leader. Fabian Siegmann has taken full advantage of the success penalties of others. He's also run a clean and consistent race. 2 things that I don't think you could necessarily say about the first round of the championship for the defending champions, but you would always expect Team Hoisingveld to come good eventually, and they'll take advantage of the fact that teams will be allowed to drop one of the 3 opening rounds. It allows you to have an off day, but for Team Hoisingveld, they very much cannot afford another off day moving forward to the final round of the championship, as we jump on board with another team that has dominated the processions here today. This is a team that didn't even need the success penalties to run its way on forward. At one point, this Door Esports car enjoyed almost a 50-second advantage. The only reason it's in second right now, Samuel, is they've already made what I think is going to be their final stop of the race.
That is correct, and they have made that on the last 1 second. Yeah, they have made that stop, I think, 1 lap ago. So they are well and truly settled in the right position. All they've got to do is just go past this BCMC Motorsport car and get things cleared off completely. And I think they will also bail, because BCMC Motorsport realize that they have a bigger battle to play for. They're not really in this fight for the win. They're not also properly in this fight for P3 with Deutsche and Dolphin as well. They're in this own little enclave of theirs where they are just really well settled with P2. And why change something that's not really broken? So why really impact their esports when you've got to go to the pit anyway? So they are going to be not much of a hindrance, let's put it that way.
Yeah, we will see the BCMC guys probably down, if not this lap, maybe the next lap around. And then Benedict Hitz will be allowed clean air once more to ride that BMW M4 GT4 car. with the checkered flag and to another victory for Door Esports in this series, albeit in a different category in this 2022-2023 edition of the championship. Just looking top to bottom at some of the gaps that we've got. It is going to be close as well between BCMC and the Deutsche Payment Dolphin 340 that is right behind. It's two Mercedes AMG entries. As we do have, by the way, your final cycle of SP3T pit stops underway. Hoisingvelter found their way into the lane. We'll also see Impulse in their 422 and Karlar in the 460 roll down to get some service for the final time here today, Sommel.
Right on cue for the SP3Ts, and this one I think they can afford to slightly be shorter because they've only got to do 1 hour instead of an hour and a half overall, so I think this will be a slightly shorter stop for them. And I wonder who's gone for an especially shorter one. We shall figure that out as things go on, but not much to report from there too, unfortunately, barring the fact that Pure Sims have had a bit of an off day, and so have SimRC, because normally you'd expect SimRC to go and fight for the win, and they did do that the last time. They ended up winning that race, but this time, well, let's just say luck is not in their favor. But Hoisingvelter grabbing every single opportunity that they've got. They've gone out from the pit lane and had a 35-second stop. Again, as expected, because they've only got an hour, right? So that's shorter than the usual 42, 43 odd seconds that they tend to do.
Don't forget SimRC had the 30-second success penalty. That is why they find themselves adrift from the race leader. We'll get the gap at the end of the race for all of those with success penalties, and we'll do the basic math to figure out where they would have slotted in, even though we know it is never as simple as that in motorsports. Context is everything. The gap is stabilized actually between first and second at about 37 seconds, so there's the indication. We got the jumps at Flansgarden before, we got the jumps at Flugplatz before. Now we get the jumps over at Flansgarden, the two GT4 entries. You can see the front end just darting down. You do have a couple of different approaches for teams and drivers through that section of the track. I am of the opinion, get on the brake, downshift, and then back onto the power as soon as you land to slip through the double right-hander. It did not appear as though those drivers were on the brakes whatsoever, as Door Esports in SP10 regained the race lead, sliding past the BCMC car as though it was a knife through butter. And now we wait for the overall race leader to do the very same to the SP10 leader, because here's Vasilios Belitiotis, cuts underneath and squeezes his way through. It's now a 20+ second gap that the number 15 has behind them, Sommel. Wiltrigurther and Belitiotis have worked like a dream team here today. "51 minutes to go then."
Ah, sorry about that. Again, it's been, what, 2.5 years now since COVID has come in? I've still not forgotten that I have to unmute myself to speak. Again, normal stuff happens to everybody. But the point is, we know the pedigree that they bring in, right? I was just wondering, watching the last race, why are they not where they are normally are, at the top of the field? Just absurd. But now that the BOP is also played in their favor, really are grabbing the ball with both hands and are running away with it. And that is brilliant to see. There they are, the HRT team in the pits now.
Right about on cue as well. Remember, they were the first to come down onto pit lane, getting Johan Hart into the car early. A compromise by having to put in an extra lap or so of fuel. Remember, they had a drive-through penalty earlier for their in the contact with the Alemania 488 SP3T entry. Not just Johan Hart in pit lane, Fabian Hari for Adrenaline Motorsports also finds his way into the stall after a mistake that he had a lap or two ago. It's compromising too much, you would have to say, at least based on what we're seeing right now. Although, having said that, I think the Adrenaline Motorsports team might actually be serving a penalty right now. I'll see if we can figure out exactly what that's for.
I don't think we've seen anything like that on the screen.
I didn't see anything on the protest sheet, but my timing screen is saying something weird, so I'm trying to figure that one out exactly. I've just noticed, though, that Johan Hart and Fabian Hari have both left pit lane basically a second or two separating them, so maybe that's just my screen trying to play games with me, and they both roll out onto track to head to the end of this race. And again, the one thing that these two drivers are the most at risk at here, so is that they'll want to put as little fuel as possible into the car, but they won't know exactly how long the race is going to go. The only driver that can know that is going to be the race leader.
And at many points of time, you're kind of at their mercy, right? Because if they end up slowing down the pace a little bit and they end up going for an extra lap, oh my word, that extra lap might be everything for you. Because at the end of the day, we're not talking about a small 3 kilometer or a 4 kilometer lap, right? It's the Nürburgring we're talking about. And one extra lap could easily take around 8.5 odd minutes for you. So everyone's at the behest of the race leader. And sometimes it can play out well for cars because you might inadvertently end up getting an extra lap to hunt someone down, and that can be the difference between a podium and not being on one. So, well, everyone's at the mercy of the Williams race car at this moment in time.
Yep, and they can slow down if I guess they needed to, but I don't suspect that they are going to do. Battle for the podium in SP9 has very much calmed down, by the way. At one point, Bruno Spengler and Sebastian Schmalenbach were locked bumper to bumper, and Schmalenbach was saving fuel, but traffic has broken them up, and he's now 10 seconds adrift from the number 7 car. So as a result, he rides by himself for the time being. We're back with the battles in our Cup 2 class. Peter Bonk performance now somewhat separated, fortunately, from the 276, they'll be thinking. Marcus Deck not really challenged from behind. He's more looking forward to try and slide past Fabian Hochstadter in the NIMEX Racing 205 car. Now, these drivers are 5.6 seconds separated from the IES Sim Racing Schweizer car that leads at the time. But I think there's going to be some nervy questions about the fuel for IES Sim Racing Schweizer. I still get the sense they owe us a splash and dash.
They do, yes, because I think they were slightly off the scale. Oh yeah, they are big time off the scale over here. Everyone else has done around 4 laps, or maybe some have done around 2, because of course some are slightly out of cycle. They've gone 1 extra. They have done 5 laps in their stint, so they should be coming in sometime in the near future for a splash and dash, and I think that'll cover them off for a little bit, right? For other teams, I think the only teams that may potentially be safe are Girk Motorsport and Liper Esports Yellow. And I'm curious about the likes of Phoenix Racing and Phoenix Racing particularly, and Team Bernard 75 the Team 75 Bernard 275 car. Wow, that's a mouthful of a name. But yeah, they've done 2 laps apiece. Will they be able to last the next 45 minutes? That's going to be interesting. They've gone for a full service in the last one, so there is that.
Yeah, I still think the most difficult team name to say fast might actually be Mercedes AMG Team HRT by UOL. They just threw all the acronyms in there to make it different for us.
Actually, why don't we kind of decode the whole name and give it all the full forms with the AMG?
No, because that's going to be way too long then to say properly. I mean, even if you say Mercedes AMG Team Hopped Racing Team by Unicorns of Love, that's a mouthful. Imagine if they're fighting for the race lead and you've got to try and shout that one as quickly as you can. It does not seem as though that would work out very well. On board with Marcus Deck, though, as we get a look on board with the face of Focus. Now, Marcus Deck, I do believe, is going to be completing this race by potentially himself, given that he hasn't had a teammate step into the car, at least just yet. But we did not get word that we were going to have the 266 driving by himself. So I do believe there's going to be a penalty post-race potentially to come down on him, because the only car that I got information was going to be running by with just one driver was the Team RSO 397 car. Marcus Deck still doesn't have a teammate getting ready to jump in and take over.
Correct. And that means that they are going to potentially get a big penalty. I remember exactly what the penalty was for a second, but I just forgot right now. Wait, let me quickly come back to tell you what exactly the penalty is going to be. But this is going to be a big one, though. I think it's a stop and hold, is it not?
I think it will be, but I was just assuming at some point there was going to be someone who was going to take over from him.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think we just missed that because we had the information, of course, that we were going to have a co-driver there. 3 wide for a moment as they fly past a bit of traffic side by side in this Cup 2 class, still with Marcus Deck trying to get that nose in front and then to cut across the nose of the Phoenix Racing 205 and lock second position in. Maybe required a bit of help from the 205 machine, but able to get it sorted out in time. And they work in towards Tiergarten, now only 5 seconds adrift from your race leader. Phoenix Racing Esport car will be thinking that they're the best in terms of strategy placement. But surviving the next 43 minutes is going to be what they are looking to do. SP10s, we were watching as BS Competition and the Urano Esports team were fighting hard over the position. Now, of course, those are both cars that owe us pit stops. They run second and third in class for the time being. Now split by 3 full seconds. All of that came on the last lap alone, Sommel, and it shows just how one bad patch of traffic can affect a race here at the Nordschleife and split you up by 3-4 seconds.
It is just frustrating as drivers, but at the same time, what traffic give it, traffic take it away. So sometimes you might be on the right end of it, sometimes you might be the one really not being helped out by that. And that's the frustrating part, because in an endurance race, not everything is under your control, and you've still got to manage it out. So there definitely is an element of luck around it about when you find a certain car here or there. And once you can't control it, really, there's no point bothering about it and being sorrowful that, oh wow, we got a car on the wrong time here and there, because the more time you spend on that, the less time you've got to actually go out there and race fast. So, well, easier said than done. I'm just sitting in a comfortable chair in my comms box. I'm not driving out there, but really it might be forcing you to just pluck the hair off your scalp right now. It's that frustrating to get a car in that section.
So just work through the rule book as SP9 pit stops, by the way, are rolling through for the final time. Wiltrugurtha in, Alexei Nesov in, Moshevitz in, plenty of driver changes rolling through now. I did look through the rule book. My understanding at the start of the season was the Joker had to be declared pre-race. It does not have to be declared pre-race based on my understanding of the rules. So Marcus Deck is going to stay in the position he finishes in. However, that Joker would have been unfortunately used for the season, and they will have to use the 2 drivers in each of the remaining races. Of course, remember, 3 races in 2023. Starts early, the 7th of January, we go racing once more. Very quick turnaround for the teams, for the drivers. They get set to do battle once more. So Wiltrugurtha still leads in SP9 now, after taking back over control of the Williams Esports Razor machine. Leads by 20 seconds from the AMG Team Williams Esports number 55. Still waiting for the number 90 Urano car to make its final trip to pit lane, and that does mean that Bruno Spengler still holds the final step of the podium. 8 seconds clear of Alexei Nesov. That is a gap that we'll watch with 40 minutes to go, how it will evolve from here. And only 5 seconds further back to the AMG Team HRT by UOL that has Johan Harth on driving duties for the time being. Here is the check-in with your race leader as he works through the Hudson back, building up temperature into his tires. Goethe down the hill toward the Flugplatz, as where we'll see the front end get a bit of air, and the commitment is so important. I don't think I've ever been as jealous of another driver, Sommel, as when Will casually just says, yeah, I've had 400, 500 race laps here at the Nordschleife now.
Don't worry, Arjuna. We both have not been to the Nordschleife, so that kind of changes the dynamic in the commentary team. It's not like I can really go out and annoy you like Lewis and maybe say, well, I've been there twice. No, but if only, right? If only we could. Because this is the pinnacle. Imagine going out there. And then, of course, our broadcast crew is literally directing this race from the Nürburgring. I mean, imagine living there. Every single day you could be woken up to the sound of so many amazing vehicles. And then just driving it there yourself whenever you want to. I love that they've preserved it, though. The way it is. Exactly how it is. Slapped a couple of barriers on there. Made a pit complex. That's all. Slap bang. This is the Nürburgring, as it always was. Oh, I love this place.
It is a fantastic facility. I was talking with Matthew Sadicus-Trivet about the possibility of going racing at the Nordschleife. He had talked to a couple of teams across the categories, because that's the great thing. The DNLS here, we have 4 categories, the 4 that iRacing basically allows us to use. In the real world, of course, numerous, almost uncountable number of categories and an uncountable number of different cars as well. That makes it such an intriguing, exciting, and eclectic grid. He had gone through the gamut of the grid to get some various quotations, but ultimately the thing that always scares people when they're looking to race at the Nordschleife is the reality that if you crash, even if it's not your fault, you are the one footing the damage bills for the guardrails on the side of the track, even as much as no one wants to crash. Sometimes it is just a reality of racing. A look from up above, though, as Bruno Spengler tries to work past some of the cars in the 992 class where they battle back and forth. The Avia WS eMotorsports 222 behind the WS eMotorsports 223. Sister cars working down through Wursteifen. And at this point in the race, Samuel, I know we had the discussion about is this a sprint or an endurance race, but you better believe that all the drivers are struggling a little bit with the mental focus now, and they're just trying to stay in the rhythm.
Indeed, and especially if you're one of those drivers who are doing a joker. Of course, RSO have not done the joker, so I mean, and they've essentially got knocked out of the race, right? So not so much them. But if you are at this stage of the race, my word, because it tends to happen to everybody. The race director might be losing concentration at times. We can be losing concentration at times. The drivers, if they do that, the stakes are far, far higher, because one mistake around here, one wheel on the grass, and it's not like Abu Dhabi, right? You can't literally park a jet around here. One mistake, boom, that could well be race over. So I wonder how they do it. The best way to do it is maybe taking a break if you're the real world driver, start the race, and then maybe put your second driver in the middle and then come back to it, because that's when your concentration can really get back on. You can have a bit of a rest, maybe have a bit of a snack, drink some water, go for a short walk or come back if you do have the bandwidth for that. But eventually, at least your mind will be well rested, because as much as this is a game, I'm not calling it a game, but as much as sim racing is a game of physicality, it's also so much about the mental side of it, because you lose focus and this could be game over. If someone else is just able to maintain that concentration for 10 minutes extra, that could be the difference between you winning a championship and not so much. So I'm just curious, right? How did they sit in front of the screen for so long and drive and be so mentally occupied and still are able to put in such great lap times? It's a sight to behold, really, from a concentration perspective.
Would be fun if we could go and disturb Marcus Deck and chat with him about how he's maintained the focus so far. He's actually pulled a bit of an advantage now with the Phoenix Racing Esports 205, and is trying to close the gap to the IES Sim Racing Schwartz car. Of course, with first and second in the Cup 2 class still owing us pit stops as far as we know. Heading to 30 minutes to go, though. Closing stages of this race. Think back to how we finished round number 1 with the GT3 leader feeling the pressure until it cracked him and Alexia Loma spun, allowing Moritz Lohner and his teammate Lucas Muller to grab the victory for Door Esports in their Porsche. Not being as close at the front, Williams Esports have been on a roll here today, not just with one car, Sommel, but with 2 as they run 1 and 2 at the front of the field.
That is a proper team's effort. In the first round, things didn't really go their way. Whether you can call it luck, whether you can call it the fact that the car wasn't quite in the right shape in terms of the competitive balance, whatever you like to put it, right? This is how you make a comeback. It helps. It helps that the service has kind of made the Mercedes that little bit stronger after the latest updates, but even then, there are other Mercedes on the track, there are other Mercedes teams that aren't as good as they have been today. And you've got to take that in there. This is Williams Esports really proving how good of a team they are. And what I'm genuinely interested to see is, can they sustain it? Because starting from the next round, they will get a success penalty for both their cars. Now, that is going to be amazing. That's the part I love about this series the most, because in a normal championship, Arjuna, if you're very, very good, maybe you can dominate, maybe you can sustain that pace all the way through, but not so much here, because it is guaranteed that at some point you will be in the midfield. How do you sort it out over there?
Find out now. Something just happened to Fabian Siegmann in the hoisting belt car at the front of the field. Saw that he had a slight moment off the track, maybe just pushing the limits a little bit too much. Hasn't cost him any ground, but you did mention Sim RC, we'll be thinking about how this race has played out. Someone remember 30-second success penalty that they had after winning round number 1. They're 32 seconds back from the race leader with 33 minutes to go. Again, these success penalties are part and parcel of the championship, and so you've got to think about how they're going to play out over the course of the season. All you can do once you've got the penalty is fight from there.
Yeah, not much to do otherwise. You can't sit back down and contemplate about what's happened and why it has happened and what can I do about it. Quite simply, just go out there and go racing. It reminds me of that radio message that Jehan Daruwala's race engineer once gave him in the middle of a Formula 2 race. And Jehan was asking, well, what do I do from here? How do I go ahead? How do I race? What can happen? And he just said, just drive fast. And that's what you've got to do right now. In this case, if you've got a success penalty. To be fair, many teams have managed it out quite well. I think I'm very impressed by the way BS Competition have also taken it in their stride, because right now they're not quite the best in that lineup in terms of the result, but still they've got a success penalty and have managed to keep the car clean. They are doing a great job. Again, bum drafting right now on that Urano car. And if this ends up working very, very well, they could well be 5th. And that's a decent result to take back home after a big success penalty. So lots and lots of things to take into account, but what can you really do about it, right?
Bill Dinez, I think, is going to be slightly grateful that at least today he didn't have to wake up too early in the morning. It's only 7 a.m. for Phil Dinez right now as he works, his 7th lap behind the wheel of that car or something like that. So it's definitely been an early morning, maybe not as early as it could have been. This battle emerges with Sven Neumann inserting himself into the picture. Now a 3-way fight for 5th. Keep an eye on that to the end of this race. It's going to be a close one, that's for sure. Speaking of SP10, by the way, very quickly, as we watch Johan Harth back at home and putting the pressure onto those in front of him. Dory Sports Junior, one of the few teams to be using 3 drivers here today, Sommel, and they have just made their final drive change for the day as Alessio Bender takes over the controls of their M4 GT3. M4 GT4. I've made that mistake a few times.
happens to the best of us. But this is good. You've got 3 different drivers, no issues with concentration at all. You're completely fresh and every single driver can go out there and have their own shot at this. But what this does is, it could create a performance discrepancy, right? Because how often do you get 3 drivers with the same pace? I'll get to that in a second, Arjuna, because this is amazing commitment by Team HRT.
Johan Harth tried to go around the outside of Raudenkraut, darts to the inside of Arenberg, and Alexei Nesov, I think, saw writing on the wall, has allowed our defending champions to slip on through. Next target would be Bruno Spengler, except there's a 12-second deficit with only 30 minutes remaining. Is there enough time for the Frenchman to work his way forward? Well, we're going to find out, and we're going to find out the hard way with Hart charging lap after lap to see what sort of pressure he can put into the mind of that BS competition driver down the road in front of him. I'm not surprised that you got a little bit nervy there, Sommel, because that was, I think, almost the 4th time today someone has tried to go around the outside on the grass.
Yeah, that's scary. I love it. I love the commitment. Normally endurance racing, drivers can say, well, we haven't got to fight, but not at this stage of the race. Not when we've got 3 hours already done and in the last 30 minutes. This is where everything counts. Every single pass, every single move. There's no waiting around a little bit to see how the strategy plays out, right? The strategies have played out. If anything, you're just going to get to see some proper top-class racing over here. So winner takes all, the scraps are over and done with. I mean, the scrappiness is over and done with. What's left now is just hardcore fighting, and that is essentially why we all go racing. And with endurance racing, it kind of delays the gratification, and I love it because then at the end of a grueling 3-hour race, when you get to see fights like this, when you get to see committed moves like this, you value them that much more. And that one really got me on the edge of my seat.
We now look, though, at Ben Neumann's perspective as he tries to get back onto the tail of Vildenez and Konstantin Scharf in this SP10 category. Of course, sim racing, of course, one of the standout names across of the DNLS history. But of course, earlier this year, a bit of an exodus. Oscar Mangan, Kieran Harrison, Corentin Gunes, Oskari Rine, 4 drivers amongst the 4 drivers that left, a couple of them finding homes at SimRC, one finding their home at Altus Esports in the form, of course, of Oscar Mangan. And then Oskari Rine had joined up with the team at Kova, but unfortunately that chapter has come to a close earlier than anyone would have wanted.
Yeah.
See where the rest of those drivers go, with, of course, Oskari Rine and his teammate, former and current teammate, Valtteri Alander, officially signing forces up with the BS competition team, and may even see them out in the DNLS sometime in 2023. Very excited about what that might mean for us. In terms of Johan Harth, I'm just trying to track his progress and what he's been able to do in trying to close on Bruno Spengler. Maybe I'm not surprised to be saying this, Sommel, but in about half a lap, 3/4 of a lap, Johan Harth's not really closed that much.
He hasn't. There's still a bit of a gap to close down, around about 11 seconds, and that's going to be harder. That's going to be very, very hard now that time is just running out rapidly. And it kind of puts you in this little tricky situation where you're like, can I go for it? Can I gun for it? And at this stage, you kind of expect Johan Hart to be only boosted by some sort of outside assistance and maybe get in that position. But I want to be proven wrong. Can he actually get 11 seconds in 28 minutes? Max Verstappen did that in Suzuka earlier this year. I mean, of course, we've got to understand that this is sim racing and drivers are a lot more closely spread out. But that could be interesting to see how it plays out. But sadly, yeah, the gaps have opened up quite a fair bit, and nobody likes that.
It's close fighting in this Cup 2 class. Kramer Racing and Leipzig Esports yellow cars. Mark Balzer and Dennis Bermans out of that mini carousel and on the run down in towards Galgenkopf. 7th and 8th positions in the class right now. Plenty of separation either side. Simsa Esports 50 seconds further in front of them, and then the WSE Motorsports cars who are fighting behind them. We have seen IES Sim Racing Schweiz and a handful of other cars come down to the lane this most recent lap around. Promoted Peter Bonk performance to the lead of the class momentarily. Phoenix Racing Esports, of course, second, with then Team 75, third and fourth with the guest car in front of the full season entry. So what a sterling job it's been in that 76 since the start of this race.
It has, and I think you nailed it when you spoke about it earlier, Arjuna. Even though they are a guest team, you kind of expect Team 75 Burnout to always be right up there. So, sure, this is just a message, and maybe kind of like a reminder to everybody that, hey, you've got to up your game because we can just come here for one round and do this much. What if we were here for the full season? So it'll kind of act like good motivation for all the others as well to kind of up their game, prepare a little bit harder. I think this one can be a bit of an exception because obviously lots of changes in the simulator, but not so much in the Cup 2 category. For them, it's been more or less the same, and still they've gone out there and delivered such a good result. So I love it. I love this fact. But as a guest driver, they might really be pumping their chest up and saying, well, we need a full-time slot in this one. And the waiting list is huge, Arjuna. There are so many great drivers that haven't even made their way into the series this year.
I think the SP10 and reserve list, waiting list, in double digits or something crazy like that, with some really strong names on there. Yeah, the list is long here today. Walkenhorst Motorsport, Sammy Matti Trogan getting in front of the Phoenix Racing Esport number 5. That's for 8th position. And again, remember, Sammy Matti Trogan in that Walkenhorst Motorsports car, 2nd place in round number 1. They had the 20-second success penalty to stand down. I don't think this performance that overall they would have been expecting, though, Sommel, because they had the pace to be at the very start of the race. Unfortunately, they find themselves almost 90 seconds off of the race leader, a much larger number than 20.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, sure, you can account some bit of it to the success penalty, but otherwise as well, it's been a bit of a tricky day for them, all things considered. And once you get bunched up in the midfield, it's hard to really drive up that pace, right? When you've got so much of traffic, so many cars around you, so much of fighting, so much of dirty air. So can kind of put it on that a little bit. Even still, I think this will be slightly a slight of a bitter pill for Walkinos Motorsport to swallow, all things considered. This would have been the one round where they should have gotten back in the championship, but that's not happened. Luckily they do have 3 more rounds left, but again, the split way to look at it is they've got only 3 rounds left.
They won't have the success penalty next time out, though. That will go the way, as it stands, of the Williams Esports Razor car. Battle for third in SB10. Urano BS Competition are up there, so is the BCMC car, as they try and go the long way around on Phil Denez, who's going to squeeze them potentially to the inside and just try and pinch them down. It's Denez that loses out the worst in that one, though. Has to compromise now as lap traffic tries to slide its way on through. The fight that at one point we were watching for 7th is suddenly now for the podium. And again, in the case of Urano Esports and BS Competition, Sommel, this is valuable recovery points that they've been able to fight their way back and get a stranglehold on.
Yeah, they desperately need this. In the championship, every point is going to count. And at the end of the day, for teams that are recovering from bad races, that's going to be like gold dust for them. Because remember, right, a championship is won by most of your bad results. I mean, how bad are your bad results? Because on your day, sure, you can go ahead and win the race, whatever. So many teams can. But how good are you on your bad days? And if on your bad days you can maximize points like we are seeing this fight for, that decides essentially where you're going to finish. So this one, super critical for the championship. And I've got to say, I've been pretty impressed with the mindset with which they've approached it. They've not gone too hyper because they recognize that they don't want to lose what they have right now as well. So that's smart of them.
And of course, it's gives them less pressure heading into that next round, knowing that with one of the first 3 rounds of the championship being used as a drop round, the recovery that they've had here today will enable them to maybe be a bit more aggressive next time out. Although they are fighting for third, the points associated with it, but also the 10-second success penalty that they'll have to serve on the 7th of January when we go racing once again. So there's swings and roundabouts in this championship no matter where you are. And that's what makes it so intriguing and so fascinating. 22 minutes left to go. Your race leader, Wiltrid Gertha, is currently meandering around the mid part of the Nordschleife, so he's probably got around another 4 minutes to go before it reaches the start-finish line, as Johan Haas leads his way on past Alexei Nesov with the easiest of moves there. Of course, we're going to keep fighting back and forth, and the reason is that they know they're not catching Bruno Spengler anymore. There was a little bit of a mistake for Johan Haas. He ran himself into the wall. Is he feeling the effects of the damage here? He's trying to force Nesov the long way around. He maybe will try and use the lap traffic as a bit of a blocker as well. Running up to the route curver. Who's the bravest of them all? It's Alexei Nesov, maybe the wisest of them all. Backs out of that one. Elects to fight another day. But Johan Haas, in his quest to push and to close the gap to Bruno Spengler, has maybe taken a risk too far. As we'll get a look at the Goodyear replay in a handful of moments' time, Sommel. Are the defending champions feeling a bit nervous about the status of their car?
I am not sure, but that incident really does not help. Hitting the wall, nevertheless, good comeback to go out there and make the move. And you're right, Alexei Nesov, wise. He knows there's a bigger race to win than just fight for this position right now. And I think that's very, very wise of Team Urano, the way they've gone about it. But the gap, it's going to be a long one. Let's see what actually happened. What was that mistake?
I don't even think it's truly a mistake. It's just misjudgment in terms of the closing speed, and he gets quite lucky with how he actually hits the wall in the final section of the Hadsenberg. Not really a spot where you'd want to try and go around the outside of a touring car. You could tell that Johan Haas had the bit between his teeth and was trying to push as much as he could in what will be his final race of 2022. Has dashed any chances of podium, you'd have to assume, and now he'll try and build that advantage back up over Alexei Nesov and the 91 running in that 5th position. Back over to our good friends in the SP10s. Urano Esports have a bit of separation. They've broken the toe behind them. It's BCMC now that feels the pressure from PS Competition as well as the TR Motorsports 357. And don't count out Sven Neumann in the mix as well, Samuel.
Can't really do that, can't ever do that. But on BS Competition, as they are getting ever so closer, the BCMC car, let's not forget that they've got a completely different lineup for this race. That's a brave one. That's a good one by BS Competition on the inside, but this battle isn't over yet, Arjuna.
The more you fight now, are you going to end in tears? It has behind Phil Denez. Chaos, carnage, and everything in between. It is TR Motorsports, it is BCMC Motorsports that have come together. And they do so at one of the highest speed points of the track. The run up in towards Bravery. SimRC will slide their way on through in the SP3T class. But big damage on two of the Mercedes GT4 entries that were fighting for a potential podium finish. Now they'll nurse the damage for 18 odd minutes and debrief after the race.
Well, it's called the Bravery Corner for a reason, but bravery and silliness has a very, very small line. And I suppose that, at this time of the race, ended up dipping into more of silliness than bravery. Well, crazy one for the BCMC Motorsport team. When you consider the context of it, they have been remarkable in this race so far. But when an incident like that happens and absolutely wrecks the life out of such a good race that you've made up, really, that must pain and pain hard.
Oh, here we go. So what happens? Well, it's the TR Motorsports car that just runs into the back of the BCMC Motorsports car. I mean,
yeah.
It's definitely not his intention. I'm not trying to say that was what he was trying to do. But you've got two pedals. Yeah, you've got two pedals for a reason. One that goes faster and one that makes you go slower.
And guess what? We are already seeing a protest being lodged around that. So that was fast, very quick.
Shocked.
But hey, hello. Arjuna, there is a big issue. We could see the number one HRT car with another drive-through penalty for an unsafe release.
I was thinking about that when I saw the rejoin from Johan Harth. It does appear as though race control have given the drive-through penalty down to that number one machine. It will drop them likely, potentially even behind, definitely behind Luca Kita in the number 90 Mercedes AMG Urano Esports car. There's a confirmation up on your screen that it is another drive-through penalty for our defending champions. They're going to drop down to 6th position, I would assume, but they should hold off Bob Hari in the Adrenaline Motorsports car, who is 32 seconds behind. You got to make sure you're careful at all times, Samuel. Not just to avoid making an incident, but once you've had an incident, to avoid making it worse.
Yeah, that's so true. That is so true. What must be paining them at this moment in time is that they could literally see such a great result in their hands, and that's besides already having two penalties, a drive-through and a success penalty. Then there is a third one. I mean, the last time I remember seeing so many penalties was in a penalty shootout, and that wasn't too far ago. And well, that's not what you want in racing, right? That's not what you want to do when you're going racing. You really just want a clean endurance race. But I think now I've got to agree with you, Arjuna. You don't tend to see so many penalties in an endurance race. This is a proper sprint, and it's a sprint really gone wild for Team HRT. The fact that with two penalties they can do so good makes me wonder, what if they had none, or at least only that one with just a success penalty, which obviously they can't ignore, right? What could have been? And I think this is the round that could really bite them back at the end. Luckily you can drop one, but if things go wrong in another round, this one will pain hard.
They know at the very least, though, that the car is a little bit more fighty than it was for round number one. These front-engine cars just seem to have a little bit more to offer at this stage of the competition. Although I will say that Johan Harth and Elias Sepinen, not sure if they could truly claim that they are the best of the Mercedes here today, even once you factor in their penalties that they've had. Will Tregurtha and I think Vasilios Elitsiotis will take umbrage to that comment. Are we shocked to see these two in? It's BCMC and TR Motorsports with very battered Mercedes AMG GT4s going to come down, and at least in the case of that BCMC Motorsports car, takes the fast repair, Sommel, which of course means they get a brand new car. But as penalty for the brand new car. They will have to serve a drive-through penalty the next trip around. Still waiting to see when Johan Harth is going to serve his drive-through penalty. He's got 3 laps from which that penalty was issued to do so. This will be that first opportunity. And he's going to run out of time potentially to do it on the 3rd lap. So maybe we'll see it on either this lap or the very next lap. As he tries to work through some traffic, and whoa! Big slide out of that 992 car, almost collecting Alexei Nesov, just able to hold on to it in the nick of time. But more aggressive passing there from Johan Harth, and maybe another thing to be looked at up in race control.
It's just going from bad to worse. It is just going from bad to worse for this one. I mean, the one car... Johan's a great driver, but this is, I think, the effect of pressure you can see, because they know that they've not had an ideal race. So they're trying to go super, super hard to rescue something off it, and then it's just tipping over into hyper aggressiveness. And I hope that Alexei Nesov knows that Johan Harth has a penalty incoming, because you don't want to be doing something silly when a driver up ahead is guaranteed to move out of the way. So stay where you are, Alexei. It's just someone from Urano, tell him, because if he ends up making a lunge that doesn't work, that's 2 races wrecked.
Absolutely. And already with that penalty staring him down, discretion, the better valor at the end of the day. Through the carousel they'll go. Such an interesting and fascinating corner to work through. It's frustrating, of course, as that mini carousel. But it spits you out and then throws you into maybe the funnest part of the track, if you ask me. You climb the hill, reach the highest point of the Nordschleife, and then you begin a bit of a descent, jinking left and right, back and forth. So much commitment, so much speed, so rewarding when you get it just right, no matter what car you're in. The great thing that we have, of course, here on iRacing is not just the fact that we can have great competitions like this Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tire, but the fact that somehow we can, when we need to have some fun. I don't know about you, but I very much enjoy trying all sorts of wacky cars around the Nordschleife. I've done Formula 1 cars, Indy cars, NASCARs, rally cars, you name it. I'll try it.
Have you tried a rallycross car around here? I think it's pretty fun. Sliding
it is, although
over here.
You run out of gearing quite quickly and there are some quite long straights, so there is a lot of just sitting and waiting.
There is that, but if you could just ignore the Dottinger Höhe, when you're at Flamsgarten, driving with a car like that, oh my god, it just slides away all the way through. That's a lot of fun, but I am wondering, what if you take the new Mercedes from this year, that's of course just come onto the iRacing service, and drive it around the Nürburgring? Imagine the porpoising if that happens. It will be just juddering like tap, 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 tap on the simulator. And imagine if you're racing in VR. It's already bumpy. It's got porpoising over there as well. You're just going to walk up with a headache, or maybe just after a party we've got 12 races of your normal 3 or 4.
So as we head into the final 10 minutes, pit stops for your Cup 2 class, as Peter Bonk Performance, as well as the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC 276 guest entry, make their way down onto the lane for the penultimate time, or the final time, excuse me, getting a splash of fuel in effect to get them to the end of the race. It's worked out all right for Peter Bonk Performance. They managed to grab a spot on the podium provisionally as they stand right now. 276 is going to have to fight to potentially get his way up into the top 4. That is by no means completely out of the equation. Only 2.5 seconds for Stefan Hermann to catch the IES Sim Racing Schweizer car that currently runs in that 4th position. Will we see Johan Harth peeling off to the right this time around? I think the expectation is that maybe not this lap. It's going to have to be the next lap then, Sommel. Down in towards turn 1 they'll go. No move, of course, forthcoming from either of these two drivers. Drivers at the very top of their game, you'd have to say, in so many ways here in 2022. Alexei Nesov started as a champion in the Sports Car Open Endurance Series, sharing a car with Nicholas Laubisch. Urano, of course, have rolled that momentum through so many different competitions that we've seen them in. Meanwhile, for Johan Hart and the Apex Racing team, blockbuster years in so many ways. Just continuing to show their speed here on the iRacing service, but they have begun to branch out a little bit more as well. The Apex Racing team have partnered up with that Unicorns of Love program, and it's been one of the most fascinating stories across the sim racing world, if you ask me. It'll be interesting to see how it develops next year as well, especially with the Apex Racing team making more and more steps outside of their traditional bubble here in iRacing. SB10, it is Deutsche Payment, the 342 that leads by 30 seconds over the Urano 390. What a bounce back it has been for Dylan Trivens and for Konstantin Scharf to bring that car from lap 1 pit drama into the mix once more. And they've very much got a stranglehold on second right now. Meanwhile, in the SB3T, it's 25 seconds that splits Team Hoisingfeld from SimRC. And Sommel, you were kind of wondering about what SimRC would be thinking about heading out of this round. Well, I do the math. 24 minus 30 equals 6. SimRC could be thinking that with the pace that they've had, with the way this race has played out, they could have grabbed the victory here.
They really could have, but all things considered, it's not very disappointing when you consider the result as well. I mean, they are in a pretty handy position. The championship is going to be helping out, right? They currently sit second in this one, and remember, a second place in this one means that they get a slightly less success penalty in the next one as well. So I really wouldn't be very disappointed if I'm SimRC right now. Oh, obviously there's a part of you as a racing driver that says, wow, we go for the win, but this is great. I love it. I mean, for SimRC right now, this is a championship building effort. P1 and then P2. So long as they don't dip to P3 next round, everything's okay.
Consistency wins championship. It is as simple as that. You'd love to be consistently number one, but in motorsports, that is easier said than done, unfortunately. Especially given that while in this DNLS race, there's 59 starters and you'll have 4 winners. In a lot of series, you'll have 59 starters and just 1 winner. And that's the most common refrain in all of sports. Second is the first loser. Unfortunately, a lot of drivers, whether they are real or virtual, hold themselves to that standard as well. Sami Matti Trogan trying to recover at least another position. It's on the back of Fabian Hari as they work their way down and towards Arnav Forest. Checking back in though with Alexei Ness and Johan Hart. They run down in towards the kick and then the triple right-hander that builds towards Wersiphon. Like Nesov is definitely putting some pressure onto Johan Hart, even if he knows that the car in front has got the penalty to serve.
Please don't, Alexei. Please don't do that. It can slip over. It really, I mean, you maybe don't want to fight hard even though you know, but again, what you do as a racing driver, sometimes the animal instinct just kicks in and you're just getting naturally a bit too close because you're that much faster. I just hope Alexei is able to stay where he is, because as he is right now, this is a guaranteed 4th place slot. Johan does have a penalty in the bag. So what he's doing at this very moment in time, maintaining that 1 second gap, being in the slipstream, bingo, that's exactly what he needs to do. That is calmness. And only 6 minutes to go. Why bother risking it so much when things are already not in the bag fully, but that's it, not even 3/4 of the way in. 3/4 of the way in, if you could put it that way.
They are on the ultimate lap of the race as well, so time is winding down. Walter Goethe, race leader for Williams Esports Razor, has just exited out of the main carousel with about 6 minutes to go, so he'll come across the line and take the white flag this time by, and as such, you'd expect Johan Hart to also pull down onto the pit lane this time for the drive-through penalty, promoting Alexei Nesov up into that 4th position. Bit of an update as well as we go back to the SB10 category. I just again want to point out that Daniel Muth leads in that category. The 342 Deutsche Payment Dolphin car has a 30-second advantage at the very front of the field. I'll have to wait and see exactly how close they are cutting it on fuel though, because they are on their 6th lap of the run, and the rest of the SB10 category Not cutting it that close, Sobel.
Yeah, this is going to be tight. Interesting to see how they're going to finish things off. Because in comparison to everyone else, they are that much further up. And this is, of course, their last pit stop. Everything's over and done with, but you don't want to be running short of fuel. So they're going to be desperately fuel saving. And you can see that already with the Deutsche Payment team. They've been going 2 seconds slower than everyone else over the last few laps just because they've been lifting and coasting. This is going to be interesting. And if the leader goes for one extra lap, oof, that could be game over for them.
Well, they'll know at least, I think, right now that they've only got to survive one additional lap after this.
Yep.
How slow do they need to go to complete the lap? That's basically the question they'll be asking themselves in terms of their chances of holding on to the victory. And what a story it would be if Konstantin Scharf and Dylan Shrivens were able to fight their way back after lap 1 drama from pole position. Incredible, incredible fighting spirit here at the greenhouse. Sami-Matti Trojan has gotten in front of the Adrenaline Motorsports machine.
Oh.
Maybe not a huge shock to say that as well, because at 34 has been well and truly flying. Even though Fabian Hari took the fast repair after his little moment, thing has been a little bit dampened in terms of spirits after that.
Often tends to happen. And when you're over and done with the crash, it's so hard to get the momentum back on. But I think that's where I was about to say, oh, HRT have done a great job, because till a point they had done a great job until they had another crash, unfortunately. But these things happen, right? Getting back in the right frame of mind is so tricky. I mean, think of it this way, when we make a mistake at work or something like that, we just tend to get sucked into it. These guys can't, because they've got a championship to fight for. So I love the mental side of the sim racing game so much as well. And some teams clearly ending up having a better day than the others. But again, it also depends on who turns up and what sort of driver turns up on that day. Because so many of these drivers we know are great, but you can have off days, right?
The bigger the team, the more resources they tend to have to support the mental focus behind the scenes. 3:57 is going to get a time penalty with limited time, of course, in the race remaining. Penalties convert to post-race time penalties. The penalty for Johan Hart, unfortunately, could not be converted to a post-race time penalty. He is down on pit lane. Alexei Nesov does officially have 4th position. Into the final lap of the race, though, this NIMEX 3.5-hour race started wild. Does not look like it's going to end wild by any means. But as we close the book on 2022, for so many drivers, they'll be looking forward to the 7th of January to kick off the new year with a fantastic result.
Indeed, and I think, let's put it this way. After you have a bonkers race like the last one, you need something to cool and calm yourself down a little bit. I think this one has to be that one, the ice after the fire. But again, after every cool race, we tend to have a mad one. So what a way that would be to start the year, right? So much to play for, so many teams, and so many big teams getting success penalties and having to cope up with this. And this is the best part about the DNLS. You can never get too comfortable, because then the time will change. We'll not have a 3.5-hour race, we'll have a 3-hour race. We'll have some teams getting a success penalty. Of course, the drivers and teams will be more accustomed to the changes on the iRacing service as well, so they'll be more comfortable with that, and that could change in the competitive order as well. So it never settles, it never stabilizes here in the DNLS, and that's what I love.
It's always going to be new things that change around as we move forward into a new calendar year. Make them driver swap arounds as well. Not really a defined...
Oh, that could happen, yeah.
There's not really a defined silly season anymore within sim racing, even though we are getting more professional. Yes, a lot of contracts do tend to expire around the end of the year, but driver movement is a year-round thing, especially given how busy sim racing calendars are. It's going to start in the first week of January. This year only ended in the 3rd week of December. It's non-stop grinding for these teams, and so definitely think we might see some big moves heading into another year, and another year of World Championship competition as well, because of course the start of February marks the 2023 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup kicking off once again for another exciting campaign. Can't wait to see exactly how that's going to shake out. The clock officially, though, expires. We are on to the final lap of the race, and every driver knows, Sommel, 22 kilometers to sort it out.
This is going to be hopefully a really good one in this battle for P10. got Vlad Kimichev and Adrian Gericke in the Gericke Motorsport team. And a word on Vlad, he's just such a young driver. I think he's barely just 16. And the fact that we have so many young drivers making their way up to teams like Urano makes it so much fun for me, because they came through, I mean, Vlad at least came through the RAG junior team, and then he's transitioned into Urano. And I'm amazed, right? These are essentially kids. Anything outside of racing, I'm not sure they're going to be that mature, because, of course, they're only 16. But in the racing world, the fact that they're able to be so mature about their strategies and the way to approach it, it doesn't feel like they're 16, because they've already been doing it for so long. And that's what I'm amazed about so much more. How do they develop? And that just makes me interested, because I've seen so many youngsters as well, starting off sim racing at what, 11, 12, 13?
Sorry, Sommel. Sorry, Sommel. The SP10 leader has had to blink. I was hoping the Deutsche Payment Dolphin car was going to be able to make it to the end without a dive down to pit lane, but it's not going to be without a fight to the end, because Deutsche Payment will come out within striking distance of Dylan Shrivens. A fight to the end in SP10. Oh, we are in for a treat. There's still also some fights at the midway part of the SP9 category. This is 11th and 12th as they get ready to start what will be their final lap of the race. Daniel Muth gambled on trying to make it to the end. When he realized he couldn't, it's still fantastic, Sommel, to be in with a fight all the way to the end. And now we get excited in this SP10 category.
So close, but so far. And now Daniel Muth has made his way back up into P2. It was a really short stop, literally 7 seconds, only fueling up for one whole lap. And the interesting part is that Deutsche Payment Dolphin car will be nearly empty. It'll be super light. Of course, the tires are not changed, but again, the driver also gets a mental break. So how quickly can they push hard? Can they maintain that position?
Down the inside in towards turn number 1. They get it sorted out in time. The MJR Esports car able to grab 11th. They've still got 170 odd corners to work it out. A lot of time to battle between these two cars. And not making our lives difficult at all, with white, black and red all over their cars. They'll head right onto the shortcut and they'll continue this battle for the time being. Regardless of whether the Deutsche Payment team is able to take the strategy and convert it to a victory, Sommel, the boldness to try it and to have it succeed is something that I love about these slightly longer races. Yes, 3.5 hours, maybe I'm not going to claim it's an endurance race, but you can still try some different things and have success.
You could, but this is not over and done with yet, Arjun. I'll just quickly figure out what the gap between the two is, because that timing stream, it's not giving us that data at this moment in time, because they're all so badly lapped. But if they are close by, this could well happen, man. And you're right, the bravery of them to try. So nearly worked out, but then again, that's what endurance racing is all about, right?
It is the beauty of the endurance racing. Here is Will Tregurtha. We had the pleasure of chatting with him just a handful of hours ago. Loves these new GT3 cars. Was enjoying watching his teammate Vasilius Splitsiotis carve around the green hell, and was looking forward to jumping back in, bring this car to the end. It's an interesting story that Tregurtha had to share as well about his involvement in the Williams Esports Camp. Not the traditional real drive coming over to the sim world, a lot more involved, helping that program to push forward. He'll have a sip of water, I assume. The celebrations will begin in just a handful of quarters' time as he'll survive through the Tiergarten and the smile will emerge. What a drive it was in that opening stint. Tregurtha willing to take risks when others were not willing. His teammate Belitiotis picked up the mantle in the middle half of the race and built up a 25-second advantage. Tregurtha picked that up and needed no second invitation to continue the charge forward. A smile, a pump of the fist, and a recognition that it's Williams Esports Razor on top to win the NIMEX 3.5-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tire. Double delight for Williams as well with a 1-2 in SP9, but after second, a month ago, it's Phoenix Racing Esports able to go one step better as they conquer the Cup 2 class to come out on top in the green hell. A great drive from Peter Bonk Performance as well. Marcus Deck surviving 3.5 grueling hours to bring that car across the line in third. And there is the sister Williams Esports car. 1 and 2 for the Williams team. A great result here today, Sommel.
Fantastic results all the way through. P3 for BMW Team Bank. Again, this is a great place to begin after that really disappointing disqualification from last week. And fourth for Alexei Nazov in the Urano Esports team. Again, great for them as well, considering all the circumstances. P5 and P4 in the championship in the first couple of rounds. Not bad for them, right?
Being interesting to see some of our guest starters as well. 276, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC entry, able to grab fourth at the end of the day. Meanwhile, our defending champions in the SB9 category. Johan Harth comes across the line in sixth after 2 drive-through penalties, of course, on top of the 10-second success penalty that they had after their podium in round number 1. Behind them, Sami Matti Trogan for Walkenhorst Motorsports. The 30-second success penalty put them in a tricky spot. One they were not able to really fight their way back out of. Plenty more cars still streaking across the line. Team Heusingfeld's working through the Stefan Beloff S's and ready to grab what will be a victory for them. And Sommel, you were kind of wondering what the gap was going to be like in this SB10 battle for the lead. Well, I'm tracking it on my own, I can tell you. As they exit the carousel, 0.3 of a second. Get your cameras out. There's a photo finish incoming.
Oh, we've got to see that happening. Oh, we have got to see that happening. This gamble could well pay off for Deutsche Payment. Again, this is fantastic. Who normally goes for something as outrageous and as bold as that? And if it's only 3 seconds, my word, this could be the best finish of the year.
0.3, not 3 seconds.
0.3, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Very different sort of a situation. Meanwhile, after a struggle in round number 1 of this championship, it's Team Heusingfeld back on top. Here is the battle. Oh my days. Half a second after 3.5 hours. 2 different strategies, 1 driver and 1 team that has had to fight their way back after lap 1 drama. And it comes down to the exit out of Galgenkopf and the run in toward Tiergarten to determine who will come out on top. These drivers still have plenty of time left to battle. Out of the final corner, though, comes Team Heusingfeld in the 401 to grab the victory in the SP3T category. Fantastic drive from Fabian Siegmann to put that car on pole position and then control the tempo of this race, even when others did not want to lead. The defending champions are back on top. Second place will go the way of SimRC. The margin less than 25 seconds when all is said and done. 30-second success penalty, remember, went the way of SimRC. They'll be thinking, what if? And what if indeed? Across the line for the Bumblebee, and meanwhile, in that battle for the SP10s, they run themselves out of Galgenkopf, and here's where for Dylan Shrivens, he'll be ducking and diving and weaving and bobbing, doing whatever he can, Sommel, to break the toe to the car behind.
This could well happen. Daniel Muth could just end up taking the biggest gamble of the season, and look at him, he's getting closer. He is going to make the move for the lead, Arjuna. This is for the win.
Side by side and with that nose of an overlap. Still Shrivens has the opportunity to defend. He'll tuck back into the draft and try and set this up in towards the Tiergarten. He's there and he's alongside and he's into the grass as well. Mercedes versus BMW with Urano, the slightest of advantages. Daniel Muth tried all that he could, but Dylan Shrivens will complete the miraculous recovery for Urano Esports. Konstantin Schaaf and Dylan Shrivens have bounced back from being in the pit lane at the end of lap number 1 to win the NIMEX 3.5-hour race, round 2 of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tire. Drama to the end once more. This series never fails to deliver.
Wow, that is how you end a race. And both of them will be smiling from ear to ear because, my goodness, the stories in this race. Urano, first lap pit lane to the win, and then the Deutsche Payment team rolling the dice and it nearly paying off. Had they maybe just timed that run off slightly later, the Dottinger, it could have been theirs, but Goodyears would have, should have, whatever it is, you've got to commend them for their performance, because this one was gutsy, this one was brave, and, well, fortune favors the brave, and this one really did. They were almost winning, but all things considered, that is how you end a race. That is how you construct a race. Next time out, our eyes are definitely going to be on them in terms of strategy.
Going to have a good chat with Daniel Muth after this one. He is a very, very fun person to race around, and I'm glad to see him enjoying some success at a track he knows so very well. Still plenty of drivers yet to come across the line, including the two that tussled a little bit earlier on. The BCMC Motorsports 377, the TR Motorsports 357. Of course, a post-race penalty will go the way of the TR Motorsports car come the final classification on the results. They'll wind out of the final corner to finish the race off, I think. At least glad to have reached the checkered flag after a monumental shunt on the run in towards the Moot Curve. One of the highest speed places on the track, definitely not where you want to be having issues. I mean, Sommel, also just reiterate, it's a quick turnaround for these teams and for these drivers. We're going racing again on the 7th of January in 2023.
Oh yes, and that's the best part. The wait is so limited, and this means that the teams and drivers will have such a limited period of time to A, rest and recover after the new year, and B, prepare, because the cars in the SP9 categories have completely changed, and suddenly, although the track stays the same, we're now back to a different length, only 3 hours instead of 3.5. So lots of changes, lots of drama. You can never really settle in the DNLS, and that is what I really love. 7th of January it is. I'm going to mark my dates in the calendar already. I cannot wait to see what happens over there.
I hope you already have them marked.
I can't forget them at times.
Yes, so that's the thing with me. I as much as I get excited for races, I also tend to forget when I have races. So I make sure very early to bookmark them into my calendar so that I never, ever forget. I get reminders about them as well. I am that focused on never missing one of these fantastic races. The Alemannia Aachen Sports 488 car will be one of our final finishers across the line. Of course, such a big track. We have to wait for them all to finish before we can run you down your race results here for the 3.5-hour NIMEX race, round 2 of this Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. The final car will indeed come across the line, and with that, the results are unofficially official. Of course, still some adjustment likely from race control in the aftermath of it, but here's a look starting first with the SP9s. Great drive from Williams Esports Razor. Will Tregurtha started that car off with intent. Belliziotis backed it up, and Tregurtha jumped back in to bring it home. A 1 and 2 for Williams Esports as well in front of the number 55. They'll be delighted with that. Well, it's a BMW BMW able to get onto the podium with BMW Bank, Bruno Schengler, along with Norby Kish back up in the thick of things. Urano 4th and 5th with Nessoff in front of Luca Kita at the line, both jumping Johan Hart and Elias Sepinen in the Mercedes AMG Team HRT car, courtesy, of course, of their drive-through penalty. A big field of results here, of course, in this SP9 class. 21 took to the green. A few of the standout surprises. Door Esports will be slightly frustrated down in 15th. Maybe Team 75 Bernard by SimRC as well. And the number 53 of Tommaso Mosca, the third of the AMG Team Williams cars, down in 20th position for him. Unfortunately, the struggles came quite early in the race for him. Over then, of course, to our Cup 2 category. And this is one where strategy was wild and changing all the way to the end. But it is the Phoenix Racing Esports team that goes one better from round number 1, grabbing the victory in front of Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, with Peter Bonk Performance, Marcus Deck, a solo drive to third for him. The guest entry for Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, backing up the performance for the 275, while Leipel Esports, Simsa Esports, IES Sim Racing Schweitzer, Urano, Kramer, and Avia WNS E Motorsports round out the top 10. Urano going to be slightly frustrated after Sam Koitut put it on pole and ran up towards the front, but very least, Vlad Kimichev and Koitut showing their speed in this car. Just 5 more finishers in this one, all actually making it to the end, including the WS Racing Esports 221, albeit 1 lap down for Dirk Hooper's Reuper. Then over to the SP10s, where we were enthralled to the checkered. It was Dylan Shrivens and Konstantin Scharf able to hold off the challenge of the Deutsche Payment Dolphin 342 and Daniel Muth Filderes for the BS competition team, able to bounce back from their success penalty to another 3rd place finish onto the podium again. While Sven Neumann gets 4th in front of Dora Esports Jr. We didn't exactly figure out what happened there to Alessio Bender. That car looked odds-on for the victory at one point. Let's try and figure out what happened in the aftermath and update you heading into round 3. The Nürburgring Esports team in front of the 2 that tussled, unfortunately, BCMC and then TR Motorsport 7th and 8th, with the post-race penalty coming down on the 357 as well. Simsa Esports will finish in 9th in front of the Downforce Racing team, while the 340, the 397 and the 335 do not make it to the end. Walkenhorst X-Racer started in 2nd, finish in last. SP3T, one final look at the results. It's Team Hoising Belt. 25 odd seconds clear of SimRC here, but with the 30-second success penalty changing the mix here, we're in for a fun fight in 2023. Impulse Racing then 3rd with Pure Sims 4th, Carlar 5th, the Indici Scuderia 6th, with Parabit Sim Racing, X-Racer, Pink, Alemania Aachen, and then Garage Shit Motorsports through the top 10 in this class. Just the PPM Racing Team total to round out this category. Before we say goodbye, Sommel, closing thoughts. You're back in the booth for the DNLS, and now it's only a handful of weeks before we do this once more.
And I can't wait already. After a race like this one that was great in parts, you just wish that you can get more, and you know that there will be more, because over the next couple of weeks, the teams and drivers will get used to these cars, will understand the circuit a little bit better, and also potentially devise new strategies, as we almost saw happening in the SP10 category. So with the success penalties, with the car changes, and with also new drivers also coming in here and there every single time, I know for a fact that the 3rd round of the series is going to be even better. So what's to look forward to? Everything, to be honest with you. And then 7th of Jan can't come soon enough, to be honest with you.
2 down and 3 to go. This 2022-2023 Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear has started with fireworks and resumed the festivities on the 7th of January with 3 more races still to run. It's been an incredible opening 2 rounds. It can only get better from here. 4 deserving winners, though, from the Green Hell, as the NIMEX 3.5-hour race is now officially in the books. We'll see you in 2023 on behalf of the team at Nürburgring TV. For Sommel Aurora, alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, thank you so much for your company. Happy holidays. We'll see you in 2023.